Welcome to the 13-game Mario Kart Championship, a championship centered around 4 players with the help of many others that focuses on playing every game in the Mario Kart franchise via 4-player split screen, all with the goal of winning the most races and claiming the golden Mario Kart trophy. Ever since 1992, Mario Kart has dominated couch co-op gaming with its 13 titles spanning generations. Instead of playing every game solo and or beating every individual race myself, I decided to instead link up with a few buddies of mine in 2022 to have us instead participate in a championship-style Mario Kart competition. Throughout our several years of friendship, our go-to guys' night games of choice have always been the various Mario Kart games. We enjoy the new and old titles, which each have their own crowned best player. With our nearly weekly arguments on who is definitively overall the best Mario Kart racer, a competition surely had to be devised in order to settle the debate. So I decided we were going to take part in and document the first ever truly all-encompassing Mario Kart Championship, where we not only play the titles we and most others play, but every other title, even the weird ones, in the order of release. Worth mentioning is we weren't able to play Mario Kart Arcade GPVR, a virtual reality game that is very inaccessible and impossible to emulate, so just know that game will not be included here. So, with that said, let's quickly go over the championship's rules. Rule number 1. For every game, we will play one Grand Prix, aka 4 courses. The Grand Prix Cup is chosen off of its variety of courses, inclusion of game-exclusive maps, and inclusion of maps we have history on. Rule number 2. Before every Grand Prix, we will complete one warm-up race. This is for everyone to adjust to new controls, ask questions if they have any, and feel for any controller drift, which is pretty common at my place. Rule number 3. For all games, we go off the Mario Kart Wii's point system, which we deemed most fair. First place gets 15 points, second gets 12, third gets 10, fourth gets 8, and from there, each lower position goes down by 1 point. This means taking last in a 12-racer game will hurt, but in a 4-racer only game, it won't as much. The point is to reward the higher positions. Rule number 4. Whenever an option, we chose to include CPU bots. Not every game has you race alongside bots, but most do. Bots were added to fill positions and to add an additional challenge. Rule number 5. For every game, we aimed for the traditional 4-player split screen, but not every title has that ability, either because the game is a mobile title or because of emulation. The only way we could realistically play the arcade titles is by individually playing an emulated Grand Prix each and comparing times. Rule number 6. Every game we aim to play at the 150cc speed. This was doable for every game besides a few. The games that we didn't play at that speed required the mode to be unlocked, which we didn't have time to do. Regardless, we played whatever was closest to 150. Controller setups varied throughout the 13 titles, even per game. This was either because of recording reasons and or because of the crowd's unchangeable personal preference. Regardless, controller choice can't be to blame for a poor performance. Rule number 8. In order to keep track of who's who, every player picks and sticks with one character that's in every game, with those being Hudson on Yoshi, me on Bowser, Rogan on Luigi, and Tanner on Princess Peach. Despite that very strict rule, occasionally characters will be different, which I'll note. Rule number 9. Ultra shortcuts were not allowed. An ultra shortcut is any major shortcut that cuts a large portion out of a race, usually by abusing a glitch. We tried our best to avoid maps with that issue. Intended shortcuts were fine though. And rule number 10. It was loosely stated before the championship that practice before or in between filming days was prohibited. Whether that rule was followed 100%, you'll find out. That's it for the rules for the first ever 13-game Mario Kart Championship. Before we get into it, I want to mention a few things. After each Grand Prix is completed, the points will be meticulously added up and the winner will be chosen by the highest total number of points when adding together all 13 games. The winner will then receive the one-of-a-kind solid gold Mario Kart trophy. This entire competition took place over several days and had an incredible amount of effort put into it from everyone involved, so I hope you enjoy. Without further ado, let's introduce you to the cast of characters involved, first with the 4 racers.
Okay, what's her name?
My name is Hudson Brown.
Hudson. A man known for many things, Hudson has the rare ability to be good at nearly every video game he touches, yet when it comes to Mario Kart, depending on the title, his skill varies. Hudson is also known for destroying opponents even though he lacks a real competitive drive. Many point to this as being his key to success. And lastly, known for his occasional trash talk and cocky attitude. When Hudson performs well, oh boy will you hear about it. But when he's doing bad, prepare for some shit talk.
I'm the best in the world. World class. Probably like 3 world tournaments, you know. I'm like considered one of the best. You know, I think I'll probably come in first every single race and I won't lose one or come in even second place, so. Let's put it this way. Jeffrey's the only person I'm not afraid of.
Who are you?
Rogan.
Rogan, a silent but deadly Mario Kart racer. With 10 plus years of kart racing experience, Rogan has proved to be one of the biggest threats on the racetrack. Many attribute his success to his extensive Mario Kart collection, others point to his notorious slime tactic employment and constant Mario Kart YouTube research. Regardless, Rogan has proved himself as a very skilled racer that is normally very subdued, but every so often comes out of his shell.
Any games you think you'll succeed at, or mostly struggle?
Mostly struggle because I've never played over 50%.
Anyone you're scared of today?
No.
Yep. Yeah. What's her name?
Tanner.
Tanner, a bit of a strange case when it comes to Mario Kart. He's either a force to be reckoned with on one title, or a forgettable back-of-the-pack dweller on another.
Do you think you got a good chance of winning this whole thing?
No, I think I've played 2 of them, and it's looking bad for the rest.
Tanner has always been a massive kart fan. Whether he's discussing the map lore, the different strategies to use, or just breaking down whatever idiosyncrasy a particular game has to offer, his love for the series is obvious. Though a longtime franchise lover, his skill very much varies depending on the title. Many call him One-Trick Pony Tanner for his skill primarily being focused on Mario Kart Wii, but every so often he has his moments on other games.
Do you fear any of the competition today?
Hudson seems like a major threat. Somehow he's good at these games predating his own existence. Jeffrey, anti-threat, but you know, you'll see him at 8th, 9th, maybe last. Really just kind of in the back of my mind the whole time, you know, Rogan and Hudson are the main contenders. They're the racers.
What is your real name?
My name is Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Well, that's me. Ever since the release of Mario Kart DS in 2005, I've been a massive fan of the franchise. I enjoy playing every game the series has to offer because I love what each one brings to the table. Since I own every title, my place has sort of become the hub for Mario Kart Guys Nights. Throughout my years of racing experience, I believe I am the most consistently averagely good player. Not the best, not the worst, just always expect a solid performance out of me no matter the title. Also, I'm known to stir the pot a little.
Rogan picks up the games pretty well, he's pretty versatile. Hudson's strangely good at some games, but when Hudson's bad, he's bad. And Tanner, not super worried.
Next, with some of the other faces you'll be seeing today.
What is your name?
Julian.
Julian, a longtime friend and most often observer of Mario Kart play sessions. Throughout the several days, he'll be behind the camera mostly, while also providing commentary and helping with the championship behind the scenes.
The only Mario Kart I grew up playing is on DS and Wii. I played maybe 5 games on the Wii. So with all the trash talk going on, It's not worth it. Basically, I'm here to be Jeffrey's bitch.
Using his extensive knowledge on the players and his ability to view the gameplay from an outside perspective, he will be a crucial person to have around. With the amount of games Julian's watched over the years, he already has his pick for who he thinks will win.
I think I'm gonna stick with the trend and say Hudson.
Okay. What is your name?
Lucas?
Lucas, the man behind the numbers. Throughout the 13 games, Lucas's job will be to keep track of every racer's position each race. Similar to Julian, Lucas does more Mario Kart observing than playing.
Did you ever play any games when you were younger?
Some DS, a lot of Wii, Coconut Mall. It's my hometown. It's a little bit intense for me. I enjoy a little bit of kart, but not like you guys. You are different.
This has also given him the ability to already know every player's ins and outs, draws, and flaws. Even though he's often too scared to step behind the wheel himself, he isn't above some occasional trash talk. Throughout the championship, his role is to be an unbiased third-party scorekeeper. But with his often loud backseat gaming and pattern of dishonest behavior, he could add unwanted challenges to this several-day event.
I feel like Hudson's got overall skill. I think he'll probably most applicable skill. I think he's got wide range.
Now that you're familiar with everyone, it's time to race. Day one started off like any other guy's night, except this night we would make history. Once everyone sat down, I read them off the rules I just listed to you, which all seemed pretty well received, except a few.
The winner of the entire thing won't be known until the video uploads, so we're not doing the math afterward. Part of the reason no one knows the score is because I'm going to be skimming over the footage, making sure there's no disqualifications.
Why can't we know the scores at the end of the day? Okay, so you said alter shortcuts not allowed, but are intended shortcuts allowed? You get the whole TV making these shitty little Game Boys?
Choose one character that you're going to play for all the games. I'm choosing Bowser.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
I'm playing Daisy and Wii, bro.
Right, you gotta get that up for this.
I think that's okay. What the f is the problem?
I've been seeing some practice behind the scenes, which was not allowed. So, I'll play the 5th, bro.
Once I explained the scoreboard to Lucas, had Julian start filming, and sorted out the very complex 4-player Xbox controller setup required to play the game, we managed to squish our way onto the couch and started the warm-up match of game number 1. Koopa Beach 1 is where we got our first taste of how the first ever Mario Kart controls and feels. Although we struggled at first, we were all pleasantly surprised by how fun the game actually was.
This game is fire.
Super Mario Kart is one of the few games in the championship we aren't familiar at all with.
Are we literally racing like this?
Nah.
Despite this, Rogue went hard.
Damn, we sweat mode already?
While on the topic of sweat, before we committed to 4 more races, I requested the overly hot seating arrangement to be changed.
We need to fix this couch thing. This is too tight. I say we scooch the
I say
table.
get over it.
I'm hot as what? I have to turn the AC on.
No.
Julian, can you hit the AC?
Don't do it.
You might be cold, but
You're the only one that's hot, Jeff.
no, we need a little cold. Low cool, and then put it halfway
Jeff,
on the
I'm gonna
cold
go.
bar.
Lucas had a potential remedy.
We'll
Hey,
use some of the ground.
There's an idea. Whoever won the last race sits in the special chair. No?
That might be a bitch with
Yikes.
controllers. Looks like
No, true.
Also, if you can't already tell, instead of the 2-player SNES original, we found a very well-made modded PC version that allows for 4 players, so of course we went with that. When it came time to choose the Grand Prix Cup, opinions differed.
This is cute. This is so cute.
What Grand Prix are we doing?
Anyone have a preference? Let's do something we didn't record, so let's do Mushroom Cup.
No, that seems boring. Let's do flower.
Little did we know that it didn't matter what we picked, because each cup is just filled with maps that are variations of the same themes, besides Special Cup, which includes Rainbow Road. We ended up just going with Tanner's pick, the Flower Cup. Also, we were unable to play on the 150cc speed because it needed unlocked, so we played 100 instead. Just know from here on out, unless specified otherwise, 150cc is what we played on. Race 1 of the Grand Prix took place on Choco Island 1. When really getting into it, we soon found out that with this game coming out in 1992, the 3D element wasn't going to be quite there. What was 3D versus 2D was constantly a toss-up. The mystery boxes, the confusing barricades, the mini ramps, all were a little tricky to get used to. The race wasn't too notable, except the ending where Hudson thought he had the win.
Oh, I thought that was the last lap. I didn't realize it was 4. Yeah, you wish, bro.
Then again, except last minute, this happened. Not gonna lie, felt pretty good taking the first W on day 1. Soon after, we were followed by Tanner in 4th and Rogan in 5th. Next was Ghost Valley 2, a map we instantly were afraid to see because of the Boo Ghost maps being notoriously difficult. The race had a nerve-wracking start with a near catastrophic controller disconnect.
Oh, not this.
Wait, try to pause it if you can. Oh,
Frame perfect.
But after that crisis was just barely averted, we floored it. Ghost Valley 1 was a bit trickier than the earlier maps because the outer walls were really annoying to deal with. The lack of barricades on the map led to a bunch of pickups, especially from me.
oh, thank God you can't fall off.
Oh my god! These are so many laps, dude. Whoa! Yeah, what's happening? What? What's happening? Oh my god.
Choke Central out here.
Once we got going though, we were locked in. We were hitting our drifts, swerving the bots, dodging the items, except for this one. This race is where we got our first taste of the weird items in Super Mario Kart, such as the feather, which allowed for a super jump.
That is the dumbest one.
The race ended with the boys taking mostly high positions, with me not doing so great. I did pick up a few spots in the last couple seconds, but overall, rough for me, alright for them. Donut Plains 2 was next up. Up to this point, we really started to notice all the weird qualities Super Mario Kart has to offer, like just how hard to control and pointless the drift really is, how sporadic the bot driving is.
The bots in this game drive so funny. Like they're just they're taking the optimal path at all times.
Crazy. Mario has something to prove in this game.
It's his namesake.
Yeah, Mario's in his bag right now.
And how often those bots take the mystery boxes, also how there's 5 laps instead of 3, and your race position takes up about a third of your screen real estate, also how the mushrooms provide an abnormally fast boost, and how green shells go crazy on walled maps, and just the fact that there isn't Donkey or Diddy Kong, but Donkey Kong Jr., and Koopa who's not yellow, but brown. Also, you gotta mention the soundtrack, it's filled with bangers.
Bro, Koopa's looking around these stands.
Oh, this was Weezy.
Now what happens on the last lap is what's really worth breaking down. Tanner, Hudson, and I are near the top. Tanner second, me third, Hudson fourth. At a very crucial moment, nearly all at the same time, I snipe Tanner with a green. Then immediately after, Tanner nails me with a red. At the same time, Hudson nails him with a red. All of this greatly shifted positions and led to Tanner never recovering.
Let's go sit down, Tanner.
When asked later about the shocking shell shutdown, the confusion is apparent.
Oh yeah, there was I forget what map it was, but it was where Tanner was in second place, and I think he thought that you red shelled him when he was in second place, but that was me, and I passed him.
Well, as always, Jeff is on the slime shit. Hit me with a red shell. Game 2, you know, I was holding second for 4 laps, and last lap, what happens, you know, I guess I'm about to 8th. He said, how do you feel about your performance? I said, well, good. Up until, you know, second game, I was holding second place for 4 laps, and Jeff, on his slime shit, hit me with a red shell on the last lap, and I was on 8th.
I thought that was the third game. Is that possible? It was the third game?
Yes.
Now with Hudson and I near the top and the finish coming up, I had a red shell with Hudson's name on it. Then this happens. That event combined with a disastrous drift shank and a Koopa cuck, I ended 7th with Tanner right behind me.
Brown Koopa passed my ass last second.
Brown Koopa.
Right, he's not the same color. It's Koopa.
It's not yellow.
Oh, there's a brown Koopa?
He's not yellow, he's brown.
Hudson and Rogan were more fortunate with them snagging the 4th and 5th positions. With that crazy race completed, there was only one left, Bowser Castle 2. Layout wise, this was the trickiest. The design was almost maze-like with alternate routes littered with tiny thwomps and a bunch of dead ends.
Go right, you down, Renee.
Oh, wait, you can't even go that way. What the f is that?
Mach 5 speed out here. We've done the methodical
what?
mode of this game. That was a fake out. It's, yeah, those swamps are really fucking small.
What? Switching up, bro.
Yeah, it's a fake out. It's dastardly.
Also, the mini ramps led to countless lava dunks, especially from Tanner, who did it over a wall with a star twice.
Me with the banana.
Whoa, this is
The race ran pretty smooth. Rogan stayed near the top, the others and I were all over the place. Slight comebacks were made, but overall not the most notable. The ending between the 4 of us was pretty close. Rogan came in 2nd, he sent a green shell back that I barely avoided, and Hudson and Tanner had a photo finish. With that race behind us, it's time to tally up the score. Here are all the positions for all 4 races on Super Mario Kart. When totaling up the points, there was surprisingly a 3-way tie between Rogan, Hudson, and I, with Tanner close behind. But at the time, I was not known to be included in this tie, as you can see.
I think I came, I tied with Rogan. I got first, tied with Hudson.
Yeah, him and Rogan tied for first, I think, in that game.
I thought Jeffrey, being a smug asshole would have, already played the game quite a bit and gotten pretty good at it, but he did pretty shit, so I'm happy about that,
Seeing how much people improved, even in 4 races, was pretty interesting. People got a grasp on it pretty well, except for you. Kind of shitted it up in the butt.
So with the first Grand Prix down, it's time to talk to the players for some post-game thoughts and about their feelings for the upcoming titles. When asked about their performances, Hudson was on his cocky shit.
Easy. Easy game.
What'd you like and what'd you dislike about Super Mario Kart?
It's really hard to tell what's happening on screen most of the time. The boxes are near impossible to hit. All the bots know how to do the boost. I don't know how to do the boost at the beginning. It was on 3, was it on 2? I don't know.
Rogan and I were playing it a bit low-key.
It was better than I expected. Could have been worse, could have been better, but not bad for a first try.
Went pretty well. The game's pretty smooth. I did well in the beginning, had a couple sleeper games, but I didn't fall too far back in the leaderboards. I'm not gonna say I'm known for it, but I do take L's every so often. I'm taking L's at my name's El Chapo. Some say I'm from El Salvador, but I'm known more as Dub Taker, but
And Tanner just had a hard time collecting his thoughts.
Excuse me.
You nervous?
Bruh, cut that.
How did you feel? You were playing
Good.
The others had some of their own takes as well.
Would have been nice to see Jeffrey do a little worse, maybe Tanner do a little better. I'm sick of Hudson winning everything. But Rogan's right there, so we'll see.
kind of pleasantly surprised, considering the lack of experience in that game. I thought it was going to be like a complete and utter shit show, but Hudson was the most consistent. Yeah, I don't know. Rogan and Hudson, they've been I think they're my front runners, so it made sense that they were doing well in this game.
When asked about the upcoming title on the N64, feelings were mixed.
That'll be atrocious on my end. Looking to wreak as much havoc as I can and just put everyone else down.
I think people majorly sleep on my N64 skills alongside Hudson, who his skills very overrated. I'm a pretty good comparison. I think I have a high chance of winning.
I think I'll do very poor. I do not like this game. I think it's very bad. I think Hudson's way too good at it for not owning an N64 or practicing.
Some say you suck Hudson's dick about how good he is. Would you agree?
I'm definitely not sucking Jeff's. You know, it's gotta be good.
Biggest rival, as in who I think might beat me, is probably Rogan because he's pretty versatile. People I'm gonna repeat again, people extremely overstate Hudson's skill. They say he might win, but I think he'll probably be dead last. The next game is N64. How do you think that's gonna pan out? You've watched a couple N64 games.
From what I hear, Hudson and Rogan.
I then asked a question that I thought had an obvious answer, but I didn't quite get the response I was looking for.
The consensus is Hudson will do the worst during this tournament. Do you agree with that consensus?
No.
I don't. That seems like a lie.
And you know Lucas would not speak an ill word on his beloved Hudson.
I don't know. It's just like comes down to like core skills, I guess, then I don't know.
While everyone was interviewing, Julian decided to set up the previously seen hidden camera, which captured some further trash talk.
Jeffrey said he thinks he's gonna win Double Dash. I said,
What?
you're an idiot, bro.
And some embarrassing math.
First place right now, bro? No, you're not.
No, we tied.
Well,
You're
I mean,
within 20.
based off the points.
Yeah.
That'd be 12 plus 8 is 20 plus 16 is 32.
7
I have
plus
5
3,
which is 10, 17 plus
No,
7.
got
15
24
plus 6 2 is
6,
21, 8, 7 is 15
5,
23 plus 7, 30 15 is 23 plus 7, 30. Tanner's winning
I
right
heard my
now.
name. I heard my name.
You're winning right now. You're 1 point ahead of everyone else. Everybody's tied. Fourth is 8 plus 15, 23
Plus 24, 2, 36. Hudson, 2 and 3/4, so 12 and 3/8. Would be 36. 34, 36, 36, 36.
With all that said and done, it's time to move on past Super Mario Kart. Or is it? When reviewing the footage after the fact, the behind-the-scenes slime started to form. When analyzing Rogan's gameplay especially, the never-mentioned item holding was occurring every race. We didn't even know that was possible, and if you know Rogan, you know he loves to hold items. This slime gameplay, combined with some hidden camera confessions,
Should we do F64 get some practice in?
pinned Rogan as the enemy early. With all that being said, the 4 races were for the most part clean. Just know, everything isn't always as it seems. Now it's time to move on to the next title. Next up was a title some were anticipating, others dreading. Once we switched up our tight couch setup with me now sitting on the arm, and then argued about jiggly joysticks for too long,
This is not good. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's just that's the problem. No, I'm better.
I mean, anything that's better than that, that shit is limp.
They're all the same.
Yeah,
I don't know if I would agree with that.
I'm better.
Kids always been complaining about the joysticks.
Feel that.
Kids always be complaining.
What?
I mean, hold on. Let's get some justice here for kids complaining about the controller. I mean, like, what are we doing here?
Bro, you know what I said? Bring me up.
That
Bring
shit
me
is
up.
limp.
It's called buy your own controllers.
it was then time to play one of the hardest games in the series. When deciding on the map for the warm-up race, we got our first taste of Hudson's annoying overconfidence with the title.
I know the map we should do on.
I already know that you're Jeffrey. I'm sorry. Whatever map you pick.
We decided on Frappe Snowland, a fun map despite the undodgeable snowmen. In our friend group, 64 is known to be a title dominated by Hudson, all right for me, and a struggle for the other two.
Feature isn't clean right now.
That thing is gonna age poorly.
With Hudson, though a boastful racer, his skills are solid. His hearing, not so much.
Yeah, get 3 red shells.
I'm talking to Paige, bro. Exactly how this race is playing out is how I feel like these next 4 rounds are.
I think
That's an decent
races are gonna play out.
And that's what I just said, bro.
When it came time to decide on the GP Cup, Lucas offered an idea that didn't go over so well.
Have whoever's first player hold left until an unbiased party says stop, and then
No.
But it was when we saw the Star Cup, a GP filled with maps we all have problematic histories on, we knew that was the one to go with. Even though we all have experience on this title, know that it is a very difficult racing game with its high speeds, wonky drift, and overall weird qualities. So many weird qualities, I must list them to you in order for you to understand how strange it is to play Mario Kart 64 when you're used to the modern titles. Number 1, when playing 4-player split screen, bots are not present. Instead, the game adds annoying bombs all over the place that you have to avoid but can often phase through. Number 2, depending on the map, the actual speed of the race depends on the particular map's frame rate, meaning depending on how hard the map is for the console to process can result in sometimes incredible speed differences. Characters also have noticeable speed differences, with Toad, Peach, and Yoshi being the best picks stats wise. And third, the way items work here is very different. Green shells are so slow they often result in suicide. Red shells rarely work because they beeline to the target, which on 64's linear maps often results in them ramming into the wall. Here you receive a ridiculous 5 bananas instead of 3. On 64 you can actually lose a star by hitting a wall too hard. Mushrooms barely function as a boost, more of just the camera rocking back and forth. You can't use items when you're small, and you don't lose items when you fall off the map. There's a lot of other weird qualities, such as being able to blow your engine while Lakitu puts you down, and your race position doesn't update until you fully hit the ground. Also, race positions are often glitchy just while racing, and every so often you'll slip out for zero reason. So just know this is a funky Mario Kart title. Also know that this game is loved by Hudson and I, but despised by the other two. Keep that in mind.
God, what a horrible sight, bro.
Getting like PTSD. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get last place in every race.
This sucks.
This is the worst.
I love this game, bro.
When starting the Grand Prix, Wario Stadium was first up. This is a map known for its incredible long lap lengths,
Is this lap 1 out of 3?
its linear nature leading to items being useless, and incredibly tight corners that require skilled drifts. The first lap had everyone surprisingly close. Despite that, I couldn't help but taunt Tanner a little bit.
Tanner, you know what I call that? Tanner, that's called taking a fat L.
When finishing the lap, the group was tight. Hudson was maintaining the lead until hit with some rapid fire items, bringing him to 4th. What happened shortly after that would shock everyone. Though not 100% intentional, Hudson pulled off an extremely impressive move. Whilst 4th, Hudson hits the crowd with a lightning bolt, which unbeknownst to him was at the perfect time. Rogan, Tanner, and I were about to make a ramp jump, but we were all small, which we didn't know meant we weren't gonna make it. So, all 3 of us missed the jump and ended up on a previous portion of the map.
Make this jump! No!
I missed
Both in it! God damn it!
which way to
On 64, some maps don't respawn you if you fall. They instead force you back to an earlier part of the race. When we realized what happened, Rogan quickly chose the right direction. I didn't at first, but eventually got it. And Tanner, he just couldn't understand what the hell happened.
What was that? Both fell. So did I.
This 3-way lightning letdown of course led to Hudson regaining first place, now with an outstanding lead that led to an easy, early first place.
I had that perfect lightning bolt where all 3 of you guys fell off halfway through the lap. Listen, you don't know shit about 64. Get the hell out of here.
That's gonna be a highlight. That was lethal. That was a shift of the laws of the universe type move.
At that point, it was just the 3 of us competing. I eventually caught back up to Rogan and then hit him with the trifecta.
Bruh, this is f***ing ridiculous. Can you not, please?
Bro, those were hitting you?
Yes.
Bruh, that's the best red shell luck I've ever had on this map.
Rogue tried some later revenge with another lightning bolt, but my ghost item protected me from that bullshit. I then finished second, leaving a banana minefield behind me, which was effective on Rogue, who came in at 3rd, leaving Tanner with a DNF. because on 64, if you're not fast enough, the game cuts you off. Race number 2 had us on Sherbert Land, a map we associate with two things: very tricky depth perception with the ice gaps that, if drifted over correctly, can lead to awesome shortcuts, and the goddamn penguins. Off the bat, the first penguin got us all.
That was all 4-car pileup on the penguin.
When a bit into the race, it started playing out like the last. Hudson taking a substantial lead, me in second, and the other two in the back. During the beginning of the race, I had a tricky time telling who was who.
Luigi and me both barely made that shit. That's it, Yoshi girl. Why do we have to choose the two green characters?
Throughout the race, everyone had their moments. Clean drifts were pulled off, penguins were surgically dodged. I even had a near pass opportunity on Hudson, but ended up falling for the old fake box trick. Hudson, of course, finished with a solid first place. I came in later with the second, and Rogan and Tanner had an incredibly close side-by-side finish. After I ranted a while on Hudson's non-stop, untouchable status,
What did I say? Hudson's gonna get those leads and I'm getting those seconds. I could script every N64 game.
Yeah, with me first.
it was then time for Race 3. Royal Raceway was up next. This is easily one of the hardest courses in the game for several reasons. There's several water hazards, brutal turns, and a ramp that, if shanked, guarantees a last place. The race started off with me giving Hudson some light praise, though I immediately regretted it.
Hudson's kind of on a streak a little bit.
He's on his ass.
Shut the f*** up. I gave you a compliment.
When rounding the first tricky turn, everyone made it besides Tanner, who I couldn't help but taunt a bit more.
Is that why they call you Tanner Elwoodson? Have you always wondered what the L stands for? What is your middle name? Two L's, yikes.
Just like every other race, Hudson gained a lead where he wasn't reachable with items, meaning the only way I could catch up was with clean driving and tight drifts. Though everyone knew of his lead, he made sure to rub it in our faces.
I'm so far ahead, dude. Like, there's no.
You're not that far ahead, bro.
I haven't seen you. Where are you? I couldn't even tell you're back there, bro. For all I know, I'm just racing by myself.
Continuing with the race, Tanner found himself again back in the water for not one, but 2 times. Going into lap 3, we were all pretty spread out. While Hudson was cruising solo, I was busy hitting myself with a green shell, Tanner was busy being lost,
You're in no man's land.
and Rogan was busy being eerily quiet. Shortly after Hudson finished with another first, Tanner again found himself drenched and defeated. I was back finishing my final lap when this bullshit happened.
When you're small, you don't f***ing make
Check
the
what
jump.
happened.
When you're tiny, you make the.
Bro, we learned this.
What? They rolled it back! Dude, I gotta hit up the depths on that one, bro.
Rogan as well dealt with the lightning cuckery, but with a different bolt, but seemed unfazed. Right after I slid my way into second, Rogan and Tanner were battling for third, but to no one's surprise, Tanner ended up in the water for an embarrassing 5th time, leading to another DNF for him. With those wacky races behind us and a couple more broken record rants from me, we only had one race left, on Bowser's Castle, a map we believe runs at the fastest frame rate, making it also one of the hardest maps in the game. Going into the final race, I knew I needed an edge to beat Hudson at least once. I then attempted a team up with Tanner, who was down on his luck, but I was quickly shot down.
Tanner, what team?
No collusion.
At this point, with 3 4th places, Tanner knew he needed a comeback.
You plot a miraculous first place on this map. The hardest map in the game.
When getting into it, Bowser's Castle is a map that heavily relies on RNG, more specifically Thwomp RNG. The Thwomps present in 64 form impenetrable walls that require extreme luck to get past. If ever hit by one, prepare for a cutscene length feather fall animation. This final N64 race was a weird one. Hudson was, of course, on top, but Tanner, of all people, was keeping up with him. Rogan and I were way behind them, with me especially struggling with thwomps, lava pits, and again hitting myself with brain shells. Near the end, it got to a point where Tanner was about to pass Hudson. He was about to pull off that miraculous first place he mentioned earlier, but after a double thwomp block and a classic Tanner self-sabotage,
I thought it was break.
Hudson snagged the W, leaving Tanner with second. Then it was only me and Rogan battling for the final positions. Rogan was on my tail until I decided to bring him down Banana Alley, if you know what I mean. That temporary slowdown didn't last too long because when nearing the finish, I was, according to Tanner, which led straight into my biggest choke yet. At that point, I realized what Tanner mentioned earlier was ringing true now.
It's uncomebackable.
Because that shank led to Rogan snagging his third, and me a DNF, helped by hitting myself with a blue shell of all items. With the 4 races completed, time to update the scores. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart 64. When totaling up the points, the 3-way tie was of course broken with Hudson, assuming a strong first, me in second, and Rogan and Tanner close with 2 points in between. With this only being the second game, everyone's still at a good standing. Definitely no runaways quite yet. With Hudson sitting pretty with 4 first places, he couldn't help but clown me one more time.
That's some good points, though. I'll take 3 fourths. I'll take those. Hudson. Bro, we gotta get back to the interviews.
When asked about their performance, was there any shock on Hudson's response?
So, Hudson, you've had a couple good games. Do you think you're
A couple. I'm saying I had 4 first places in a row, bro. You're saying a couple good games? It just sounds to me like you're trying to diminish, you know.
Who came in second place on 64?
I don't remember. I don't know their name. I don't know their name, dude. I'm sorry.
Do you think your confidence level is getting too high this early?
No.
2 games out of the 13, you've had a little luck, but there's a lot of different control schemes coming up.
Listen, all right? 64, I knew the strats. You guys didn't even know how to drift, all right?
Rogan and I kept it mostly positive.
Not great, but I only took last place one time, which is better than usual. We kind of had some races there. It was kind of Jeff and Hudson versus Tanner and I.
I think I did exactly how I was gonna do. Close to first, I held the first position a long time, but I get in the beginning and Hudson always gets way too far ahead where items can't even hit him, but I'm happy how I did.
And again, Tanner had issues putting together a statement.
It was poor, as expected. Same old sabotage from Jeffrey. You know, programming in red shells.
Why are you stuttering?
Rogan was then questioned on his suspicious silence throughout the game.
I was just focused, yeah. Trying to, get the drifts, not run into walls or anything. The bombs especially.
And you know Rogan couldn't go without mentioning it one more time.
Just the controls are so weird and the issues with the joystick.
When talking to all the players, thoughts on Hudson were mixed.
Do you think it's gonna last or do you think he just got lucky?
It's all downhill from here.
I mean, that's downtown Hudson Brown, easy dub. Knew it the whole way through, knew it before I drove here, clear as day.
So we saw Hudson dominate, and I'm worried for the rest of the boys. I don't know if they can come back after that. Earlier I said that he was gonna win the whole thing, but if he gets in his own head about it, it's not going well.
Not only was Hudson's skill discussed, but also Tanner's lack of it.
I'm saying you gotta make the others think they have a chance until you really strike.
He did slack in this last one, but for being honest, I'm rooting for him to win the whole thing, so. I know Tanner's gonna come back on the Wii.
He knew it'd be shaky on 64. I think that was probably to be expected. Probably the least season of everybody who was playing on 64.
And just for fun, you know I had to stir the pot a little.
If Lucas was to play in this tournament, how would he place?
We don't have to talk about that.
Tanner said that if you were in the tournament, you'd probably do terribly.
Really? He's probably right, but also f*** him for that.
When asked about the upcoming titles, specifically on Game Boy, the players were, for the most part, confident.
Well, I haven't played it in 10 plus years, since a child on the school bus. Maybe I'll do okay.
I think Double Dash coming up is going to be a strong one for me. Mario Kart DS will be strong, and maybe the arcade games.
The next game up is Mario Kart Super Circuit. Do you think that you'll have an advantage playing on a 70-inch TV while everyone else plays on 2-inch Game Boy? Boys?
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm trying to capture footage for my viewers, so that's what you gotta do. I didn't make the rules. Find me a Game Boy with a capture device in it.
What's wrong with pointing a camera at it?
Don't have enough cameras.
I don't know who's got Game Boy experience. I want to say maybe
It was Rogan's first game ever.
Oh, that might be a wrap.
I'm thinking I used to shred it up on Hot Wheels circuit on the Game Boy, and there's no shot I'm not taking first place.
You think those skills will translate well?
Yeah.
While on the topic of off-brand racers having potential skill crossover, Tanner overshared a tad.
I heard you play Pac-Man racing. What are your thoughts?
Fire game. Did steal one from a family video when I was 10.
Now that the notorious Mario Kart 64 was in the past, it was then time to move on to the championship's first mobile title. Going into this next title, we knew the setup would be strange. With this being a Mario Kart title on the Game Boy Advance, we needed a way to have 4 people play together while also recording some gameplay, which is easier said than done. We also needed not just 1 copy of the game, but 4 in order to access all the content and not all have to play different colored Yoshis with only 1 cup option. So after we scrounged up the needed items, our setup ended up being Rogan, Hudson, and Tanner on Game Boy SPs, blue, gray, and red accordingly, each with their own copy of the game, and then me on the Game Boy Player GameCube attachment, which allows you to play Game Boy games on your TV, thus able to be recorded. We would have done 4 of those Game Boy players to keep it fair, but acquiring that many with the needed discs wouldn't be easy or cheap, let alone 3 other TVs and capture cards, etc, etc. So for the others, we went old school 2010 YouTube style with it and just pointed a camera at the other screens. The last step was to connect our Game Boys and player together with our Mad Catz link cable, and then finally we were ready to tackle the first handheld title. Off the bat, I thought I would dominate here. With me being the one on the GameCube, I assumed the racing would feel identical to the upcoming GameCube title, Double Dash. But as you will find out, that was not the case. Before we go down that ranty road, here's a few things you need to know about Super Circuit off the rip. Super Circuit is similar to 64 with the 4-player mode not including bots. Thankfully, no bombs were in their place this time. Also know that this is a coin-based Mario Kart game. Not technically the first, Super Mario Kart was, but with us playing the modded version, we didn't deal with them. There are several coin-based titles in the future, so I'm just going to explain how they work now instead of for every game where coins are a mechanic. Every game's coin system is a little different, but this is how they typically work. You start off with some coins, but acquire more by picking them up around the course, normally with a cap of 10. More coins means slightly faster speed with each coin collected, again up to 10, except this title, which allows 55 coins. And yes, you do increase speed incrementally up to 55. It sounds game breaking and probably is, but none of us got high coin counts, so the speed difference really never played a role. And lastly, know that Rogan is the only person to have played this before. Keep that in mind. With that out of the way, we set up on the table.
Can I keep that head down a little bit?
Don't talk to me.
Cameras started rolling, character stats were compared.
Wait, we got stats?
I like that though. Speed. Whoa! I don't want the speed on Bowser.
Whoa, what happened to use the same
Whoa!
character?
Total speed compared to Bowser's. What the? I'll keep the same characters. My speed's a 1 on Bowser. I'll take it.
It's your idea.
Arms were kept still.
Keep them down, bro. Even if you get angry.
My arms are going.
Okay, let's get it started.
And the warm-up race was selected. Cheeseland is what we decided on purely for its weird name. Immediately when we started, we were all blown away by how fast 150cc's felt, especially for me on the big screen.
Oh, this is fast as Jesus Christ, dude. This is so trippy out here. Dude, you got the advantage of the Game Boy.
Shut up.
Something I need to make painfully clear is I know rule number 7 was can't blame the controller, but my god, Super Circuit is incredibly harder with a GameCube controller over using a Game Boy. This became abundantly clear to me right away, and no matter how much I tried to tell the others that, they didn't believe me.
This is way harder than I thought it was going to be. Crazy fast pace on my screen.
We're playing the same game, bro.
I know, but maybe I'm too close to the screen. This shit is too much for my eyes. What?
That combined with the abhorrent frame rate compared to handheld just added to the difficulty. So I'll try my best not to blame it as the reasoning behind my lackluster performance, but no promises. Super Circuit visually has the same issues as Super Mario Kart with the 2D passed off his 3D look. We eventually got it, but the first jump had us super confused.
What the f was that?
This is
Dude, what happened?
You get this. Oh, you have to make the ramp. You have to make the ramp.
What the hell was that? Wait, no, actually what happened?
Up in
Shut
here.
up.
Oh, you have to make that jump. This is a terrible one. Well, we committed to it.
Also, later in the race, Hudson misses the jump as well. Even Rogue, the Super Circuit veteran, almost missed the jump, but only because of a lightning bolt. After that shit show, I of course got lapped and actually ended up messing up Hudson with my nonsensical driving, leading to Rogan passing him for the warm-up dub. Near the end of the race, I realized that on the GameCube, you have to be non-stop drifting left and right, back and forth in order to maintain somewhat straight racing. At the end, when the 3 others finished, I was then introduced to the thwomp that immediately crushes you if you're last. With how shaky that race went, I had a feeling this wasn't going to be the only time seeing him. When it was time for the Grand Prix, the Lightning Cup was selected, meaning Luigi's Circuit was first up. Not only did I struggle with the impossible controls again, but add to the equation slippery water puddles scattered all over the place, which honestly everyone had a hard time with.
Dude, the water comes out of nowhere.
The race is mostly notable for me just non-stop ranting about how I screwed myself on the GameCube the whole time.
This is
Wait.
gonna take me so long to get good at. I'm dog shit at this game. I should have passed this off to someone else. This could be 3 4th or 4 4th places. Bro, I can't stay on the course. It's so hard with this controller.
That is besides the end where Hudson pulled off an impressive finish.
You passed me?
Yeah, I had a mushroom at the end.
The end positions ended up with Rogan snagging a clean first, Hudson with that sly second, and Tanner with a third. And me, well, I was greeted by Mr. Thwomp yet again. With my confidence at a newfound low and my excuses running dry, it was time to move on. Sky Garden was the next course in the cup. Right off the bat, Tanner had zero sympathy for my struggle.
I didn't even get close to finishing. I got halfway through the 3rd lap. There's no shot. I'm even getting 3rd place. It's so hard on the GameCube controller.
Soon after his bullying, he was brought back with the memory of playing the Sky Garden course before.
Oh, wait, I've played this game before.
It's coming back to you.
Yeah, this map. I played it with my cousin when I was like 9 or something, because I didn't have the game, he had it.
Thus confirming his experience on the title as well.
Dude, this is just like the Hot Wheels game I played, no cap.
Up to this point, I've had to deal with shit controls, slippery puddles, and now a lack of walls.
Whoa, you can fall off. Jesus Christ.
I messed up that drift for you.
That Lackity drop is slow. Lackity, any f***ing day now. Or Lackity, whatever his name is. That guy.
Let's just say I had a hard time staying on the course.
Oh my god.
Yeesh.
Oh, it's bad, bro.
Still. Who's in first right now?
I wasn't the only one, with Hudson struggling on the wall-less map as well. The race played out with Rogan snagging first after surviving a crucial lightning bolt from Hudson, allowing him to pass Tanner, who shortly after followed up Rogan with a second. What happened right after that would lead to one of the most controversial moments in the championship. Mere seconds after Tanner passed the finish line, he set his Game Boy down, causing this to happen.
Whoa, what just happened?
No!
At the time, no one was known to be the cable cuck culprit, but after analyzing the footage, I can confirm Tanner's overly aggressive Game Boy drop caused the disconnect. The immediate reaction was, do we redo the race? Redo the cup even? We didn't know. We weren't prepared for this happening. Rogan was especially nervous because of his first place now possibly not counting.
We'll just restart.
Did you finish that game?
No. We had to count. We gotta count that. That was pretty much
Wow, I didn't
it,
even cross
right?
Once we realized Rogue and Tanner both crossed the finish line, and Hudson was about to as well, with me having zero chance of getting anything but 4th, we just determined Hudson 3rd place and me 4th place.
Oh, then that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to read
1, 2,
3,
3,
4.
4.
Yeah.
With that nearly championship-ending scare behind us, and after the group shared their love for the title,
I like this one.
Yeah, this is fun.
Good.
This one is fun. I like this one.
it was then time to reconnect and select the next map in the cup, Cheap Cheap Island. This map was notable for, again, being easy to fall off of, and if that wasn't enough, add to that crabs that needed dodging.
You motherfucking crab mother.
The start had me thinking I might actually be getting the hang of the controls.
Oh, I actually see someone.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that was short-lived.
The water hazard here was strange. Occasionally we'd find ourselves skipping over the water, but other times it would take us under.
We're so out of this bitch. I'm not even going the right way.
Also, just the map's overall tricky layout led to everyone struggling during some point in the race. Especially Tanner, who, like in 64, pulled off another double dunk.
Back in the f***ing right.
Tanner, you're getting scammed.
When midway through the race, Lucas had another one of his classic ideas that went nowhere.
I think we should do DS next because we're already in handheld setup.
Bro, we gotta play them in order.
Come on.
When nearing the finish, Hudson looked like he had the W. But despite having 3 green shells around him, Rogan sniped him with the red.
Why did that just happen?
Hudson's slight slowdown wouldn't matter because there was no stopping Rogue, who out of nowhere activated GOAT mode.
That was insane. No! Timestamp that.
Rogan then of course ended first, then Hudson with a salty second, Tanner with another third, and me, you ought to know by now. Even with this race completed, my failure excuses still weren't being heard by the others.
Way later,
It's
I'll
like sucking a
hook you
little
up
bit
with
of
this
color
and you
out
see
of
how
it. And that
slippy slider it is.
It was then time for the 4th and final race on Sunset Wilds, a map covered with questionable roadblocks.
Is that dog shit on the road? Oh, that's a rock. It looks like a pile of shit.
Including teepees that, when hit, causes a shy guy to hilariously latch onto your back. At this point, I was at my wit's end with Super Circuit. I could feel my good standing in the leaderboard slowly slipping away, with my inevitable 4th coming up.
This is a ass game. I hate this game.
As the race carried on, I felt myself finally getting a hold of the controls. I even got close enough to actually see another player, who I then roasted for being even near my underperforming ass.
Player 4 is low-key buns.
The race continued with me making a temporary pass on Rogan, Hudson hitting himself with a red shell,
Why did that happen? I was holding it behind me. I just threw a red shell at myself, I think.
and Tanner, who was not having it with the 0 coin spin out mechanic found in this game.
Dude, why do you, if you hit someone and you hit, oh my god, that has me enraged. Dude, that is the dumbest mechanic ever introduced in any video game of all time.
Here, if you have 0 coins, merely touching another player spins you out. We weren't aware this was a thing, but we definitely felt something was off, especially Tanner.
Dude, the mechanic where if you spin someone out and you hit them, you spin out too? I should
That's flawless logic.
No, it's not.
With the finish coming up, I was surprisingly up with the boys until a brutal wall shank.
Kind of tight. Dude. No!
Soon after that, Hudson snagged his first win, Tanner surprisingly grabbed second, Rogan snagged his first time third, and I was on track to, of course, get 4th, but this time actually passing the finish line. Then this happened.
Damn.
What on the finish line, bro?
Jeffrey.
I almost passed Luigi.
And then it hit me how this would impact my standing.
Luckily, I'm only 4th, so what am I getting?
8.
8 points times 4, okay. How much points went? Wow, that's a lot of points lost, though.
Now that tumultuous Grand Prix was finally completed, time to update the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart Super Circuit. As you can see, Rogan had his best performance by far, snagging 3 firsts out of the 4 races. This led to him taking the 2nd spot from me, who at this point dropped to 4th, which was no surprise after my numerous L's. Tanner and Hudson both had so-so performances. Hudson's was good enough to maintain the lead, and Tanner's was fine enough to rise out of last place. With those scores considered and tempers still high from the GP, you know what time it is. The players were first asked how they thought they did overall.
After your winning streak, last game happened. You want to explain?
I'm not gonna answer that question. We can move on to the next one.
Though performing alright, Hudson was out for blood.
Listen, okay, Game Boy was not that hot for me. I have the thumbs of a man, not a small child, okay? I'm not over here trying to do all these minute little turns and shit, okay? Look, I play real men's games like Mario Kart 64. I'm not over here on the DS like Rogan with his tiny little baby hands, you know, steering the carts, getting around the corners really quick.
You said something a little about Rogan.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on his gameplay so far? He's been saying that you're doing better than he expected.
Whoa, wait, what?
Rogan, as per normal, kept it chill.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to get first place all 4, but last one didn't go so well. It's okay though.
Tanner was 100% coherent this time and kept it positive.
Only last game did you start to not be last place. Do you think you're gonna ride this momentum for the next couple?
I plan to.
For me, well, I bet you can guess my thoughts on the game.
It's dog shit. It's so hard. There was zero chance I was getting anything but 4th, and I was running into walls, falling off. There was no chance. It was so hard. All I gotta say is the numbers don't lie. I've been proving myself so far. I slacked on this one, but I've given enough reason why. The Game Boy, GameCube player sucks ass. Anyone who wants to debate me, pick one up and try to play it.
I got to a point where I was on full-on denial mode.
Well, the one race, I made it to the finish line, so it's debatable whether I was really stomped that last time. You know, like I said, not my fault, it's the game's fault.
When asking the cameramen who directly oversaw the gameplay their thoughts on the performances, Tanner was praised.
He seemed to pick it up a little bit in the leaderboards, would you agree?
Yes, I was very impressed. Yeah, it's either between Rogan or Tanner. The other two I don't care about.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just getting a taste. He wants the full load.
When attempting to lure Lucas into finally talking trash on Hudson,
You oversaw the footage of Hudson and Rogan. Compare the gameplay for Mario Kart Super Circuit.
he answered the first part of the question,
I think Rogan tapped into some childhood memories, and that helped him kind of stack up and get the job done.
but diverted when it came to his golden boy.
I couldn't really say. I was more focused on whether it was clear than like what they were doing on the screen, so it's hard to say.
And then just full-on praised him once again.
He's got good fundamentals. I have faith. We'll see.
Though, again, acknowledging Hudson's alright performance, the crowd still had their thoughts about him.
I think that N64 is kind of his strong suit, and then just downhill from here.
I want to see him in the dirt. I know we're all buddy out there, but you know, it's f***ing.
As the interviews carried on, things got toxic.
Do you think it would have been a different story if Jeffrey was on Game Boy?
No. I think it would have been, you know, different, you know, screens.
Why are you stuttering? Why are you stuttering?
Because I have a mental disability, Jeffrey, okay? Listen. I'm mentally handicapped, Jeffrey, alright? You ableist piece of shit? F you, Jeffrey!
We just went on a drink break and you bought a lot of alcohol. Are you trying to drink away your bad games?
What bad games?
Only...
Why are you stuttering?
Keep that in.
The players were then asked about their thoughts on the upcoming titles.
Very confident. I think people sleep on my double dash skills over the years. I think it's the smoothest controls for any Mario Kart. The drifting is airtight. If I'm not first, I won't be last. Know that.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat in Double Dash?
Rogan. I guarantee Tanner and Hudson will be no threats on Double Dash. Especially Hudson. I just remember him being very bad at that game.
The mobile, you know, I'm a little nervous, but don't tell the competition because they can't know that.
I think once we get to Mario Kart 8, I'm gonna win that. Honestly, I think Rogan is probably the most likely to win out of everybody, but also, I think he can go himself.
Though not for a while, the future title Mario Kart Wii was mentioned several times.
Rogan and I's specialty are Mario Kart Wii, and he probably has an edge on me, so I really gotta show up.
Which one in particular are you fearing, Tanner?
We.
There's rumors that you are the best at Wii, but there's also rumors that Tanner might win. Who do you think's got the dub there?
Oh, I think it's a coin toss, honestly.
Can you explain the nickname given you, Tanner One Trick Pony Wixie?
It means I run house on Mario Kart Wii.
What happens if you don't do well at Wii?
Embarrassment.
With that brings the end of game number 3, Mario Kart Super Circuit. Now it's time to move on to a title we've been waiting for. Game number 4 found us on the GameCube for a title we have a lot of experience on. With that being said, this is a game with no crowned best player. The victor really depends on the day. Once the boys each had their controller plugged in and I tuned my wireless GameCube controller, the Wavebird, to the correct channel, it was then time to compete in one of the most polished, unique, charming, chill, yet competitive Mario Kart games. For those who don't know, Double Dash gets its name from the game's primary new mechanic, double character racing. Here, instead of picking just one character, you have the option of swapping between two, of course with varying weights and different kart options, but also with new exclusive special items. Before we get into those, we first had to each frantically choose our two characters.
Dash.
Even with the new 2-character option, the stick to the same character rule still applied, which Hudson didn't realize.
Yeah, you're not Wario, you're Yoshi, bro.
Wait, I have to pick Yoshi?
Yeah, as one of yours, yes.
And Tanner apparently didn't care about. The reason behind the mad dash was because each of us knew which one of those special items we wanted access to. In Double Dash, there are 20 playable characters with 9 different special item options. The special items correspond with the similar characters and, in our opinion, vary in effectiveness. Since I already chose Bowser in the beginning, I was fortunate to have access to my favorite special item, the Big Bowser Shell. I then chose Donkey Kong as my partner, not only because I like heavies, but because of his giant banana, another favorite of mine. Each of those items are fun to use, but frustrating to play against. Let's just say the crowd was not a fan of this pairing.
Oh, you took Bowser and Donkey Kong, bro?
That's devious.
Slime City. Bowser, Donkey Kong.
Yeah, you for that one. That's some slime ass shit.
When it came to the other players, Rogan had access to the Fireballs with Luigi, a splitting explosive projectile, first seen in Super Mario Kart, and Golden Mushrooms because of his passenger being Toadette. Hudson had access to Yoshi Eggs with Yoshi, large projectile items that once they connect to a target, crack open to reveal 3 more items. He also had Bob-Bombs, standard projectile bombs, usable via his Wario choice. And Tanner, with his illegal Daisy selection, had access to Hearts, a protective force field item that also allows you to reclaim items being used against you. Also, triple red and triple green shells, possible because of his Paratroopa sidekick choice. The only other special item which we didn't have access to is the Chain Chomp, an item exclusive to Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. It works similar to the bullet item found in other games, but a little slower and more aggressive. There's other unique features to Double Dash, like double item boxes, the ability to item steal, which we never did, the ability for 2 players to man 1 car, which we didn't use because of the championship, of course, more new weird characters, and hell, the fact that this is the first title to not use sprites for the characters, with everyone now being fully 3D. And lastly, you need to know that this is again a title where bots aren't present in 4-player split screen, meaning only 4 positions are possible. With all that said, once Lucas quit dancing and once Tanner started his coping process, it was time to start the warm-up race, which took place on Mushroom Bridge, a map chosen for its easy nature. Well, at least that's what I thought.
Warm-up race.
Basic map. It's gonna be bonk to the bonk to the.
Bro, this ain't a bonking one.
Since we're very experienced with Double Dash's controls, the race was rather smooth. Despite that, Hudson did have a little trouble in the middle with a triple red shell sabotage. Near the end of the race, after a clean shortcut from me, the finish was looking to be a close one. The final positions came to the closest photo finish of the championship yet.
Oh, there's a frame, dude. I swear to God, it blipped second place for a microsecond.
It definitely did.
After that craziness, it was then time to select the Grand Prix Cup. We all knew the Special Cup was not happening because of its brutal maps, but when I offered the Star Cup as an option is when the crowd really became vocal.
Let's just do this.
Dude, are we sure? No, the second one.
Once Tanner quit obsessing over my furniture, and after Lucas stopped being so weird.
Lucas, at the end of each race, can you check to make sure that thing doesn't die, or hasn't died?
Yeah.
We then decided on the Mushroom Cup for the GP. Luigi Circuit was the first map up. Though sharing the name of a prior map, this is completely different, just to be clear. The race started off with us all being thankful that we're finally on a title with decent controls, especially with its super tight drift.
Having some good drifts feels so refreshing.
I'm not used to it now. I'm used to the awful ones.
This first race was a sweaty one. Everyone was so honed in that there wasn't much talking at all. Everyone kept close for most of the race, especially into the crazy final lap. Hudson and I were both starred up. With that star, Rogan was hit by Hudson.
Oh no!
Soon after, Tanner throws a blue shell that not only hits Hudson, but me a little as well.
No!
Which I was not pleased about.
You son of a bitch! You bitch! You sent me back, you mother...
Amidst my rage, I pull out one of those big boy Bowser shells, but nothing comes of it. When it was time to cross the finish line, an even crazier photo finish occurred.
That's game for me.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I was first and I was
Oh my god, yes.
Let's go, Tanner.
That was so
That was one of the closest races we've had across all games. That was
What the
that
f***?
that was
Last second, I
sick.
shot down 2 places. Bro, the nipple's coming out.
What?
The nipples coming
Nipple with the milk.
As you can see, in a matter of milliseconds, I go from first to third, with Tanner snagging the first, Rogan second, and Hudson, the only one not in the three-way blink and miss it finish, of course ended fourth, and wasn't happy about it, and tried to foreshadow my future.
Who got 4th?
I did.
You guys like
Jeffrey's about to choke and go for it every match. Every match. Watch. Jeffrey's gonna go for it every match.
My club I said earlier is gonna age well after that one, bro. If I'm not first, I won't be last. Know that.
It was then time for race number 2 on Peach Beach, a pretty simple map that isn't too hard besides there being another hard to dodge bird present, the Cataquacks, aka, come on, the meme makes itself there, the Catacucks, who are a major pain in the ass. Early in the race, Tanner pulled off his classic double or nothing move right off the bat.
No.
After Rogan took a clean shortcut, he nearly fell victim to the Catacucks as well, but pulled off a dirty duck dodge on it.
Yeah, that was really.
Later on, Hudson became the first to be hit by one of my notorious big shells.
Why, Jeffrey?
Because I said so.
And then we lose an item too.
I call the shots. How do
He
you
is
know
by
it's me?
far the
Because you're the only one with the shells, bruh.
Yeah, you're right.
Then shortly after, pulls a Tanner with the double bird beatdown.
The bird hit me twice.
And they get ready.
Me too, though. Those things were savage.
You f***ing bonking bitch.
Shortly after we both recovered, Hudson and I had an encounter similar to a few games ago.
That's game!
As the race was coming to an end, I attempted to make a comeback while in fourth, but everyone was so spread out, with the final positions being Tanner first, Hudson second, Rogan third, and me in a depressing fourth. During my rant about the Catacuckolds, Hudson dropped this flop of a joke.
Bird things, whatever the f*** they're called.
Tanner,
With some cheeps.
I still couldn't stop though. I had more to say, no matter how nonsensical it was.
These L's have not been legit.
Shut the f up, bro.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You're an idiot. What do you mean?
All I'm saying is I'm playing well, but I'm getting hit with items.
It was then time for race number 3, which took place on the crowd favorite Baby Park, a map infamous for being fast-paced with short, more than normal laps, with there being 7. Now, when we normally play, we raise the amount to the max of 9 laps, but before we started, for the championship, we changed the settings back to the default 3, not knowing it would also affect this map.
Lap 1 of 3.
You're red.
So with Baby Park being 3 laps instead of 7, the race was super fast and the crowd was pissed. The race clocked in at only 48 seconds, causing it to not be the most notable. The key with Baby Park is to cut your corners as slim as possible in order to win. This was the case for me, who worked their way up to first place going into the 3rd lap. This lead was maintained until Tanner came in with the slimy star stun.
Somebody needs to get me.
You bitch!
I'm hitting lock.
You f***ing bitch! You hit me with an item on the 3rd lap, you you son of a bitch! Dude!
Rogan first.
Yeah, isn't that usually 7 laps?
Clean first, and then the items in the... That's game for the f***ing championship!
Okay.
This major slowdown led to Rogan snagging the win instead. Tanner ended up with an extremely close behind second, then Hudson third, and me a DNF, which almost never happens on Double Dash.
It was only 3 that time instead of 7.
That was literally like probably like 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Should we run it again and compound the scores?
No.
That was way too short. I got third. For Jeffrey, yeah.
Yourself.
Let's just say with this many L's, I was fed up.
It just really comes down to slimy item usage. Baby Park. You can watch the footage. I'm first almost the entire time. Get hit with a star.
I got first on Baby Park, even though it's kind of a fluke because there's only 3 laps.
Who was the one who pulled out the star on lap 3 at Baby Park?
Who was the one who won on Baby Park?
Answer the first question.
I answered your question with a question. Only matters when you get first.
Any memorable moments from Double Dash, the 4 races?
Everybody being disappointed at how short that the third race was.
The 3-lap baby park, I don't know what that was. I've never seen that, so.
What is funky about that?
I thought it was 7 laps, but there was only 3. But Jeffrey got slimed, so that was great to see. Deservedly slimed.
I was gonna ask, undeservingly slammed, question mark?
No.
With that controversial course behind us, there was only one race left on Dry Desert, a relatively easy map with some obstacles, but overall not too difficult. At this point, I felt like I had nothing to lose. It had been forever since I got a position above third. I was becoming quite irritable, especially with not knowing how to do the boost every race.
What's the boost? Tapping? That boost is a lie, bro. Are you gonna lie to me about the boost again? What is it again? Tell me again.
You just hit A when it.
I was supposed to start
Oh.
today.
Liars.
When getting into the race, notable moments started occurring right away. When midway through the first lap, Hudson, for a second time in the championship, when attempting to red shell me, pulled off a seemingly impossible move.
Red shell just hit me.
That was crazy.
I see a red shell. I
Dude, that was a great
back and hit me.
That was a crazy clip.
That was my own shell, bro.
After that, I don't know if the game felt bad for me, but my item luck was perfect from there on out. I obtained a star at the crucial time near the sand sinkhole, allowing me to grab the lead, and then again in the same spot on the next lap, further solidifying the lead. While I was up there cruising solo, the others were busy focusing on Rogan's ridiculous sounding character.
He's dragging.
Oh my god.
Sounds like a f***ing goat, bruh.
I then shortly after successfully pulled off a rarely achieved Bowser Shell collateral.
Let's go! That was nice.
After that small victory, I did eventually lose the lead, but not for long after I nailed Tanner with another one of those Bowser Shells,
Dude, I'm cringing out at the giant shells.
nailed Rogan with a red shell, and Hudson, well, he had other problems. With the finish coming up and my lead still holding strong, I finally found myself with a first place. The first one I received since the beginning of the championship.
Alright, about time!
After I finished, Rogan and Tanner looked to be following me up until Hudson, now back on the ground, flies by them with a triple mushroom, snagging an impressive second, leaving Rogan with third and Tanner in familiar territory with a fourth. When the cup was completed, Rogue broke his long-standing silence with a little salty remark aimed my way.
Is that Jeffrey's first place?
Yeah. Is this the first finger you received tonight? No.
Now it's time to check back on the scoreboard. Here are all the scores for Mario Kart Double Dash. As you can see, the positions have not changed, with Hudson remaining first, Rogan second, Tanner third, and me still fourth. When totaling up the points just for Double Dash, I'm very sad to admit I did receive the fewest amount.
If I'm not first, I won't be last. Know that.
Even still, everyone is still close to one another with roughly 10 points separating the positions. With this being the most insane, debatably most controversial Grand Prix yet, the players were ready to enter my bathroom for the Right away, everyone was asked again about their performances. Hudson this time was a bit out of character and kept it strangely calm.
I did okay. I had like 2 seconds, I think a third and a fourth. So not great, but you know, it could have been worse. I didn't do as great on Double Dash as I would have liked to. Probably one of my favorites, honestly. I really like having the 2 different characters and like the special items that you get and stuff. I just think it's like one of the more unique ones.
Then immediately reverted back to his old ways.
Well, I'm still gonna win, obviously, because you suck ass, Jeffrey.
Rogan was, as always, non-confrontational.
I thought it was pretty good. I didn't get last, which is always good. Yeah, about what I expected.
So I tried to get it out of him.
It appears you're getting a little cocky as we're gone through a couple games. Is this because of your terrible performance early in the tournament?
I don't think I did that bad early in the tournament.
Tanner was again surprisingly confident.
Describe how you did on Mario Kart Double Dash.
We killed it.
What were your rankings?
First, second, fourth.
What happened in the 4th race? I wouldn't say killed it.
Slime. Typical slime. Finally, a game with mechanics that actually make sense and some solid drifting, so that was refreshing. Looking forward to the games, that were produced in this century.
For me, I needed a minute on my salty soapbox.
I think if you look at the footage, I maintained first for a good portion of most maps. I did pull a first on the 4th, the one before that, Cheap Cheap Beach, more item slime, and yeah, I think I got robbed of my wins there. I'm not happy with where I'm at. I haven't done the math, and I don't think anyone really knows, but I'm assuming I'm close to the bottom with Tanner.
With this being undoubtedly the most exciting series of races yet, the 2 observers spoke praise of the game as well.
Double Dash is by far my favorite game to watch when it comes to Mario Kart.
Is it the speed? Is it the different maps? Is it the
It's the
unique items?
slime and the items.
Adds good conflict?
Right. There's a lot of trash talk.
But yeah, I mean, games are super close, it's exciting. Definitely the best experience I've been watching so far. I think the footage shows that, and we haven't had races that tight yet. I mean, we haven't gotten like the heavy hitter titles that much yet.
Julian then admitted to some questionable behind-the-scenes dealings.
It appears that Tanner's on the upward swing and Hudson's on the downward. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I mean, I put a lot of money on Tanner, so it's good to see.
And Lucas, it was just a matter of time until he sucked off you-know-who.
Hudson hasn't had like a lot, like he swept 64, but he's been like mad consistent. Like, I don't think he's had a placing below 5.
Special items and their moral ambiguity was another topic of discussion.
Would you describe the big Bowser shell as item slime?
No, I think it requires a lot of skill because there's a lot of risk involved with that. A lot of times you get hit with that shell, but when you hit it, you can knock out several, as I did. What are your thoughts on the special items in Double Dash?
Definitely some f***ing slime. Daisy's item, which is what I play, sucks. It's just a heart that protects you from items. And then, we got the broken Bowser who gets to throw a shell that's the size of the track.
Did you get hit with this said shell?
Yes.
When asked about specific moments during the 4 races, the players' memories were a bit foggy.
Yeah, on Cheap Cheap Beach when I passed you multiple times, and then I think I hit you with an item or something. I think I hit you with a star maybe on the last lap. I had a star and I hit you, and I f***ed you. I don't know. Well, that was the one you did bad in, right?
Didn't do great on the...
I don't know. You, that's my answer. That's my answer. You whenever I hit you with an item.
Let me tell you about race 2. Lap 1. Trevor gives me the red shell. He says, that's why they call you Tanner L. Taker. And what happened at the end? Everyone remembers. First place.
Can you ever remember what the insult was? Because I don't recall that was the nickname given.
Well, either way it was incorrect, as I cleaned up house.
How would you describe a 4th place other than an L? Lost for words?
Lost for a chance for, a comeback.
You've been on the comeback though.
Damn right I have.
Because you can only go up with your score.
Instead of Hudson receiving the normal slander,
He seems to be better at the older titles, so the weird games.
my name was thrown around quite a few times instead.
Jeffrey is the trash talk king, and he can't back it up ever.
Did he used to back it up?
No, never.
It just seemed like every race at the end, Jeff thought he was on something, and then just, you see him spinning out Donkey Kong and Bowser, like, eating bananas on the side of the road.
Well, who won?
And everyone's zoom, 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 passing.
Who won the 4th game?
I don't know, Rogue, Hudson, maybe me.
Again, the group was asked about their feelings on the upcoming games.
I mean, I'm interested to see what the arcade ones look like. I've never seen them before, and it sounds pretty interesting. DS, I haven't played in a while, but hopefully I can bring back some of the skill I had in that game. I'm more so looking forward to the next 6 games because I've had the most practice with those.
I think this is when Jeffrey finally gets up in the leaderboards a little bit. I mean, I know nothing about these games, so.
Do you say that from the perspective of rooting for him?
No.
The next game is Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix. How much experience have you had with this game?
I'm the one who set up the emulator, so I guess technically I have the most experience, but the game is super simplistic with only about 3 buttons, and I purposely didn't practice it, unlike a lot of other players on other games, but I'm not too worried about it. I think everyone's gonna get firsts, and it's gonna come down to mere seconds on the time.
And then lastly, Lucas gave his strangely accurate thoughts on the players' rough standings.
It's tough. I was looking at it for a second out there while I was getting it down. I don't know, it seems tight. I'd probably put him and Rogue in the top half and you Tanner in the bottom half. But like, we're talking about like 10 points between you guys, I think.
With that brings us to the end of game number 4 on Mario Kart Double Dash. Now it is time for the players to race within the championship's first arcade title. Before we carry on with the mainline, boys, it's instead time to take a look at one of the weirder titles in the series. A game many don't even know exists. A game none of us have ever played, and a game that's so complicated to explain, let alone even play. Let alone with 4 players. Welcome to the Mario Kart game that brought us to our knees. If not already obvious, Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix is not your standard home console release. When organizing this championship, I knew we had to include the 3 oddball arcade titles, but I don't own any of the machines and I don't have easy access to 4 of them, especially not 4 for each game. So after I gave it some thought, here's how we accomplished 4 players competing on a Mario Kart Arcade cabinet title. First off, emulation was the answer to our problem. We went with the popular Dolphin emulator paired with Xbox controllers. Supposedly you can link 4 emulators together for co-op play, but that requires godlike coding skills that I don't have. The way we got around that problem was we chose 1 cup to each individually complete a Grand Prix on, then compared times for each of the 4 races. Once all 4 races completed their GP, we would base the positions off the shortest time for each race. On every race there's a number in the corner counting down the time, but we used the more accurate timer below it. When the race finished, the final time was only visible for a few frames. To solve that, Lucas actually had an idea we used this time.
Or when it's getting to the end of the thing, I can take a video on my phone and then stop the frame and write it down.
That video slow-mo strategy worked for the most part, but later when I meticulously went frame by frame, I discovered a couple were off, but fixed them and adjusted the scores. If not already obvious, this timing method led to there being only 4 positions possible, just to be clear. And another thing to note is 150 cc's had to be unlocked here, so we just played the default speed. We also had 1 warm-up race each, so when you add that together, that's 20 races we had to get through, which took a fat minute, as you'll see. During the GPs, we did use our classic characters, but on the warm-up races, we all played different cups with occasional different characters in order to experience more of the game's never-before-seen content. When it came time to choose the GP cup we'd all play, I was in charge of picking it.
Do the one to the right.
Dude, the master?
Yes, trust me, we want some sort of variety in the gameplay. The bots to be good. They're like super easy on the other ones.
I thought this selection would provide us a fun challenge, but as you will see, that decision ended up backfiring hard. How this game's GP Cups, aka stages, work is weird. You first select one of the 6 stages, and within are 4 races, like your normal Grand Prix, but here all the courses are called rounds and all follow a theme, meaning they all basically look the same. Also, the first and third laps had identical layouts and identical lap counts, same things with maps 2 and 4. There are slight differences as you go through the stage, notably with Kamek, the Magic Koopa, spawning in more and more of what we called chicken nuggets.
Dude, those chicken nuggets.
But besides that minor detail, all the races were essentially the same, which when repeated 20 times got old fast. Also present in this game is a post-Grand Prix challenge against a boss, which looks cool, but we didn't do that. There's other things you need to know about this game, like how in order to keep the race hectic, like a typical arcade game, the bots have the most egregious rubber banding you'll ever see. The AI also scaled to whatever character was selected, meaning depending on which character you play, the bots would vary in speed and aggressiveness. Also, their constant rubber band repositioning led to them disappearing all the time. Probably the craziest feature of the game is the items, all 93 of them. 72 of them are completely new, and they range from really cool to really overpowered to really weird. In order to keep it fair and easy, we just chose the first 3 available, including the suspect needle bomb,
Bro, I wanna that thing that's in his hand right now.
the booze, and the crowd favorite bonking basin, which the group had a hard time remembering the name of.
Washing bowl, dude. With a dinner pan. What the thing with this goddamn frying pan? He's got a pie pan.
That's a basin.
Washing board?
It's a basin. It's a dish that holds water. It's a basin.
Frying pan's in the middle?
It's a basin.
There's so many other weird aspects about Arcade GP worth mentioning, but I don't have time to cover everything, so here's some on-screen gameplay elements that stuck out to us. Also, I can't go without mentioning the actual weirdest quality, the devs' placeholder images found in the game files, which include, get this, a picture of the 2004 Beslan massacre terrorist attack. Let that soak in. Anyway, with that out of the way, time for the first set of races, starting with Hudson. For the warm-up race, Hudson selected the Pac-Man Cup's Round 1 course, using his classic Yoshi. Right away, Hudson got a taste of the tricky drifting present in the game. Because of our emulator choice, the drift isn't as easy without the intended pedals. He eventually got the hang of it, informed us on the strat, snagged a first, and then prepped for his Grand Prix. Race 1 had Hudson picking up the feel of the game pretty quickly. He really made it look easy, with a casual first place off the bat. For this race, Lucas tried out his slow-mo camera technique, discovered it worked, wrote down the time he saw, and continued that strategy for every other race. Race 2 started, and right away was the moment that we first discovered the identical map element of Arcade GP.
Bro, this is like the same.
Why is it the same map?
Did I actually choose the same one?
No, I definitely watched you. There's no way.
Wait, is this the same one?
Yeah.
Maybe the Bowser Cup is the same thing. Oh, it's only 3 laps. What the fuck?
No, it's different.
Oh, it's different. Okay, yeah.
The race carried on the same as last until the end, which was a close one.
Let's go. I'll take it.
Even with another first, Hudson already had his opinion on the game.
Yeah, if they're all Bowser variations, it's gonna piss me off.
It's kind of
definitely
ass. Like, this is definitely not good.
At this point is when we discovered that not only are the maps similar looking, but their designs also repeat.
Dude, it is.
It's like the first one. It's like the first one.
It's the same shape.
Race 3 had the group not pleased with, again, another identical map.
Yeah, the same exact start.
Literally, yeah, what the is this? It's so weird.
Cool, this is the least interested I've been in anything.
During the race, I mentioned the possibility of potentially playing as the weird exclusive characters instead of our normals, but again, Rogan got on my ass about the rule.
Tanner, you're playing as Peach? Oh, you should probably play as like Miss Pac-Man. Yeah, but you gotta play the exclusive.
Bruh, but okay, so.
We won't play the exclusives.
After that, and a few basin bonks later, the finish ended with another close first for Hudson.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Going into the fourth race, once we finally fully understood the same map, same route bullshit,
It's like the same one as the second.
it was time for Hudson to finish his Grand Prix. Hudson again reminded us that he still wasn't a fan.
I'm so tired of playing this one.
I feel like it. Well, prepare to watch it 12 more times.
The race wasn't too eventful besides us laughing at Donkey Kong's deadpan face and Lucas getting a little feisty when asked about the scorekeeping.
Dude, oh, I'm sorry. Am I the person that's not doing anything right now? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hudson finished up by securing a respectable second place. With his times on the board, it was time to switch players. Next up was Tanner, who got started on his warm-up race right away on Wario Cup's Round 1 course, playing as Miss Pac-Man. While familiarizing himself with the game, he managed to pull off a pretty clean green shell snipe, and then a clean first place. After that though, he did start a bit of a dispute over the items.
I know, bro. I'm not saying it like that. Damn, bro, you're angry.
Then continued his anger onto Lucas when he refused to reveal Hudson's race 1 time.
What was Hudson's first time?
Dude, Hudson's first time was. We'll chill on that one.
No, let me know.
Yeah. Should I tell him?
Yeah, just let him know.
2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Once he eventually discovered the time to beat and switched to Peach, he started his first race. In the beginning, Julian made an interesting observation.
That was Omega Horny. Oh yeah, and it was like an echo.
Tanner then dealt with a few of GP's weird items, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting a first. Race 2 started with some even more Hudson hate.
I don't like this one.
You don't like this game?
Nah.
Oh, this course.
Yeah, I mean both.
When midway through, Tanner found himself victim to GP's super over-the-top Thundercloud item. When the finish was coming up, it was looking to be another first, until some last-minute passing led to a second, which Tanner was fine with. All he cared about was the hopefully fast time. This was until we all discovered the worst aspect of Mario Kart Arcade GP.
Wait, you can't go to the next one. You didn't win.
Wait, really? Is that how it works?
Dude,
Did you win?
my ass.
This is gonna be funny, Jeff. We're gonna be here all night.
You heard it right. In order to carry on through the stage, a first place was required. As if the game wasn't taking long enough already, this first place requirement was an additional layer of time consumption. The rule from there on out was the time only counts for the first try, and the other tries are just to move on. We of course didn't know of this feature prior because Hudson's first 3 races were firsts, with the 4th race not mattering because your GP is done at that point. So Tanner picked the controller back up and went into race 2's second attempt.
That's all over later.
Which looked good until this happened.
Hold together, Tanner. Let's go. Oh, let's see. I don't know.
You gotta be kidding me.
There was then talk of handing it over to Hudson to complete it,
Give it to Hudson.
This is the worst one.
but Tanner instead jumped back in for a 3rd attempt. Now that we were technically 9 races into the Bowser Cup, the crowd started aiming their frustration at me.
This is the Master Cup, though.
Yeah, explain to me why we chose this one.
After dealing with another crazy cloud, Tanner finally pulled a first, but barely.
Let's go.
Oreo is eating your ass.
Before he started the next race up, I gave him some advice.
Yeah, this one is 229.
225.
Yeah.
229 and a first place. Really, Jeffrey.
Jeff, do you think that's like a helpful thing to say right now? Is that what that was?
Race 3 wasn't the most notable, with Tanner performing well and snagging the first needed to move on. After the race, I made a valid observation about Tanner's extra tries, but received some backlash for it.
Damn, there's some unfairness going on with the extra tries, but I mean, what are you gonna do?
It's kind of true. That is kind of true. The extra tries that were because of your lack of knowledge about the game that you set up.
Yeah, that's true also, yeah.
All that was left was race number 4, which was more relaxed with the positions not mattering, only the time. During the final lap, Tanner was informed on Hudson's previous time and he knew he'd be close to it. When sliding into 2nd place, he was happy to discover his time was a little over a second shorter. With those 6 Bowser races completed, his times were marked down and compared to Hudson's. As you can see, so far Hudson had the first 2 races and Tanner the last 2. It was then my turn to tackle the arduous arcade title. Before I started my warm-up, I threw a statement out there regarding the first place required rule.
I have a hard time getting past these next stages.
Bro, watch I keep getting caught up.
At the time, I had no idea how poorly that statement would age. My warm-up took place on DK Cup's Round 1 course, with my character selection being Blinky from Pac-Man. Immediately, the crowd was not on my side based on my so-so start to the race.
It's safe to say Jeffrey's taking 4th.
Yeah, it's safe to say he's gonna have to give his controller to the bigger brother and get him to get past the line.
I'm gonna attempt no drip to see how possible it is.
You're gonna attempt no drip? Accomplished.
After the barrage of insults and a few bass and bonks later, I finished the 7th lap with a clean first, then switched to Bowser and got ready for the GP. Race 1 of the Grand Prix immediately introduced us to some of the even crazier items present in the game, such as the cream pie alongside the candlestick as we called it. Those combined with not so great driving had me in the middle of the pack. When asked to predict my time, I made it clear first place was the only thing on my mind. As lap 4 came to a close, I found myself with a second, which we all know meant you gotta run her back. When I started my second try, the crowd was again on my ass.
I don't know why you guys are rooting against me, bro.
I'm not rooting against you. I'm telling you to get a grip because I want you to get a grip so I can go home.
It's us versus the game, honestly.
Hey, you're like, let's do the master cut.
My item using skills were even in question.
What the f was that?
You didn't let it lock fully, bro. It's like trying to shoot down a UAV in Black Ops 2 without getting the blue circle. It's just not gonna happen.
I then dealt with more candles and more pies.
You're in a BDSM situation right now. You're getting shocked and done.
With my game looking like another fail, the Hudson tap-in was mentioned again.
Jeff, help us. Big and Big Brother Hudson.
That wasn't needed though, because I pulled off the most hype finish of the championship yet.
The first one. God. The first one. That pop up for the first one. This is so...
Race 2 was a rough one. It started with more blame thrown my way.
Jeffrey was like, what cut? I was like, what cut should I pick? And Jeffrey was like, oh, the Bowser one, the master one. The hardest in the game.
With my again sloppy driving combined with a brutal drift shank,
You bitch, that's game!
my second place retry required was inevitable.
Oh, the times, bro. I'm trying to get first place.
The retry wasn't much better. The crowd was still salty.
We gotta do it again for fun, and we gotta watch. Don't be talking. I need 100% focus.
And even though I still found myself in second.
You bitch! You get back here, you blinking bitch! No! You blinking! I hate this game. I hate it. I gotta do it again!
Run it back.
Before it jumped back in, me and Tanner realized how easy Hudson made it look. And you know, while on the topic, Lucas had to chime in.
Hudson made this shit look like a walk in the park.
I know.
Zero mess-ups.
I know.
And he said good time.
I said he has good fundamentals, didn't I? Yeah.
Try 3 had the crowd more vocal than ever.
You always hit the fence too whenever you're about to pass the finish line.
Yeah, you also could generally just be like driving tighter. Yeah, that one. This one!
It's not only that one, but hold on. I think it's this one. Jeffrey sucks at it.
Yeah. Everybody backseat game's super hard. That's a tough couple of turns, I'll give it to you. I mean, maybe not on my 8th time, it wouldn't be, but some people are just different.
I then fell victim to another weird item.
I agree.
What the hell?
Then failed to properly use my items.
Don't waste.
I know, you little bitch.
Well, last time you just keep whipping it like, dude, like that.
All leading to a third second place.
You bitch! This game is so hard. It's so hard.
You big master mode. Yeah, master. Do that one.
Next time we know not to. I pray for Rogue. I hope he gets this quick.
Wait, I'm praying for you right now. This is race 2 still, right? Yes. I was looking at my paper like I forgot to write something down.
You remember earlier when Jeffrey was like, no, all the races in this are like really easy. We should do the master.
Dude, that proves to you that I didn't practice this shit.
That's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Jeff, I can hear the narration. So this next one is Mario Kart GP. Massive L. Choose it. Whatever.
As you can guess, the 4th try had the crowd furious.
It's not live!
Angry much?
A little.
Yes.
Jeff, you're on race 95, dude. Yeah. Move on.
Watch it!
Okay. Jeff.
No!
Again, they mentioned the helping hand Hudson idea.
We need Big Brother to do it.
I hate this game.
Dude, get Hudson on the sticks.
Part of me wants to, but part of me...
But part of us needs to.
Long story short, ended with another second. At this point, it was time to swallow my pride and hand it over to Hudson to finish it off. With Hudson back in the controller, I was just trying to help him out with the menus.
Participation trophies here.
True.
Hudson, bro.
I already hit A like 8 times. What do you want from me?
One button shank in this game.
Oh my god, you're so dumb, bro. You
Oh
can't.
wait, one button shank. You're shaking every button on the controller.
How many button shanks
right?
is that?
As always, the crowd was fuming.
Jeff, we better talk about this in an interview.
You know I'm roasting you.
No matter what question you ask, I'm diverting it right to
You're
there.
getting flagged for delay of game.
When midway through the race, the crowd finally started understanding the earlier point I made.
Maybe it's because they chose Bowser over here. I'm not good, but there might be some.
I think Bowser might be a factor, to be honest.
With Hudson's admittedly higher skill and some lucky turns, we finally got the first place we needed.
Yes. Bro, I didn't get the time, but.
Do you feel any difference with Bowser, or do you think it's all the same?
Shut up. Nah, I didn't really feel that different.
Race 3 saw me back in control. Right away, I repeated that. First place was the only thing I was aiming for.
I could get a less of a
As you could expect by now, the race didn't go well. I again found myself with a second. At this point in the championship, we were exhausted.
Bro, Super Mario Kart feels like 1,000 years ago.
Do it again. Yeah, it feels like that was like a century ago, dude.
Instead of Hudson helping again, I went in for another try. After some more weird items and more complaining from Hudson,
I'm so tired of seeing the same map.
when nearing the finish, Hudson then gave me the worst advice possible.
Jeffrey, please don't. Just drift. Drift.
What the Hudson, what's with this preemptive drift shit, bro? What do you mean?
How's that my fault, bro?
Drift! I almost fell off the map, dumbass. Take the shirt and beat it.
Again? You were on.
If it wasn't sad enough that Hudson was back, the crowd was just showering him with compliments.
Listen.
This is dirty,
That
bro.
was nasty.
This is so dirty.
Though racing clean, he repeated his classic premature final lap reaction.
No, I messed up.
But when the actual finish came up, he pulled off the needed first. All that was left was race 4, the race where positions don't matter. Still though, going in, I was down on my luck.
I guess I'm trying to get third place on hopefully road. Well, you can't get much worse than I do, or you don't get first. That's the hard part, but whatever.
And I couldn't stop thinking about a comment Hudson made earlier regarding my gameplay.
I don't know, but you're setting a record-setting time for Wow, bro, I'm sorry. Just from what I'm seeing so far, bro, you don't have what it takes in the Mario Kart GPDX.
Those games spitting facts right now.
Hudson then, if we hadn't already heard it enough times, gave his thoughts on the game.
I like how they made this arcade game and they loaded the same map in like 4 times. They're like, yeah, that's like a
Unlike all my other races, I went off.
Nice. He's learned. He's
corners! He's learning.
Okay, so this is godly gameplay.
This is.
Yeah, this is about to be fucking.
This is crazy. Damn. 211.
Even with me not grabbing the first, my time was record-breaking. Spoiler alert, even Rogue didn't beat it. This not only somewhat proved my Bowser disadvantage theory, but also proved Hudson wrong. When comparing my scores to the other two, as you can see, the first 3 races were rough, with me being last on each, but like I said, that time on the 4th couldn't be beat. The only player left was Rogan, who at this point watched 5 Hudson races, 7 Tanner races, and 12 of my races. So you'd think he'd be a pro off the bat. That seemed to actually be the case when he started his warm-up lap on Mario Cup's Round 1 course with Pac-Man selected, where he seemed to pick it up fast. Like I said, with the crowd being exhausted, this unexpected first place challenge brought the championship's momentum to a screeching halt.
My perspective on like what's quick and what hasn't has completely altered from this. Yeah.
Rogue then finished his 6th lap with a first, and then switched to
Luigi.
and then prepped for the 4th and final GP. Race 1 started with, as you could expect,
I'm so tired of seeing this map. I'm so tired of seeing this map.
Rogan was then introduced to those damn candlesticks which every character loves to spam. Later, after ramping off of Blinky's bass and bonked body, he pulled off a relieving first place. Since that's the 4th race 1 completed, it's time to look at who placed where. As you can see, with Rogan's time being mere milliseconds quicker than mine, he snagged 3rd, with Hudson still 1st, Tanner still 2nd, and me a big old 4th. Race 2 had Rogan dealing with all the usual items. The zap happy clouds, the tricky time bombs.
You're gonna hit somebody with it before the timer runs out. Careful, I'm gonna be a big blast. I don't know what's gonna happen.
And although he activated, according to Lucas,
Beast mode status.
he did find himself with a 2nd, but the time counted nonetheless. With that time on the board, you can see for race 2, everyone was 1 second away from each other, with Rogan snagging 3rd again, Hudson still 1st, and Tanner still 2nd. And me, well, another 4th. Rogan then tried to make the same point I made with Tanner with the purposeful practice, but made no sense.
Jeffrey got 4th. Rogan got 3rd. Tanner got 2nd.
Jeffrey did have a lot of practice, to be fair.
Hudson held down his first 2.
To be fair, I got 4th.
Then Hudson chimed in on me again, just helping someone with the menus.
You guys make me nervous on that shit every time.
How? You're so dumb, Jeffrey.
So we're over the button.
It's like I don't know what the color yellow looks like, bro. Like I've never seen a
Hudson, your ass was hovering like 3 thumbs over the A button, bro. Like,
3 thumbs over the A button? What the f is that even mean? What is
With Rogan shanking the 1st place requirement, he started up another race to attempt, which went pretty smooth and resulted in a 1st. I then said what I thought would be a shared sentiment.
If they ever made this game on a console, it'd be pretty fun to play, but...
As race 3 began, Tanner threw an out of nowhere jab at me.
Jeff, don't forget about your placements during the interview.
Bitch, I'm not forgetting anything.
At this point, with our time on the title almost up, we were ready to wrap it up.
I've lost track which Bowser's map is which,
Yeah, it's all one map for me.
I just know the later the games, the more methods.
Rogue then thankfully pulled off a clean 1st with an impressive time. When compared to the boys, Rogan claimed the 1st place, followed by Tanner 2nd, Hudson 3rd, and me, well, you can read the board. When Tanner realized Rogan snagged his only 1st place chance, I had to remind him on something.
Oh no, that took away Tanner's first. L.
I have 4 seconds.
Well, that's why that's where the middle name comes from.
Finally, it was time for Arcade GP's final race, Rogan's race 4. Off the bat, I needed to rub in Tanner's face how he was going to be the only one without a 1st.
Tanner, so much trash talk in this game, you've got 0 dubs to your name.
He beat you, bro.
I'm rolling my eyes. Who would it take over controls for your mother pass? Like, I don't want to hear it. Who would have Daddy Hudson come in?
When watching Rogan perform pretty well, Hudson realized he didn't want him to succeed.
Honestly, kind of like Jeffrey thinks this one. Because I feel like Rogue's the bigger
Yeah, agree.
The politics come to play.
Then everyone realized that same fact and all began rooting against him.
Nugget Shank.
That's all I like to see. That's all I like to bruh, Shank City out here.
Hey,
Rogue's hometown, bro.
We need a bombshell.
Unless he pulls a sub.
Oh!
Pac-Man. That's been dropping stinky on
He
you.
doesn't pull a sub 40 lap.
Hit that nugget for me real quick.
Until Rogue had enough and delivered this low blow.
Riding the malls.
Actually true and based.
Soon after, he finished with a 2nd, which of course didn't matter on this race. When comparing his scores to the others, like I said, there was no beating mine, with me staying 1st, followed by Tanner 2nd, Hudson 3rd, and taking my place in 4th was Rogan. Now it's time to look at everyone's scores combined. Here are the results from Mario Kart Arcade GP. As you can see, Tanner consistently ended 2nd, I consistently ended 4th, besides my bonkers 4th race. Rogan did not so great, but a 1st, and Hudson with his 2 firsts further solidified his lead. At this point in the night, 1 a.m., after 20 previous races and a whopping 30 races just on this game that took alone nearly 2 hours, we decided instead of capping the day off at the 6th game, Mario Kart DS, we would instead call it a day right after we finished the Mario Kart Arcade GP's first question was about their thoughts on Arcade GP overall.
We finished the first arcade Mario Kart.
terrible game. Awfully made game. The drifting doesn't work. It's bad. All the items are trash. All the CPUs are trash. They just speed them up to match you. Like, they're not good. But the map is just the same map over and over again, 4 times in a row. What else do I need to really say, you know? Like,
I think it's got some charm, the weird arcade style animation and just the way it does things differently than the console games. The really simplistic maps, the near 100 items, the weird characters. I like that, but there's more to dislike.
I liked the weird characters and I disliked about everything else. It was hard to get used to. The drifts were weird. I don't know. Just didn't feel very natural.
A little bit technically challenging at sometimes to get everything together. Not as easy to score and the most involved and took the longest for sure. But it was a good mix up. I think it was like competitive in a different way.
It's just the map. There was no variety.
What are your thoughts on the AI, the items?
They scaled to your speed. Like Jeffrey was playing Bowser and they were going 20 seconds slower than, Tanner playing with Peach. So it obviously scales as complete slime. Pretty rigged.
The group then elaborated more specifically on the performances.
I think I did pretty good. I was kind of nervous going first because I was like, well, I don't know if I'm doing good or like bad, but having like the first 2 times was good because nobody was like used to the game yet. The last 2 people are like more used to it by then, so.
Is it true in Mario Kart GP you did not win a single race?
What?
Do you think this is a comeback after your extreme slump from the last couple games?
I'm not gonna answer that question. What the kind of a question is that, bro?
Well, basically, I love to see Jeffrey fail.
Would
It's
you
the light of my
deem
life.
his performance today a failure?
No, not yet, but I still have my hopes up.
Jeffrey sucks ass. Like, he's definitely, like, that guy, honestly. He's a piece of shit. Like, that dude is so annoying. What a toxic human being. But other than that, I think it was a pretty good day. I think everybody did really well, except for Jeffrey.
Yeah, well, 4 second place finishes, that's some solid consistency.
Interesting brag.
Solid
Not first
brag.
place?
Anyone that got first place, they also took 3rd and 4th. Speaking of 4th, Jeff took a lot of them, and you know what? I don't want to put the guy down too much, but someone had to beat a level for him just so we could keep playing the game. We don't have to talk about it too much. That's my man, Jeff. But yeah, next question.
While on the topic, Hudson brought up the first place teammate tap-in as well.
I feel like I can speak for almost, if not everyone. You start off so strong and then a couple really weak performances. And this seems like a breath of fresh air in this last one.
Yeah, like a weak performance where you have to have somebody else beat the level for you because you can't get a first place finish and continue the races, Like that kind of that kind of weak performance, or what?
But when the time's already established, or we're just trying to pass the game, it's more like we're all on one team against the game, correct?
Yeah, but then your time is also worse than mine, right?
Is it true that Jeffrey passed the controller to Hudson because Hudson was getting a little sleepy and wanted the day to wrap up?
Yeah, because you were taking way too long, bro. You were gonna get a first place, dude. You're over here in like 3rd, getting beat by the CPUs, dude. What do you want from me? All right, I had to step in.
Though the players were unaware of the official scores, they were asked to guess their rank.
No, I think if we do some simple math, we can see that I'm definitely in the 2nd or 3rd contention right now. Gunning down Hudson for 1st.
At the time, this idea seemed way off to me,
That's an unpopular take, but we'll move on.
so I got the others' thoughts on it.
It feels a little tone deaf, doesn't it?
It might, a little bit, but with the 4 second places on this most recent game, I think that's a lot more points than we're realizing at the moment. Like everybody else was pretty even, but 4 second places, that's nothing to complain about. If he was in 4th and talking like this,
Who do you think's in 4th?
Jeffrey.
And he believes he is 2nd and, quote, gunning for 1st.
I don't know. We don't know the numbers, or we'll figure it out later.
Then just stirred the pot a little with Lucas.
Rumor is that Tanner, since his low placement in the charts, has been blaming you for incorrect scorekeeping. What are your thoughts?
He's like Donald Trump in the last election, bro. It's not true. It's just not. Okay, we can keep it on political. Non-political answer. I'm completely false, baseless. My methods can be checked. Sign off the results by a magistrate, I don't care. I know my methods are true.
With day one coming to a close, the group was asked their thoughts on the day's races.
A little disappointed. I had some highlights here and there, but I've been playing very average, more on the negative side, honestly. But we've been playing the games where there's not that many players in the race. Maybe 4, maybe 8. So, you know, 4th place, not that big a deal.
I think it went well. I think a lot of the planning that was done kind of came to fruition. Things went pretty smooth. It's been less stressful than I thought it would be keeping score, although my methods have come into question a little bit, so that's okay. No, it's been good. Good games, good fun.
It's been pretty good. I mean, I think this is like the weaker half for me when it comes to Mario Kart. I have a lot less experience with this. Hopefully next time will be better.
Oh, my top one is definitely 64, bro. That one I just got first everyone. I think my second was probably that one, honestly.
I was pleasantly surprised with the Game Boy Mario Kart and Super Mario Kart. Yeah, really fun games. Had some bad performances. Did solid in Double Dash, which I was, feeling kind of shaky on.
Hudson is the only one that has 4 first places in one game, so I think that's very impressive, but he's kind of fallen off. I'm not gonna lie. Anyone can take it. I think Rogan can take it. I think Jeffrey can take it. He really tries. I think Tanner can take it.
Prior to the championship, I was disheartened to receive a video from an anonymous source showing allegedly Rogan on a GP machine. I then asked him about it and got a nervous answer.
There's been rumors that you've been practicing before the tournament, and there's been rumors of memorization of YouTube shortcut tutorials. How do you address those accusations?
I don't look anything up on YouTube, and I play these games for fun. Not these, but the next one.
Was fun had today?
No.
You're not happy with your
Oh,
scores?
I thought you were talking about practicing. No, I had fun today.
Tanner was also questioned on Rogan's overall dicey behavior.
Does it make you nervous when Rogan goes several races without saying anything?
It does. I'm thinking some sort of suicidal thoughts are brewing, making you nervous for the kid, He's trying to race.
Why are you so non-confrontational with all the questions relating to other players? Are you hiding something?
No, I'm just very focused. I'm trying to do good instead of trying to be the villain.
As the games get newer, more and more YouTube shortcuts exist. Do you think Rogan has them all memorized?
Yeah, he's got them in the favorites, watch later bookmark, every tab open, his computer's, about to start a fire. Unfortunately, that's one of the things I'm worried about for the Wii.
While on the topic of future titles, the players were then asked about their thoughts going into the next games.
This is when I get nervous because I'm not sure Tanner's experience on mobiles, and I got money on him, so we'll see.
Are you nervous for day 2?
No, not really. I mean, like Wii maybe a little bit. I think that the rest of that I'll do fine on.
What game are you most worried about for day 2?
Well, no one really has any experience with Mario Kart 7, so I don't really know what to expect with that. The Mario Kart GPs, we got GP2 and GPDX coming up. Oh, and 8. I'm strangely terrible at 8. Never can get the feel of that game down.
How do you plan on improving day 2?
Maybe a little less trash talk, maybe a little more focus on the gameplay. I gotta stay in the upper half for the next couple games. I'm just aiming to not be 3rd or 4th. I'm aiming for at least 2nd. 1st might be on my grips right now.
I don't know how the competition will be. I think people are more invested in the newer games. I think they spend more time on them. The shit talk might be up a little bit. We might see the kind of things come through there, but I'm excited for them. They're easier to score, so that's good for me. So
Probably 8. Not really worried about any of the other ones.
Excited, feel good about Wii, feel good about Mario Kart 8. A little nervous for DS, but I think I'll be able to hold on.
The final question was then asked, addressing the elephant in the room.
So Jeffrey, Tanner was quoted saying, "This is so embarrassing, this is going on Jeffrey's YouTube, and he will easily take 4th." Do you have any thoughts on that?
The thoughts on I'm gonna be 4th and this still making a video about it?
Right.
Honestly,
This is your production, this is your idea.
well, I want to make it clear that I'm one of the few people to honestly admit that I didn't practice behind the scenes. Second of all, I'm focusing on 9 methods of recording at all times, so lot on the brain during these games. Third of all, it'd look weird if I came in 1st place because I'm making a video, so kind of purposely not doing the best, so that I'll probably use as my excuse for not being 1st when I lose, inevitably. But I'm going in positive on day 2.
After the absolute roller coaster that was day 1 of the championship, we all went home, reflected on our wins and losses, and mentally prepared for the next games. Then, 9 days later, we reconvened to continue where we left off. Right away, some pre-game interviews were conducted. The first question asked was about everyone's thoughts on the first day's standings.
By surprise, you were first place. What are your thoughts?
What do you mean by surprise?
You knew you were going to get first? You surprisingly placed second place. Do you think that's where you belong?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy with second. The first day was definitely my weaker games, so hopefully we can come back and get first place today.
You placed third place on day one. What are your thoughts?
Kind of expecting it, you feel me?
You are in dead last. Any comments on that?
Phrasing dead last? Not that far behind. What do you attribute your success to?
Probably mostly just had 64 wins, honestly.
Hudson first place, Rogan second, Tanner third, Jeffrey fourth.
As I predicted, some people might say that my words have the most weight in this room. I don't think that would be too far of a stretch.
Do you think it turned out the way you thought?
Yeah, but I like that it's so close. I think there's so many games left, so anybody can take it.
But it is accurate, though. You would agree that you find yourself in the last position in terms of ranking and points earned.
Many have thrown accusations towards the number keeper, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
During the days in between filming, scores were added together for the first 5 games, and some numbers appeared to be off. The scores were of course fixed, but that didn't stop rumors spreading regarding Lucas and his questionable scorekeeping.
There's accusations you fudged the numbers. What are your thoughts?
Completely baseless. Looking over the footage, just not true. That's the big lie.
Many have been looking at Jeffrey's scoring and saying, no way he's in fourth. They're pointing fingers at you.
Well, those people should face the facts. Face the facts and the logic of the situation. It's not a distant fourth. It's a realistic fourth, and that's what was earned.
There's rumors that the scorekeeper fudged the numbers because Jeffrey in fourth place is preposterous. Do you believe the allegations?
I don't. I'll testify too.
The group was then asked their thoughts going into day 2.
What's your confidence level going into today?
Moderate to high.
I thought the first day I was gonna do well. Today, I don't know though. I think today might be another story.
Yeah, I'm aiming for around second. I'll let someone have the W because it look weird. Or if I win in my own video, so I'll let someone have the win. I have my pick for who I want, but all I gotta say, it's not Hudson. I'll say that. Are you gonna be a little more bombastic, Dave Jim?
No. I think Rogan, honestly, is probably the best at the games that we have lined up that we've played already. I don't know about, the arcade cabinet ones, because obviously, who knows who the playing those. But I think Rogan probably has the best chance of getting the most first places today.
While on the topic, the group was asked if they were looking forward to the 2 more potentially exhausting arcade titles.
I'm really not excited for those at all. They're just draining and very slow to get through.
GP2, probably not, because it's copy and paste of the first game.
It's gonna take a long time. Not too excited for it.
Like the GPs or whatever, the arcade cabinet ones, those just suck and I don't want to play them. So, not looking forward to that.
When discussing the soon approaching title on the Wii, thoughts were mixed.
What games are you thinking you're gonna perform the best on?
Mario Kart Wii.
I think Jeffrey's scared from Mario Kart Wii.
Mario Kart Wii, I'm gonna get in the ass on, I already know. I'm gonna get 12th place and it's gonna send me all the way down on the rankings.
Wii, very high chance that I'll place high, if not first. There's a toss-up in who is thought to be the winner on Wii. Some say Rogan, some say Tanner, some say Jeffrey. What are your thoughts?
Nobody says Jeffrey, but I will entertain the Rogan and Tanner debate. We seem to go back and forth.
With Tanner's nonstop overconfidence with the soon-to-come Mario Kart Wii, questions were then asked about his several nicknames.
Why do they call you Tanner One Trick Pony?
I'm not answering that.
Do you want to explain how many L's your middle name has?
No, I don't.
Could you spell it out for us?
Stop with these dumbass questions.
With the crowd not knowing how many titles we'd end up getting through day 2, they were asked their thoughts on all the future games.
Most excited for 7, 8, pretty much all the main series console games. I don't know, I think there's just a lot of ones too where I have no idea who's gonna win. Like Home Circuit and 8, and I don't know. It could be literally anybody.
3DS, no experience. Mario Kart 8, very dicey, probably my worst game. The iOS one, probably gonna not do so great. I don't know, some potential firsts and some potential lasts, honestly.
Thoughts were then shared regarding the next up title on the DS.
I've got a feeling about DS today.
I think I'll do pretty good. I haven't played it in quite a long time. I'd like to get the hang of it again and hopefully get first place.
DS, high chance of winning. Very experienced. I feel like with most games, very slept on with the skill level. I probably have some of the most hours logged in Mario Kart DS.
And you think those hours of experience are going to come through in the rankings today?
Oh yeah, I was good when I was a kid and I'm even better now.
Honestly, people might be sleeping on Jeffrey on this one.
That's what I like to hear. It's rare I get praise in this bathroom.
When asked a few more questions, out of nowhere, Tanner dropped this bomb.
There was a strict no practicing rule, and the guys don't know this, but I put in 63 hours since the last game, so I'm feeling good about that.
What the f? What games were you practicing?
DS, strictly.
How do you think you'll perform on that?
I have no idea, but considering I just spent 4 days grinding straight, no class, I'll be fine.
Do you think this goes against the rules? Do you think it should be dealt with? Potential docked points?
No, I think the trash talk is going to be better later because of it. So I'll act like I didn't hear that.
I've heard conflicting reports about this so-called out-of-bounds practice. I don't know, I'm an impartial official, so I want a clean series of races, and it's kind of concerning.
Tanner wasn't the only one, with Rogan as well addressing practice rumors.
There's accusations of you practicing on Mario Kart Switch. You want to address that?
Yeah, I went to my parents' house yesterday and we played a little bit of Mario Kart 8. I showed my parents how to play and it was fun. We were playing 100cc though, not 150, not technically practicing.
Well, that's bullshit, but...
Lastly, before we got started, the group was asked about just their thoughts on the other players.
Rogan's a piece of shit. You know what? I think Rogan can be cocky if he wants, and we'll see how that plays out for him. I'm sitting over here. I'm torch in the air, baby. I'm coming up. He's gonna be out of gas. I'm gonna cruise past him, bro.
Yeah, I think Tanner's a good player. Jeffrey is an anti-threat, so I'm not worried about him. But Tanner, yeah.
Do you fear Tanner as a person?
No.
It was then time to resume the championship with game number 6. With this being the second handheld title, it was time to set back up on the table and position the cameras above each player. This time, Lucas thought no lights would help visibility, but as per normal, we didn't stick with his idea. Instead of having me on a DS Lite like the others, I was off screen on my PC playing on a modded 3DS, which allows for original DS games to be played as well, purely in order to capture some gameplay. Similar to the GBA Super Circuit, in order to access all content and not all have to play as the same character, 4 cartridges were needed. So once we tracked down enough copies, we then competed in possibly the most notable series of races in the championship yet. Something unique about Mario Kart DS is how with each cartridge, the player name and info is stored on it. That meant we all had usernames while we raced, but not necessarily correct ones. Rogan went by Rogue, Hudson, and then Tanner as Julian.
Oh my god, I almost hit Julian with a bomb right there. I forgot his name is Julian in the game.
I'm undercover.
And me, well, call me NM14109. Mario Kart DS is a game loved by all of us, especially me, who thinks it might just be the tightest controls for any Mario Kart title, up there with Double Dash. Though we haven't played too much of this game with each other, we all own the game as kids, so everyone came in already quite experienced. There's just so much to love here. The new characters, with Dry Bones, Waluigi, and even Rob the NES robot. You also have maybe the craziest looking karts in the series that range in stats, with some being debatably overpowered. Knowing this, Lucas had another idea on how to address the problem.
So I think standardize as close as we can get to fair within the confines of these games, which are kind of dictated by random bullshit anyway. We should strive for that, and I think there's some cards in DS that fall outside of those lines. So I think standard card for everybody with their character is probably the way to go.
Another weird quality in this game related to the karts is depending on the vehicle chosen, your item luck will vary. This is the only title with that strange mechanic. When discussing items, you have to mention the 2 new ones present here, the Inking Blooper and the Godsend Bullet Bill. Also, the items have a spritey kind of charm to them.
PNG passes me.
Except for the fake item boxes here, which are the most realistic in the series.
The fake ones are so convincing in this game.
I know, I was just about to say that. I'm falling for him harder than ever.
Then there's my favorite aspect of the game, the second screen minimap, which shows a unique top-down view, including active items. That screen also has a constantly shifting list of player positions, which also shows who has what item. There's so many other features to love about this Mario Kart title, but the point is, great game, one we were very happy to play. Once cameras started rolling, the warm-up map was chosen. Tick-Tock Clock is where it took place, picked because of the group's love for it, except for Julian.
Do TikTok clock.
Yeah, do TikTok clock.
That is the worst.
Haven't played this one in a while.
I hate
No, it's
that,
been a
man.
minute.
Right away, I could tell that playing on the 3DS over a DS Lite was gonna put me at a disadvantage. This isn't me blaming it. It's definitely no Super Circuit situation, just saying with the 3DS's slightly different D-pad location, an asterisk needs to be put on my score. Again, just saying. Anyway, getting into the race, I was glad it was just the warm-up because I was not feeling my ride, that Rogan forced me to stick with.
This cart is ass, bro. Oh, I gotta go back. How do I go
This
back?
camera, do you not just press B?
Yeah, that's probably
I
better for
can't,
me,
it
if
won't
that's
let me
okay
go
for
back.
you.
Yeah, I can't go back.
Look,
I want this cart.
2
It's just gonna go and then go back, bro.
I can't.
Then, after Lucas offered another ignored idea,
Is there a way to easily customize the names? That would probably add some production value. Yeah, true.
Hudson then barely dodged Tanner's blue shell explosion.
Did you not get hit?
Which I followed up with this move.
Wait, you got blue shells hit?
Bitch.
Tanner then dropped this very acute statement.
God, I don't like that clock part. Or this whole bitch is a clock, never mind.
When nearing the finish, Hudson then said what we were all thinking with this DS not being as easy to hold on to as it was back in the day.
Dude, I can already feel the carpal tunnel setting in, bro.
I know.
I need the claw grip.
Everyone then finished the race with Rogan first, Hudson second, and me and Tanner with a close third and fourth.
Stretch your wrists out so you don't get carpal tunnel.
Dude, literally.
Okay, that's the warm-up. Yeah.
Do some spider push-ups or something.
When picking the GP, the Flower Cup was selected for its inclusion of even more iconic maps. Desert Hills was the first map up, a solid course that's essentially the spiritual successor to the previously played Dry Desert, complete with pokies and this time fireballs added as an additional hazard. After Hudson complained more about the carpal tunnel controls,
Trying to like hold an item while you're driving is so hard. Like my fingers are like.
I went on a bit of a rant myself regarding my item box shanking.
I cannot get a f***ing item, you mofo. Stop taking all the f***ing items. I haven't got an item in like a lap and a half.
Oh.
Then it was time for Hudson to drop his first of many bombs on Tanner.
Dude, the bomb.
The final lap was a bit crazy. Once I finally hit an item box, I was blessed with a triple red shell, which I successfully used against Hudson. Then Tanner, who was currently in 7th, attempts a ballsy shortcut, hoping to receive a good item, but is instead given a boo, which grabs him this.
A banana.
in
Thanks.
7th.
Rogan ended with the first, Hudson eventually caught back up and passed me for 2nd, I ended 3rd, and Tanner impressively worked his way up to 4th.
I knew Rogan was gonna do good at this one, bro.
To Hudson second.
Where's my heart rate?
I know, I'm like sweating right now.
Jeff third.
Alright, everybody do some push-ups.
Yeah, give me a.
Yeah, facts.
After that race, Tanner got on me again for bringing up the 3DS disadvantage.
Bro, I'm
Lose the
debating whether to
stats.
commit to this
Yeah.
or this is jank.
You don't have to do it on 3DS, bro.
I guess you could do that. You'll know exactly what I'm saying with this D-pad when you switch. Yeah.
Stop using it then, bro.
Just use the circle thing.
I'm unfamiliar with it, bro.
Race 2 took place on the crowd favorite Delfino Square. Right away, Hudson was a tad salty with my heavy Bowser bonking body.
Oh my god, you, Bowser.
I'm a big guy, baby.
That's a big head, baby.
Soon after, Rogan attempted his classic drive and drop.
Nice try, game. That was some slime shit.
Then immediately following that was one of the craziest item interactions yet. Tanner, who was currently in 3rd, attempted to red shell me, who was currently in 2nd, where I was trying to red shell Rogue. But this time his drive and drop tactic worked, causing me to spin out before I released the shell. Tanner was first to release his red shell, shortly followed by mine. But his shell ended up skipping me for Rogue, and mine ended up skipping Rogue for Tanner, which all ended up leading to Hudson passing all of us. Then, after Rogue shoved a green down my throat,
You're a bitch!
when nearing the same bridge spot on the next lap, another weird exchange happened, with me attempting to red shell Hudson, but after Rogan decided to barrel stuff him as well with a green, the shell switched paths to Rogan instead.
Ooh, someone shot.
No, f you, Rogan. Oh, I didn't realize you got a. Oh, you're about to get red shelled though.
How did that hit Rogan, not you, bro?
Because I got hit by Rogans, I
Alright.
think.
Then, when nearing the same fountain I first bumped Hudson at, my character choice paid off again.
Jeffrey, custom havoc.
Let's go!
Okay, Jeffrey, f you for that
Heavy
one.
perks.
Shortly after, Hudson dropped bomb number 2 on a salty Tanner.
Sorry, Hudson.
You slimy ass.
Hudson, how many times are you gonna hit me with a bomb? It's been every game.
Sorry.
When nearing the finish, Rogue tried to slime me again, but
Woo! Rogue, I bought Matrix dodge that joint. That's the third time Rogue's tried to slime you with an item.
with Rogan and I having 3 bananas each, we littered the track with them before the finish, which ended with Rogue first, me second, Hudson in a slippery third, and Tanner fourth, only because Mario slipped on our bananas as well.
You shit Mario and die.
Thank God.
Mario was
pretty
Choke
close.
City at the
This
end
is
there.
so close.
With that being one of the most tense races yet, we were feeling the burn.
The
This
end
is
there.
so close.
Some of the sweatiest I've been on.
You fourth or fifth?
I know, my heart is
Almost
racing.
so close. Day 2's got that extra
I need tubes right
weight
now.
to it.
Yeah, shit's getting real.
The next race in the cup was Waluigi Pinball, yet again another banger of a track.
This is the best map.
This is
I know, this is my
This is
favorite
the best
map.
one in this.
Oh, dude, little frame drop. Little lag.
There's always like weird lag when you put DS1.
Everybody turn on Bluetooth on your phone to see interference.
Is that real?
Airplane mode.
I don't think so.
Though a great map, getting through the final portion in the pinball arena is the definition of pure luck required, and let's just say I wasn't so lucky.
Jesus Christ! You hit that? It's a f***ing 10-minute cutscene.
With Tanner currently in first place, he had a blue shell coming his way, but was conveniently near the teleporter causing this to happen.
Let's go!
I was unsure if anything would like
Yeah,
happen.
I love how it just flew away.
Again, when discussing the course, Tanner had an interesting observation.
The pinballs make it so real.
I know, they
need to
add a
off.
whole nother level of stress.
Of immersion.
I feel like I'm really playing ping pong.
Soon after that strange take, somehow, even though he had 3 bananas, he got hit with a red shell, which almost never happens. Back several positions was me, struggling with the controls, and according to Lucas,
Jeff is tasting rails right now.
Oh my god, dude, my gameplay went. No!
when checking back on Rogan, he apparently forgot how the second screen worked.
Dude, Rogue has a f***ing mushroom right now.
Screen peeking.
It says on the bottom.
I again was battling the rails.
Oh my god, this gameplay is dog shit. Holy shit, I'm playing terribly.
When nearing the finish, if DS didn't already produce enough crazy moments, Tanner, who was in first place, entered the pinball arena, just to be hit by a pinball, allowing Hudson to pass. But that ended up being in Tanner's favor, because a blue shell that was aimed at Tanner then switched targets to the new first place.
Tanner, if you get pushed. Oh! No, I hit a thing.
Oh, what do I hear? What do I
Oh
hear?
my god, I was. No! No! Oh my god, and I'm about to get. No, Luigi, why you hit me with a red shell?
That crazy finish ended with Tanner first, Rogan second, Hudson third, leaving me the only one left, and I wanted that fourth.
Actually, that's better than Hudson, I guess.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, I was playing for my.
I needed that.
You
got fourth! Jeff got fourth! I thought he was gonna do
I was
something.
getting GP flashbacks from Jeff. He was just eating rails over and over.
The only map left was Shroom Ridge, an underrated course that is a good deal of fun. In the beginning, I decided to implement a stupid idea I had earlier.
Let me crank the volume on this thing to throw you guys off.
It's gonna be. I need to reel it in. Jeff, cool it.
The race started with me and Tanner agreeing that the moving cubes aren't worth the risk.
Dude, those look like fakes.
I know, I'm not touching them, bro.
The first lap ended with Tanner, Rogue, and I incredibly close. Hudson was in the back, still struggling with his hands.
Luigi.
The carpet's almost open.
Then, while we were just discussing our love for the map, Rogue pulled off this slime move.
This might be the best map. These turns are insane.
I know, this is one of my favorites.
That was.
That's a classic road. Barrel stuff you with an item.
Then he immediately continues his annoying antics with this blue shell shit show.
You're a bitch, Rogue, you're a bitch! I knew Rogue was on some slideshow, something slowing down.
The end of lap 2 had me on the furthest edge of the course, which gave me a good vantage point to watch Rogue crash and burn. Hudson then attempted bomb drop number 3 on Tanner, but this happened.
Sorry, Tanner. No, that didn't hit you.
Dude, I swear he saves them for me.
During most of lap 3, I had a solid lead, until the end where I was distracted by Rogue, who shortcutted his way past me, enough to where this happened.
Rogan, you son of a slimy cunt! I swear. No! No!
I was flabbergasted, befuddled to the point where I couldn't recall what happened mere seconds prior.
Dude, I got hit with a f***ing shell backwards, or a banana, and then I dropped my bomb that I had, and I killed myself with the f***ing bomb. You want to explain the last couple seconds of the fourth match?
Yeah, you choked and hit a bus, and then blew yourself up with a bomb, and then I passed you.
Don't think I hit a bus.
A semi-truck maybe, a Mack truck, I don't know. Maybe it's like a Subaru, I have no idea, dude. But I saw that you were on your ass, okay?
You were doing a lot of screaming back there. What was that about?
Like I said, item cuckery, especially on the fourth. I got hit with my own item, like that's a game glitch, if you ask me.
With that race over with, it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart DS. As you can see, everyone did so-so except for Rogan, who snagged 3 firsts out of the 4 races, which led to him being now only 3 points behind Hudson. Then Tanner, with his 19 points below Rogue, remains in 3rd, and me, with my embarrassing 27 points below him, is stuck in a fat 4th. After the group shared love for the title and hate for one another, it was time to mosey on down the hallway to discuss what just happened. Everyone was first asked their thoughts on the performances.
As we just finished Mario Kart DS, the trend continues where you're doing worse and worse.
I don't even want to hear what you have to say, Jeffrey, honestly. I'm tired of your shit, Jeffrey. You. No, I did a lot worse in DS than I thought I was gonna. I thought I would do like, okay, but those games were pretty close though. A couple of them I was in first for like a decent amount of time, and then I just got kind of hit at the end with blue shells, so I don't know, I'm not that disappointed with it, you know. I did okay. I didn't have any fourths, I think, so I'll take that.
Not great. 2 early L's.
What were your places?
4th, 2nd, 1st.
With Rogan increasingly doing better and you increasingly doing worse, do you think that's going to destroy this close gap you guys had?
Yeah, it's bad.
Started off okay. I think the trend with a lot of these games is very good driving, near flawless at times, but the items, the RNG just f***ed my ass time and time again. But pretty mediocre overall. I don't want to point fingers at the equipment again, but when it comes to recording, I got to take some L's in terms of controls. That's all I'm going to say.
How so?
Playing on a 3DS on an older game, hard.
Oh, good. Yeah, 3 firsts and a second. Pretty happy with that.
Mario Kart DS compared to the other games. You like it, dislike it?
I like it a lot. I think I just want to keep playing after we finish.
Even with the poor scores, you liked it?
Yeah, I was heating up towards the end. Just had to get a feel for it, you know.
Do you consider anything other than 4th heating up?
What?
On the last race, Mario Kart DS, you decided to turn your volume up. What was the thought process there?
Diversionary tactic. Audio attack. I'm thinking you hear me drift, you hear me use items, it might throw you off, might get me a couple places. Didn't really work, but the thought was there. It was not on accident. Were you surprised at anyone's performance?
Maybe the lack of for some players, but
You want to elaborate on that?
no.
With Rogan performing well yet again, his name was mentioned several times.
Rogan went from not doing so well to kind of on the come up right now.
I know, dude. Rogue, that's why I said earlier, Rogue's like the biggest threat for this second half. Because I know he's gonna do well at Wii, and he already just like destroyed on DS. But I don't know about the other ones. We'll see. But those are gonna be like big leads for him, I think.
What's with the Rogan dick sucking? Is there something going on behind the scenes?
It just tastes good, bro. Like, what do you want from me, dude?
We saw yet another success of Rogan's. Do you think this trend will continue?
I wouldn't be surprised, but some surprising things have happened, so I don't know. It's still tight, just did some quick math and not a lot separating the players at this point.
Rogan's been keeping the commentary to a minimum out on the playing field. Do you think there's something going on behind the scenes?
I just think that Mario Kart being, the title that it is, takes a lot out of you, and maybe some other players have some notes to take on less shit talk and more focusing on your own game, and maybe go show the results. I don't know.
A lot of ambiguous claims again thrown around. You want to put some names?
I'm an unbiased spectator. I have nothing to say about anybody, except for Jeffrey.
Rogue went from silent gamer with mediocre gameplay to kind of on the rise. Do you think this trend will continue? During most games, you keep it pretty quiet out there. Are you plotting something in the background?
No, I'm just focusing.
Do you have any vendettas against players? Because they've got some not so kind words for you.
No, not really.
Not gonna name names, but there's a guy who used to be good and now he's not so good. He says you're the most underwhelming player.
Underwhelming? How?
He says you think because you have a couple good games that you're gonna do well, but the trend will continue. This is his words, not mine.
Who would that player be?
Hudson Brown.
With Rogan's first place takeover inevitable, Hudson and his soon-to-come dethroning was asked about as well.
Elaborate on Hudson's alleged targeting.
There's no elaboration. He's coming after me with these bombs. He holds them, waits until he gets in front of me, because he knows that when it comes time for the Wii, he's gonna be in the dust.
It's strange Hudson's targeting you because he's on record saying you're not a threat. Do you think that was a lie? He's actually afraid?
That's exactly what it is.
Hudson has proven again and again that his heyday is over. It's almost depressing to a point. Do you think this trend of continual last places will continue?
Maybe for a little bit, but I've seen Hudson get out of slumps before, so I think once Mario Kart 8 hits, it's gonna be first.
Hudson is mad that his glory days are over and that if the game was pre-2000, he's not any good at it. Do you think as the games get newer, he's gonna continue to get worse?
Hudson is good at 8, and I think that he'll do pretty good on that one. I'm not sure about the other ones though. No hard feelings, no vendettas.
Is Hudson even a threat anymore? He seemed to do pretty well, but it's been pretty rough the last couple of games.
Hudson's winning right now.
With GP2 up next, the players were asked their thoughts.
I think it'll go quicker than the first one now that we understand it, but it's a near copy and paste of the first game, so I'm not too excited to be honest. Next game is Mario Kart GP2. From a spectator's perspective, are you excited?
No, but I don't know. They get kind of exciting with the time trials. Maybe I shouldn't say I'm not excited. I was pleasantly surprised at how entertaining it was once we got down to, people going within 1 second of each other in the lap times. Plus, this is being GP2, if it plays the same as last one. Maybe the competition will be tighter. People have experience with GP now.
Mario Kart GP2 is up next. Are you excited?
No.
Do you think you stand a chance of getting some firsts?
Maybe. I don't know. These games are the worst. The GP ones are just so bad.
Before we wrapped up, Julian started going at everyone's throats.
You alongside Lucas are a spectator during this tournament. Have you seen any fishy number tampering with?
Yeah, he was fumbling around on his calculator for too long right before this interview session, so I'm not sure if there's a problem or there could be some collusion.
We're about to enter into Mario Kart GP2, and on the first one, in order to determine first, second, third, fourth, we had Lucas record on his phone. Did anyone ever see those recordings?
Nope, I haven't seen them. Have you seen them?
No. Do you think there's potential issues going purely off of Lucas's word for this entire tournament?
Yes. Can't trust the guy.
You're on record saying you've got money on Tanner winning the tournament.
A lot of money.
He's on record saying, for a camera person, you're pretty garbage. What do you have to say to that? He says you're not getting his angles right.
He's not getting his Mario Kart right, isn't he third?
A lot of people are rooting for Jeffrey in the next couple games. Are you one of them?
Is that a joke? Yes, I'm rooting for Jeffrey in the next map and no further.
And Rogue, he just went too far.
Who do you hate in real life unrelated to Mario Kart?
Jeffrey David Poland Beshik.
With DS completed, it was time to get back on the couch for the championship's second arcade slugfest. Up next was a title not one person was looking forward to. With this being another game exclusive to arcade cabinets that I do not own, it was time to pull the Dolphin emulator back up and complete hopefully no more than 20 races. To quickly catch you back up on how we integrated these arcade games into the championship, we each played an emulated Grand Prix on the same cup, then compared times for each of the 4 races, then rewarded positions according to the shortest times. And before each Grand Prix, each player had a warm-up race on a different course with a different character as well. So when added together, that's where the 20 races comes from. The reason I say hopefully no more than that is because on the previous arcade game, GP1, that number was greatly exceeded. The reason behind the unknown number of race attempts is because not only do we want a good time, but again, similar to GP1, a first place is required to move on to the next race. As seen previously, that ends up being the real challenge with these games. Also know that with that first place rule, the 4th race's position doesn't matter, only the time. With that out of the way, you might be wondering how this game differs from its predecessor. The answer is not much. The game is nearly identical in so many ways, except for the addition of 2 new cups, Waluigi and Yoshi, the addition of some new items, all equally as weird as the previous ones, the addition of 1 new oddball character, that being Mamechi from the Tamagotchi series.
Oh my god, you can play as a Tamagotchi?
But by far the biggest addition to this arcade GP is the announcer. The entire time while playing, I'm talking the whole time, the announcer is narrating what's happening on screen at a rapid pace, and boy is it annoying. In case you don't believe me, here's a few of our favorite quotes.
Luigi, fast! Too fast!
It's just inserting all these pre-recorded clips.
Luigi, tires are now squared! Luigi!
It's literally everything. It's necessary. I don't know what's going on.
Shoots, boo, bullseye!
Shoots, boo, bullseye.
Boo is hanging on the handle, making the wheel heavy.
Did you hear what it said? Boo is on the back, making the wheels heavy. Boo is on the handles, making the wheels heavy.
Wario is hit by the needle bomb.
Mario is hit by the needle bomb.
Bowser is looking to make a move.
What?
Bowser, I can't believe the moves this card has made.
Did you hear what that means? I can't believe the moves this cart has made. I can't believe the cart has made. Could you phrase that more clunky?
Bowser misses! Peach, hot and exciting. What a crazy race!
Crazy race!
If you're wondering who this announcer is, just start up any race and it'll immediately be clear.
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
No hate on the guy, he's just doing a job, but you can't help but agree that it's pretty goofy. Other than that, the only other things you need to know is Lucas still had to do that phone strategy for the times because they again disappeared quickly. The map layouts again repeat for every other race. This time we didn't choose the items, instead they shuffled randomly, and this time we reversed the player order from the last GP in order to equal out any potential advantages. And lastly, this time we were able to play at the 150cc speed. And also, basins are back, baby, and Hudson still can't get the damn name right. With all that said, it's time to start up the long series of races, beginning with GP1's last player, Rogan.
First up is the silent but deadly Rogan Pransky with the first Yoshi Cup Grand Prix.
For the warm-up race, Rogan unknowingly selected the same map he warmed up on the previous GP, Mario Cup's Round 1 course, using Pac-Man in a pretty dope kart. Right away, we were all shocked by how much faster 150cc's felt compared to the default speed on the first game.
That's so fast! Holy shit!
After a few laps, the group was already getting tired of the announcer.
No, that's why everyone hates this game.
When at the end of his 9th lap, Rogan finished with a 4th, which of course doesn't matter on the warm-up, but we still took it as a sign of this game's potential increased difficulty.
Do you have to get first?
Probably.
Oh my god.
When it came time to choose the Grand Prix, of course the Bowser Cup wasn't even considered. Instead, we wanted to do the easiest GP exclusive stage, so we chose the Yoshi Cup. This was so we could focus more on the time trial element and less on competing against the bots for first. Rogan then switched to Luigi, but before the first race commenced, we got a taste of some of the crazier karts in the game.
Wait, that's hard as the train.
Whoa, the big train?
That's
When getting into the race, we realized right away how this map's layout was extremely simple, with it essentially being a straight line.
Dude, we need to. This is so many like straights, just 2 turns on this. It's gonna be so boring for like no opportunities to change. And it's such a big map.
But I kind of like that though. It's You're gonna have to really.
Yeah, I'm sure you like that, bro.
I'm not that good at this game.
Rogue then finished up race 1 with a clean first, way ahead of all the bots. Race 2 started with us realizing the map repetition from the first game was also present here. Even though there's technically 2 course variations in the cup, they're basically the same. Before hitting the gas, we were hit with the first of many introductions.
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
He shouted himself out?
Getting into the race, we were introduced to maybe the creepiest Mario Kart item, the mask.
That is horrifying. Take the shot.
With this map also having a simple layout, Rogan had his theory on what will most likely dictate the positions.
Is this just going to be based like on RNG and items?
Welcome to this
Shortly after, Rogue was hit by another strange item, the big and small tire.
Wait, it's kind of hard with the small one.
Then later got his hands on this goofy looking item.
It's a monster with a
Rogue then pulled off another needed first place.
Luigi, outstanding run.
They're like, okay, we need you to say Luigi, and he's like, Luigi! That's good. That's all. Yeah.
Race 3 had us less focused on the race and more focused on the map's strange signage.
Castle of cake.
Castle cake on top.
That'd be ass everywhere.
What characters in Mario would have that?
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
If you're into that, Mario?
Mario's probably the thickest I've ever met.
When into the race, Lucas appeared to have forgotten the inclusion of the Pac-Man characters.
Is that Knuckles? Oh no, it's
Later in the race, the realization hit me that the most anticipated game was up next.
I'm excited to be just on a normal controller, no emulators, everyone full hammers. I guess I was going to GameCube. That's getting better.
When cruising second, Rogan fell victim to the second variant of the menacing masks. Shortly after we brushed off that disturbing disruption, Rogan snagged yet again another first place. We then had a discussion regarding the different map, same layout element of the game.
That might be the exact same course as the first one.
I think it was.
Because Roman's time was 0.3 of a second off. From
It
the
definitely,
first
no,
one.
it was. Look at
They're the same. These ones are the same too.
Bro, why?
I think it's just harder bots, probably.
It was the same way on Bowser.
Different lap amounts.
That's dumb.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because the times were the same, Jeff.
Before Rogan jumped into the final race, I gave another take on the cake debate.
Peach could be kind of thick. We don't really know on other dress.
That
Race 4 started with a salty Lucas.
I just get tired of doing phone shit. It's fine.
We got a lot more to do.
Yeah, you're right. Wow, what are you doing right now? Do you want to do it?
Then, when nearing the end of the first lap, Rogan was hit with another typical GP item.
You got the cat ears! You're a certified bitch!
Then, on lap 2, Rogan ended his clean driving streak with this brutal wall shank.
Whoa!
Yikes on that one.
Which eventually led to him just barely missing the first place. With his times on the board, it was time to switch players.
Next up is Jeffrey Shaky on the Sticks, Holman Beshik with the second Yoshi Cup Grand Prix.
With it now being my turn, I started my warm-up on the other GP2 exclusive stage, the Waluigi Cup, on the round 1 course, using the exclusive Mamechi, who has maybe the wildest kart design in the series. During the race, not only were we laughing at the incredible speed again, but also at the funny noises my character was making.
My audio is really good.
And if the GP games didn't hit us with enough weird items already, I was then hit with the saggy gummy. Yeah, that's its real name. After some pretty clean driving, I wrapped up the race with a first, and then prepped for the Grand Prix. When switching to Bowser, we were shocked to see him have a special label.
For advanced players.
Okay.
Oh, damn, wow.
Dude, what? What does that mean? Me, bro. Deadpan Donkey Kong. Me, I guess.
Race 1 was nothing special besides when I was hit with some rapid-fire items, including the previously seen Monster Mouth, officially named the Interrupting Frame. With this being the 5th Yoshi race, we discovered how a typical race plays out.
They let you have the lead in the last 2 laps. In the first 2, they harassed
The second and last lap, they just don't throw.
Yeah, they let you have the lead.
So I'm gonna keep you coming back to the machine.
Knowing that difficulty cycle made all the other races pretty relaxed. With the finish coming up, I snagged an easy first place. When starting race number 2, we were hit with a little reminder.
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
So weird.
It is really bizarre. What other game just announces the announcer's name?
Maybe he's that clout, we don't know. Maybe it's the equivalent of it being like commentated by Drake. We just don't know.
While cruising along on yet again another boring Yoshi map, we started to theorize if the colored strips on the road altered your speed or not.
Let's see what slows down a bit. The first close trip doesn't, but I think the second does.
The race went smooth overall with almost no item interactions. Before finishing with another first, the announcer exaggerated my very slight mess up.
Bowser crashes into the wall.
Crashes? I don't know about crashes. More like skims.
Yeah, that one.
Race 3 started with our boy Justin setting the record straight.
This broadcast is brought to you by
Every race. He signed a contract. He's like, yeah, I'll take a quarter of the pay, so let me say my name every time. He put this on his resume. You already know that's actually you.
Like the first 10 seconds.
The race went as usual until that creepy ass mask made another appearance.
That's menacing. That's scary. I know, yeah. It's like the all-powerful item that can like kill your family in anime or something.
That face right there is straight out.
The race was looking to be another first until out of nowhere Pac-Man nails me with another mask, causing me to end second. With that second, we all knew another try was needed, but then this happened.
They only had a lead for like 2.5 laps and then one item last second. We want you to cut some tokens in. Oh, that's stupid as f***.
God. Did you do all the races again?
Just that one.
I think just that one, yeah.
It says yes on this card. Yes.
Is that a good time though? 209.033.
Why am I back here?
Oh no.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Wait, you got a what?
It just sent them back to this, so yeah, free.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm legitimately not down.
Wait a second. No, clear.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Oh my god.
Even though we were sent back to the beginning, luckily our progress was still saved. After that near catastrophe, I started up another attempt. Right away, Donkey Kong pulled off this weird maneuver.
Donkey Kong went straight into the wall.
Shortly after, Lucas mentioned the helping hand Hudson idea that was used on the previous GP,
Oh, we don't need Big Brother Hudson.
but I had it under control. Following that was another unused Lucas idea,
I wonder if you can emulate it at 2 times speed. That would be so hard to play. It's already pretty quick.
another rabbit ear,
Oh my god. That item is
and another one of those cursed masks, which Tanner finally debunked its connection to Mario Kart.
It's another junior site.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Race 3 ended with the needed first, which had the crowd relieved.
This is going faster. I appreciate the pace this GP is going.
Yeah, the last one was so long.
The first cup was definitely the move.
There was only one race to go, on the Yoshi Round 4 course. The race wasn't too notable, besides a few weird bot behaviors.
I feel him back there. Where the Tamagotchi go?
With this being my 5th Yoshi race, it was a walk in the park, with me ending first again, even though it wasn't necessary.
This is going almost too smooth.
Did you by chance charge my...
When comparing my times to Rogan, as you can see, 2 first for him and 2 for me, which ain't too shabby. Now, on to the next player.
Next up is Tanner, One Trick Pony Wixie, aka Tanner L. Wixie, with the 3rd Yoshi Cup Grand Prix.
Next up was Tanner, who as well unintentionally chose the same warm-up course as GP1, with it being on Wario Cup's Round 1 course. Again with Miss Pac-Man, who this time had this crazy cart, which might just top Mamechi's for wildest design.
Bro, that's an ugly card.
No, that's fire.
No, that looks like shit.
Dude, that's sick.
Ugly.
That's a beat, right? Is that some Statue of Liberty torches? How is that even food? That's so unrelated.
When a bit into the race, the announcer dropped this gem on us.
Ms. Pac-Man has dropped the sticky oil.
Is it oil?
It's supposed to be slick. Yeah, it's not supposed to be sticky.
Rumor has it, Miss Pac-Man took that from her coochie and is dropping it on the racetrack.
Tanner was then hit with another GP over-the-top Cloud variant, which when compared to the Clouds we're familiar with, is hilarious. The race concluded with Tanner taking third, but he had his reasons why.
Because I had no grip on my cart.
No, that was
When switching to Peach, Tanner this time was liking his vehicle.
Ooh, she got the dribble wheel.
Before he began, he was hoping his Grand Prix would be as smooth as mine.
Unless I pull Jeff and don't get hit.
Yanni! I guess that's a compliment to me. Sorry.
When a bit into the race, again, I was hit with the reality that Mario Kart Wii, the most anticipated title, was just around the corner.
Bro, I gotta get the mental state for Wii. That's like T minus 15 to 20 minutes until the corner.
That's gonna be weird going from this to that.
going for that one.
I found out
different.
As Tanner continued through the laps, we realized that the kart that he likes so much might be a bit slower than the previous ones we've seen. Tanner then finished up the race with the needed first place. When starting the race, the announcer threw a little shade Tanner's way.
Peach, uncareful start.
That's like pretty passive.
While performing well, Tanner started a little argument with me regarding whether these times were more influenced by items or by minute driving differences.
But I kind of like the idea of a super clean map, so it comes down to only driving, only drift. I guess.
Yeah, it's always items. The map has nothing to do with driving. If anything, a harder map is going to be better for better drivers.
Are you saying to play the map that doesn't matter with the driving?
No, Jeff. I'm saying harder maps will reward better drivers. If there's no items.
I guess you could say that. I don't know, there's a lot of factors.
After Tanner finished with another first, I was feeling myself after it was revealed my times were still holding out.
Round's gonna be like 1, 1, 1.
Race 3 had us again, questioning why the announcer's name is said before each race.
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
How many jobs do you think this guy got just based off announcing his name?
None, zero.
People go to the arcade and they're like, let me write that down. He was a great announcer. Let me hire him.
Instead of focusing on Tanner's racing, we were discussing the game plan for the highly anticipated upcoming title on the Wii.
Bro, I was thinking, what cup do we do for Wii?
Oh my god. I don't know. It's a hard one, volcano.
No. I'm gonna do one of moderate. Not the easiest one, not the hardest.
Lap 3 had us again debating the color strip conundrum, even though we honestly had no clue.
Dude, does the outside color slow you down or not?
A second strip slows you down, the first one doesn't.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
The second strip does?
I'm pretty damn sure. I don't know. I think.
That can be cut in these corners.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the second one slows you down.
The end had Tanner with again another first, but all he cared about was the time, which wasn't too hot.
Could be second or third. Probably third.
I like that.
But it's by like a quarter of a second.
Yeah, most likely last.
9792 third. By 0.7.
I think that you got a character, dude.
Dude, I know. I'm not even doing anything bad.
Those for advanced players characters, bro. Shows Donkey Kong.
Oh, Jeff, you make a dumbass rule.
Race 4 started off with Tanner, for a fifth time, failing to do the boost.
How do you get the boost? Wait, so how do you get the boost, Rogan? Tell me now.
That's the normal. In between 2 and 1.
Must have been 2.
Peach.
Bruh. Dude, the boost is not. It doesn't exist.
This race had us outermost bored. Again, we still were on about those damn colored strips.
I don't know if that trip's slowing down.
I don't think it does.
Test it.
It doesn't slow you down, you guys are just so mad.
While Tanner was performing alright, I started spitballing new nickname ideas.
Banksy. That's what I call him, Tanner Banksy.
When finishing the race, Tanner hopped his way into a dicey fourth. When asking about the time, Lucas dropped another bomb on him.
That's not a third.
Oh, no. Dude, this sucks.
Yeah, these suck.
That's getting brought up in the
I'm not going to the next interview.
When comparing his time to Rogan's, he grabbed mostly thirds, with 1 second snagged from Rogan. My scores remain the same, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Now it's time for the final player.
And final is Hudson, past his prime Brown, with the fourth and final Yoshi Cup Grand Prix.
Before Hudson started his warm-up, Tanner needed to rant.
Rogan in first, Jeffrey in second, Tanner in third.
Can we play a real game?
Do we actually race each other?
From here on out,
Yeah, second and fourth.
It's up to you. Bro, you need to drink about 16 Modelo's before you
it
play.
hurts taking an L in this game because it feels so out of your control.
You're Especially with this dumbass map. Like, it's all about your cart. There's no turns to hit. God, that was wild.
When selecting the map, Hudson followed the trend and unintentionally chose the same warm-up race he chose for GP1, which took place again on Pac-Man Cup's Round 1 course, this time playing as Blinky with this sick-looking whip. At this point in the game, we finally decided the two most important factors for a good time.
It all comes down to Hudson's cart and how aggressive his bots are.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
With us being on this game for now over an hour, the conversations got weird.
My nipples have never been an issue in my 22 years of life. For the past month of my life, I'm like...
I then decided to chime in one more time on the character thick pick.
Blinky can be kind of thick. You don't know what's going on with that pick.
Nothing. It's a ghost.
Whoa.
Don't treat me like the crazy one. You're trying to argue that ghosts had ass.
Whoever died could have been thick and that's just draping over them.
I think we have different ideas of the mechanics of ghosts.
Hudson then wrapped up the race with a third, leaving me as the only player to get the warm-up first. When selecting the Yoshi Cup, the crowd was building hype around Hudson's performance because of him doing the best on the first GP.
Lethal Brown time.
Lethal Brown.
He's been able to study 4 racers worth of footage.
I've seen Hudson.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, he's taking notes and like, he has a spreadsheet on his iPad.
I've played this game for 300 hours before.
Hudson's been like mental math.
Right before the race began, Julian cracked.
This is such a waste of time.
Getting all this footage, like, it's so long compared to the other ones.
Here we
It's
are.
boring.
We're doing okay.
No, we're not. We haven't even completed 2.
This is the longest one by far. 3 and 7 are gonna be fast.
GX is going to be just as long as
Yeah,
this.
but we have another one of these.
Lap 1 had Hudson dealing with another one of those overstimulating, interrupting frames. It didn't affect too much because he pulled through with a clean first. Lucas then announced times and Tanner again wasn't happy.
Second place.
Who's in first, brother? Damn, we're going to clean lap. Tanner, I assume fourth? Yeah, it has to be. Tanner, fourth kills.
I know.
The leaderboard.
Man, I wish we could actually race.
Yeah, still it would be the same thing.
Well, would it?
The bot RNG would be different, but the cart would still be slow.
It'll be using items against each other and stuff.
And just seeing you in front of me fuels me, Jeff. Like, I get put in a new mode, but I'm
Seeing
racing
you in
against
front of
fucking
me,
Blinky.
that's right. You got that right. You see me.
What?
Here we are.
I never see you, but you see me.
When looking at everyone's race 1 times, as you can see, Hudson passed me for second, leaving Rogan with first, and Tanner, as you heard, with a fourth. Race 2 had us immediately back on the Mario Kart Wii argument.
We got Wii to go.
You suck at Wii, Jeff. Dude, you know who?
You're in for a surprise, bitch.
Dude, 2 bots podiumed over you last time we played. Do you want to talk about that?
What is this, bro? Black
Do you want to talk about that or no? It's cool if you don't want to, I get it.
Where's the
I took a picture of it.
I never seen it.
And then you get mad when people take pictures.
One of you guys want to play.
After that simmered, we were again hit with our favorite announcer line.
Boo is hanging on the handle, making the wheel heavy.
I thought you were playing King Boo on
Saying that, keeping it
getting ghosted.
At this point, we stopped caring about the player and just started goofing off.
We are giving Hudson 0 respect during this final round.
I'm drifting like a goat over here. Like a throat goat.
When the race finished with Hudson snagging first, Lucas did his typical positions announcement, but got confused.
You got second, you got second.
This.
Oh, fuck no, you got third.
Well, I got fourth?
Yeah.
Bitch ass.
No! Rogan got fourth. You got first.
Whoa, let's go!
Let's go! From fourth to first,
We needed them.
That's good, bro.
Get your numbers straight.
Sloppy numbers.
One of you guys want to do this? Or am I mistaken?
Dude, I'm racing.
Oh, right now?
Dude, you're on payroll for this.
Yeah, I'm on.
Like what?
You heard it right. When comparing the times to the others, I remained first, followed by Tanner second, Hudson third, and Rogue bringing up the rear in fourth. Race 3 started with even weirder conversations.
I don't have a sumo sitting the cake in 7.
There was one.
I had to nair my dad's back, and I think I was a changed man. Yeah.
Later on lap 3, Hudson fell victim to the seizure-inducing interrupting frame once again. The race concluded with the needed first, but all had us wondering who placed where.
What's the time to be? What's the time to be?
You don't have it, bro. What is it?
2:10, you're fourth. How? I feel like I was doing good.
Bro, you hit that item so hard.
Yeah.
Am I walking away with 2 first on GP2?
Dude, I know it's rare for you. You might get it.
Are you all fourths or do you have a third?
When looking at all the times, like you heard, Hudson's in last, with Rogan remaining the victor, followed by me in second and Tanner in third, but only by milliseconds. Now that we are on the final race, a race where I'm currently first, I had some advice for Hudson.
Slot this one up for me, because I got first here.
While finishing up the first lap, again, the announcer Justin was a little offensive.
Yoshi is slowly closing in.
With the game being one of my better performances, Lucas shared how he thought this would impact rankings.
I think this game has been good for the scores and like tightening things up a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, it gives me some dubs when I've taken some.
Get back on it, bro. I got money on you.
I'm over on it.
In the middle of the race, out of nowhere, Tanner decided to rehash the 3DS joystick argument.
I'm nervous with that little thing. Yeah, but I feel like I should on that one. It's optimized for it.
With me wanting to keep my second first, I was rooting for Hudson's downfall.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. The squares. Such a funny item. Let's go. Let's go.
This is some straight up bullshit, right?
You, bro.
This is some straight up bullshit.
Let's hit him with one more before we finish.
When finishing with another first place, Lucas dropped this surprising news on us.
That was a good time. Was it? First.
I needed
What
that
was
bad.
that?
I needed that bad.
Take the L, set the L.
223,605. I do. Who was it?
When compared to the other players, Hudson of course overtook my first, pushing me to second, followed by Rogan third and Tanner in another fourth. Now it's time to look at all the scores. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart Arcade GP2. As you can see, with the 2 first snagged by Rogan, he is now in a perfect tie with Hudson, making it the first tie since the beginning of the championship. Another notable achievement is, this was the first game I received the most points on, even with Rogue's 2 firsts. Other than that, Tanner didn't do so great, but remains in third, with him still being 16 points ahead of me. With those 21 wacky races in the past, it's time to cozy up next to the fire and spill the tea. Right away, the guys were asked their thoughts on the game and their performances.
Kind of good. I got first place, maybe 2. I don't remember. Second place,
maybe fourth. Maybe. Do you remember? Was there a fourth in there?
All I know is my game plays on the upward trajectory, unlike other players. I'm not gonna name names. Hudson Brown.
I did okay. I got 1 first. It was fairly even. Jeffrey and Rogan definitely had the best times for sure, but I don't think it'll mix up like the overall rankings too much.
Horrible. But you know what? It's time trials. Like, I want to race. This isn't racing.
Better than I expected. I mean, I got 2 first places, so I'm pretty happy about that.
It was entirely there's no turns. Or play back the footage. You're going in a straight line. Whoever has the fastest car wins.
It took less time, which I was so down for. Really thankful for that one. But kind of boring a little bit, but necessary, part of the process.
Do you think that using the handicap of Bowser having the top speed on the straightest map in the game was like an unfair advantage at all?
Well, I didn't make the rules, first of all. Well, I kind of did.
Yeah.
I made the rule of everyone needs to choose the same character. But, sorry, Bowser's got some downsides, but his upside normally is speed. I didn't make the rules.
It's well known in the GP community that Bowser is the fastest. You can see it on the screen, the stats. Speed all the way, 5 stars out of 5.
Bowser should only be played by advanced players. Would you consider Jeffrey an advanced player?
No.
Do you think your several 4th places will hurt you in the leaderboards?
I mean, yeah, no shit, they'll hurt in the leaderboards.
How angry are you right now?
I'm fuming.
Then the group was asked to compare the game to the previous GP title.
Better, I guess, but kind of more the same. Not really that fun, pretty just annoying.
It felt the same. We just played easier tracks, so it was like, I don't know, less exciting.
Pretty much the same, honestly. Like, the maps looked pretty much the same. Like, the item boxes were the same. Like,
how do you feel for GPDX, the last arcade game?
They all suck ass, so I'm sure that one will also probably suck ass, and I'll hate it.
Is the only reason you say they suck ass is because you kind of suck?
I'm not gonna answer that question. Next question.
Mario?
Can we move this up? You wanna stop stuttering and get through your question, bro? Like,
the Oh man.
Oh no! I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
The next question was about their thoughts on
Justin Berti.
The announcer was annoying.
Give me your best impression of the announcer.
Luigi was hit with basin.
Luigi is wiped out by the basin.
What's your best impression of the announcer?
I can't remember his name, and I'm thankful for that. So I can't get one.
Did he say his name?
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
Every single race, it was presented by this dude I've never heard of and never will think about again after this day.
Did you like the addition of the announcer?
No, that guy.
Give me your best impression of the announcer.
One of the lines he says.
That's a chose
I'll give one. Give me a good line.
You know him, bro. We had a bunch. Boo is on the back of the car, rushing down the wheels.
Boo is hanging on the hammer, making the wheel heavy.
questions were then asked about Lucas's several score slip-ups.
You faced a little bit of controversy.
I can't stop looking at the hole in your side.
I know. I know, so
Okay.
You faced a little bit of controversy on the last game because of the somewhat questionable scorekeeping. You want to elaborate on that?
If anybody wants to question my methods, they're welcome to do my job for me.
Are you drunk?
No.
We just finished Mario Kart GP2, and it was again another example of Lucas fumbling the numbers. Is this gonna be an ongoing issue?
I hope not, because the last thing I need is Jeffrey blaming Lucas on his 4th place finish for his own YouTube video.
The group was then asked their thoughts on the next title, Mario Kart Wii, and how they think it'll go.
I think I'm gonna shock a lot of people.
Are you nervous about Tanner and Rogue being god tier in Wii?
I'll tell you right now, I'm not nervous about Tanner because his gameplay today has been doo-doo dog shit. So Rogan, a little bit, but like I said, a little bit of prep going on behind the scenes, if you know what I mean.
So you're saying that you didn't practice at all?
Never have.
So you're saying that 2 days ago you didn't tell me that you practiced DS?
Not on record. Not on record, that's allegations.
I don't know, I feel like there's a couple of witnesses that could testify.
There's a lot on the line here.
Do you think your reputation is on the line here?
Yeah.
How do you think you'll perform?
Pretty good. It's one I've had the most experience with.
I already know I'm bruh. I think I'll do fine on some of the ones after Wii, but Wii is definitely going to be like the one that's going to set me back, I think, a little bit. And then I'm going to have to work my way back from that. Maybe I'll get 4th. Maybe. We'll see. I'll probably get beat by the bots though.
Some say Tanner, some say Rogan, most say Jeffrey for the W. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. Rogan seems pretty hot on the sticks, is what I've been seeing. The games played at my place. Tanner and him have kind of fought over that trophy for a while. Maybe Jeffrey sometimes. I haven't seen too much of that.
Will you live up to both nicknames, Tanner L. Wixie and Tanner One Trick Pony Wixie?
Next question.
There's a couple rumors that Jeffrey's got this next game in the bag. Some say it's a guarantee. Some say it's a done deal. Some say why even play it?
Some would be mentally deficient.
What if Jeffrey wins them all?
That's funny.
I want to do the fun ones. I can only point out courses I don't like.
Like what?
Well, I don't want to say them out loud because I might get chosen, but
Okay.
Wario's Gold Mine is the hardest map in the game. 2nd by Rainbow Road, 3rd by Grumble Volcano. So I guess any maps but those I'm confident on. Are you interested in aligning with another player? Maybe, for example, Jeffrey, to plot against Tanner.
What is this right now? What is this, bro? What does that even mean? How do you even plot against other people in Mario Kart?
Rogan and Tanner are thought to be the potential victors for Mario Kart Wii. Do you think Jeffrey's got a chance? I heard he's working on
You know what, Jeffrey?
some shit.
I'll form an alliance with you for Wii, bro. I don't even know how that would work.
Your sole job is to sabotage Rogan.
If I know that you're ahead of me, I'm not gonna
You take one for the team.
If you do the same thing,
Oh no.
Lastly, the group was asked a few more questions relating to each other.
Why are you so non-confrontational when everyone else dogs on you during the interviews?
I just focus on doing good in the games. I'm not here to make enemies.
Rogan, what's going on there?
He actually opened up to me. It's a lot going on at home.
Tanner's name's been thrown around as a potential victor, but his gameplay today, some deemed dog shit. Would you agree?
No, I don't think so. I think he's doing just fine.
How would you describe a 4th place other than dog shit?
I mean, I'd call it a Jeffrey.
Now the time has come. The game we have all been waiting for, except for Hudson. The hype has built to this moment right here.
Oh, it's Wii time.
With this being the Mario Kart title that we have by far the most experience on, the tension was palpable. Before we got to playing, I was having some technical difficulties with the recording setup, and boy did everyone have something to say about it.
Should I put you? Should I?
Jeff stalling, of course. As
How many frames of lag is this whole setup adding?
Dude, seriously.
The competitive integrity is being called for.
Very washed out.
How are color fields gonna get capture carded?
I think they won't squeeze the thing.
Or is it gonna be able to fit in the capture card though? Do you have another converter for it?
Yeah, so it's colored HDMI.
Okay.
I use it all the time. I'd love to take this away from the camera.
It's so washed out.
Excuses, alright.
Once the recording started, the group gave their thoughts on the scores.
I wish this was closer.
That was a horrible throw.
Yeah.
I don't think it's changed much from day one.
I don't either. Which is a problem.
The only step left was
I gotta get this band-aid off. That's just
That's a shame. Damn.
Just Band-Aid.
One open wounds.
A Band-Aid.
Like, that was actually gonna like affect anything, bro.
Then finally, it was time to see who would prove their skill on the most looked forward to game in the championship. Mario Kart Wii is a notable title for many reasons. First, when it comes to the actual game, it brings a lot new to the table. 6 new characters, 2 new items, new sick karts, alongside now bikes, which also includes some pretty dope options. There's also the ability to do tricks. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff. The point is, this is in the top 3 Mario Karts, not only in terms of content, but also fun. Also worth noting is this is the first 12 racer game, meaning taking an L here could potentially hurt more than ever. Other things you need to know include, here the controller setups vary more than any other game. I personally go with motion controls, Tanner and Hudson prefer Wiimote and Nunchuck, and Rogan prefers the debatably legal GameCube controller. Another personal preference debate constantly had is over the drift options. Here the game allows you to use automatic drift. So, I do. It pairs well with motion controls, but the guys always have to mention their dislike for it.
Go back and get a shot of automatic, bro.
Get a shot of this.
Yeah, get a shot of this.
True. Yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't really know what's going on there.
Weird. What did we just see?
It's on automatic.
Well, because it's got maple and
No, we're not doing that.
Lastly, if not already clear from the previous mentions of it, Rogan and Tanner are typically the best here. The win normally shuffles between them two, with the occasional dub from me. Hudson, he's typically no threat whatsoever here. So after we tweaked the rules we normally play with, chose our assigned characters, which included not only an illegal Daisy, but characters that me and Hudson have no experience on.
This is where it gets dicey. New ground for me.
Ooh, yeah, same. Maybe Yoshi will be good in this game though. I've never played Yoshi.
What do you usually play?
Usually like Wario, I think.
What characters in Mario would have abs?
Mario?
And once Julian and Lucas quit goofing off, it was then when the surreal reality set in.
Dude, I don't. This is like. This is too real.
I know.
This is too real.
When it was finally time to race, Mushroom Gorge was selected for the warm-up, a classic map filled with bouncy mushrooms and a few Goombas sprinkled throughout. The race started with me proclaiming my new strategy.
This is no trash talk. This is all.
Almost right away, Rogan slimed me over, but immediately paid the price. With how focused everyone was, the first lap was almost completely silent, until... When nearing a notorious ultra shortcut location, Rogue had me nervous.
Keep an eye on Rogue's gameplay, that's all I gotta say on this one.
The rest of the race was nothing special, ending with Tanner snagging first, Hudson with a respectable second, Rogan in third, and me, well, after my bouncy mushroom mishap, I was in an embarrassing 7th, which the guys had to make fun of me for.
Don't doubt me!
When selecting the Grand Prix, even though I mentioned it several times,
What cup do we do for me? No. So I guess any maps but those I'm confident on.
Tanner did end up convincing me that the Star Cup had a solid batch of maps.
Yeah, no, that one. That one.
This?
Go back. No, go back. That one.
It's got Koopa,
That's
Maple, and
dicey.
Grumble.
That's stacked.
I like it.
That's for content.
Before starting the first race, the group was antsy.
Some real ass shit we about to get into.
I did
Sweaty.
though.
I gotta get the fans going. I'm feeling more confident, bro.
Me and Tanner.
Yeah.
That's a hitter.
I've waited so long for this.
A hitter. It's a hitter.
Okay, not hit on.
Race 1 took place on Daisy Circuit, a map home to a lot of cones and this weird statue.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's a love story going on. It's so weird. No, it's cute.
When starting the race, the game knew of my potential.
Starting in 12th.
Lap 1 was nothing special until the end where Tanner attempted to POW the 2 players in front of him, but they both dodged it. That was followed by an immediate group shock. It was when lap 2 started is when I knew this was gonna be a rough one. Right away after receiving the cloud, Tanner unknowingly passed it to me, which I failed to get rid of in time, all while being inked, I might add. Later in the lap, I found myself struggling for items.
Baby Mario, you son of a bitch!
When again nearing that same cloud cut corner, I again had one on me.
Dude, second cloud?
And again couldn't get rid of it.
That's so unfair.
Then everyone got shocked again, and then it was followed by a POW, which everyone dodged but me.
What is this?
The race finished with Rogan taking a crazy early first.
Rogan was done and chilling for like 15 seconds. That lead got absolutely despicable. I know.
Followed by Hudson, surprisingly in second, Tanner in a not so great fourth, and me, after all I went through, 7th, like the warm-up. A placement not seen since the first game. As you could expect, I wasn't pleased.
Second for Hudson, 4th for Tanner, 7th for Jeffrey.
I get hit with 2 clouds. 2 clouds! That's game. That's game for the tournament. Dude. That, I'm not even gonna blame my driving. That was complete RNG with the box. Cloud 7th place. Punish a player already down in the leaderboard.
You can't really blame the driving when you're on auto player.
Yeah, true. You're not even driving around page,
You're in the
Race 2 took place on Koopa Cape, a favorite of ours filled with Goombas, Koopa Zappers, and a lot of hazardous water. Koopa Cape is also known for its dreaded half-pipe effect. Lap 1 wasn't too notable besides Rogan again securing a dominant first, but this time with me in second. Tanner, who was currently in third, attempted a pass on me, but then this happened.
Oh, let's go! Oh, that slowed that bitch down right there.
Right before he was nearly swept away, he launched a red shell, which by surprise nailed me. That still didn't help Tanner's position, and neither did this strange fall off. Also in the back was Hudson, who, like me in the first race, received a cloud.
What? Trust me, I know that feeling.
Then again, but successfully shook it off after a few tries.
What again? Trust me, you're not my game.
But was shrunk again anyway shortly after.
Dude, the shocking is like been an epidemic with this.
When entering the final lap, Hudson tried to move on Tanner, but failed.
Oh, Tanner, I saw your screen. Yeah, that was intentional.
I was still up with Rogan, who couldn't be touched in first. That was until we heard this coming. That led to me passing Rogue, but only temporarily because, unlike me, Rogan again dodged a POW. Before entering the tube one last time, Hudson shortcutted his way into the 4th top spot behind Rogue, me, and Tanner. Rogan, of course, ended first, which was about to be followed up by me until this happened. As you can see with my double wall bonks and his use of a mushroom, Tanner passed me for second, with me following him up with an undeserved third. Hudson was the only one left, who, even after another Koopa Zap, snagged 4th. After that concluded, the group gave their thoughts on what just happened.
That was so good. I watched Tanner fall off and I was feeling it. I was like, this is it. I was emotional.
Yeah, this is tournament shot.
Rogan's having a day.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, true. He's on his A.
True. We need Rogue to like get like food poisoning.
There's been something going on with the clouds.
Yeah, you're right.
2 clouds, cloud on you, 2 clouds on me.
That game I got 3 clouds, right?
Trust me, I know it.
Race 3 took place on a top 3 of all-time map, Maple Treeway. A beautiful course filled with item-filled leaf piles, slippery logs, and some big-ass caterpillars. With me hoping to further improve my score, I had to get in the zone. Lap 1 was again a quiet one. The group was honed in. When entering lap 2, the group was hit by a lightning bolt, leading me to drop a mushroom that was later picked up by a tiny Hudson. Lap 2 had Tanner first take an L to Rogue's box, then again when I hit him with this. After I failed to knock off Tanner, I pulled off this crazy log latch on.
I spear barely stayed on, bruh.
To no one's surprise, again, Rogan was incredibly far ahead.
Rogan's playing a single player game right now.
Near the end of the lap, another POW was dropped on the group, but it was at a time where Hudson, Tanner, and I were about to make a jump. Hudson and I surprisingly survived, while Tanner wasn't so lucky. With me being far behind Rogue, I was happy to hear the sweet, sweet sound of a blue shell.
Yes!
I was further blessed with being in the tunnel while the group was again shocked. This luck didn't matter because Rogan remained nearly half a lap ahead.
Check Rogan's forehead right now. Is it perspirating?
Some would say it's damp.
Oh my god, he's leaky.
While I was busy gunning for him up there, Tanner and Hudson were back exchanging leaf pile items. When nearing the home stretch, on the final lap, my character took a sharp incorrect turn caused by this near championship ending event.
Daisy is taking L's and her name's L Taker. No! My controller just caused me to fall off, bro.
Dude, oh my god, dude. That was so loud, dude.
We playing this race again or what?
I'm trying to no. It's gonna take. Oh god, that's unfair.
Believe it or not, this exact situation was predicted earlier by me on the previous game.
I'm scared about a Wiimote disconnecting on the Wii, but I think it'll be fine. I tested all four and they work. That's gonna be a point of contention later.
After that dramatic disconnect drop-off, I thought it was over for me, until I received this item.
Yeah, your controller.
This is bullshit. It's dying so fast. I kind of want to disconnect for the last game.
As you can see, I finished third, with Tanner behind me in fourth, with the top two spots being snagged by Rogan and Hudson.
What were your thoughts on the Maple Treeway third place from Jeffrey?
Who threw the shell?
Not me. Not Jeffrey.
Some CPU? That looks like some Jeffrey luck. Jeffrey gets the best items. I've seen Jeffrey pull 3 red shells in second place back to back. I've seen it. I'll testify in court. I've seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty funny when Jeffrey hit Tanner all the way on that third lap. That was pretty good.
What happened on Maple Treeway?
Don't talk about Maple Treeway. Roll the clip in the video. And shanked around. Items falling off the map, getting bonked off.
Though a complete accident, the group wasn't happy about the mid-race controller cuck.
Jeffrey's fault. It's his controller. That idiot can't buy batteries. Like,
no, this is not a battery thing.
Hey,
it's a controller.
we should have swapped that out because it did that before those races started.
Oh,
we should have.
What did he say?
That did that before those races started, but I assumed because it was your controller, you knew better.
I don't know what to tell you, bro. The controller works sometimes, it sometimes
anything.
doesn't. This shit doesn't work either.
Maybe it's detecting the vibes.
Just use that one.
Maybe it's protesting the energy that you're putting out.
Before Race 4 started, we swapped out my dud Wiimote, hoping each of the player numbers would remain the same, which thankfully they did. At this point, with Tanner not doing as well as he said he would, he was a bit on the salty side.
I was about to literally tear
I was
up
clapping
over
cheeks
that.
the other night. Like, first after first after first.
Don't even blame yourself, like the items tonight have been wild, bro.
Yeah.
Like, crazy.
It was then time to finish the game on the map dreaded by me, and apparently also Rogue.
I should have never told you what my favorite track in this game is. Rumble.
Grumble Volcano's reputation comes from its numerous obstacles, including lava geysers, fireballs, fire snakes, and the course itself, which crumbles more and more every lap. Once I got myself back in the zone, I was ready to face my fear. Lap 1 started with everyone closer than ever. When nearing the path split at the end of the course, Hudson, Rogan, and I went right, while Tanner went left. On our side, Rogan got a little taste of his own barrel stuffing medicine. Soon after, I got nicked by a fire snake, causing me to spin out. And even though I was already down, Hudson threw a red shell at me as he was transitioning to first, but the shell still turned around and hit me. This was all while Rogan slithered his way back up to second. And this was all observed by Tanner, who was currently directly above us. Lap 2 had Rogan snag the inevitable first place mega lead, followed by Tanner, who finally started living up to his own hype. Then, when at the same spot as lap 1, Hudson hit me with another red, even though technically Tanner was ahead of him, but in the air, thus out of reach. It's also likely because Tanner and I's positions switched for a millisecond. Shortly after I caught back up on lap 3, you guessed it, Hudson delivered me a third red.
Bitch, you know what you just did?
After that, I was thinking it was over for me.
No! I missed 2 items on a wall bomb. Oh, It's so game.
Further up in the race, Hudson kept up his red shell sabotage with Tanner now in his sights. But Tanner impressively shut it down. When checking in on Rogue, he was again hit with, for a third time this game, an old blue boy. At an unfortunate spot, but who are we kidding? He had more than enough time to recover. With Rogan in first, he was then followed by his wannabe little brother Tanner in second. All that was left was Hudson, who was currently in third, and me, who is currently in fourth. Hudson was looking to follow up Tanner, but made a critical error.
Oh, Jeffrey's gonna pass me.
And boy was he right. While cruising big, I swept in for the third. We then just assumed Hudson finished right behind me, but while in the lava, Hudson was also passed by Toad, leading him to taking an embarrassing 5th place, made worse by hitting Rogue's leftover green. Now it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart Wii. As you can see, the tie has been broken between Hudson and Rogan. Of course, because of Rogue's incredible 4 first places. Tanner and Hudson did so-so, with their positions being a mix of high and low placements. For me, besides my abysmal 7th, it wasn't too awful, with my consistent 3 third places. With that brings the end of game number 8. Now that the hype is settled, we can see that Rogue did live up to his reputation. Tanner, not so much. I gave a rough at first, but overall okay performance, and Hudson admittedly performed better than expected. With that Grand Prix in the books, it's time to take turns in the hot seat with yours truly.
Before you say shit, I got second overall in Kart Wii.
Who cares, bruh?
The first question was, of course, regarding their thoughts on the performances.
A lot better than I thought I was gonna do.
I'm not happy with mine, to be honest. I don't want to blame the game, but the items, man, the first game with the items on Daisy Circuit was some of the most harassing I've received from a game.
Good. That went exactly how I wanted, even though we played Grumble Volcano, which is my weakest map by far.
Did you attempt the super shortcut?
There is no. Well, it's not in multiplayer, it's just in time trials.
Some call you a Mario Kart nerd. Would you agree with this?
I suppose, yeah. I like it a lot, so.
What the happened back there?
Jeff, off. Shut the up.
You spend this whole tournament hyping this up and you play like
I haven't hyped it up at all. And you know what happened? I still beat you, so I don't give a
Every time I ask what you're looking forward to, it's this game, and then I see fourths.
I hate you.
Do you think you're on your comeback after a few rough games?
Yeah, I think all I really care about is beating Jeffrey because I don't like him. So, other than that, I don't really care about like any of the score really.
Maple Treeway wiped the floor with Tanner. Koopa Cape, some crime at the last second with Tanner winning. And glad Rogue did well. I've been rooting for him to win. I knew Tanner was going to choke on the game that he's been hyping up, and Hudson did surprisingly well. The players performed how you thought they would?
Unfortunately, yes. I think Rogan was first, Tanner was second. Would have loved to see Tanner first because I got money on him, but it didn't happen, so we move on.
Many have compared you to Rogan on Wii, but you were nothing compared to him.
Damn, that kind of hit too hard though.
People don't understand. Rogan's just incredibly good at Mario Kart Wii. Like, there's no way that any of us could ever beat him. And Tanner's really good too. Somehow, I was beating him a couple races. Like, that was big for me, I think. I thought that was gonna be my worst game, but it was okay.
Were you shocked by anyone's performance on Mario Kart Wii?
Jeffrey's, because it was really shit. It was really bad. I just honestly was so disappointed. Really expected him to do better.
If it wasn't for the controller disconnect and the item harassment, he would have placed high. I think everyone can agree to that. I have everyone on record agreeing with that.
I'm gonna turn items
Are you
off.
going to be
Mario
the fourth
Kart,
person? Are you going to be the fourth person to agree with the take that Jeffrey was probably going to get first if it wasn't for the game?
It's the game. It's not. I mean, that's the nature of Mario Kart. You get over.
Next, they were asked about their favorite / most memorable / most notable moments on the Wii.
Every time I beat Jeffrey, yeah, that just felt good.
Fourth place.
Bro, 7th?
What happened on Koopa?
Bro, what happened on whatever map you got 7th on? I don't want to talk about that. 7th, bro? I didn't know we were getting 7ths out here. Seems to be the first one of the day.
Did you watch Jeffrey's screen during that? I recall 3 clouds.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe Jeffrey's controller dying? No. Maybe the sheer number of almost map fall-offs that I witnessed from Tanner. I was kind of glued to his screen, not gonna lie, during the races.
Was it hard to watch at times?
Yeah, a little. I don't like to see anybody struggling. There's a fair amount of struggle in that gameplay.
Alright, let's get into the 7th place. Is it because of all the hard drugs you're back on? Some say you've fallen off the wagon again.
I'm on them, but I'm not on the right ones apparently because we're taking L's out here. What were your thoughts on the items on that cup?
Bro, I swear, someone went in to change the code before the game because they were insane. Nothing like we've ever played before, and we play this game all the time.
Throughout the interviews, me and my struggle with items was mentioned several times.
Even though people like to pick on Jeffrey, do you think he's got an argument for his game? Jeffrey gets a lot of flack despite his sometimes flawless, most of the time flawless gameplay. Do you think the hate's warranted?
Yes, because he talks the most shit by far.
Do you think the shit talking from all the others is because of intimidation?
It's because of retaliation for what Jeffrey's already said.
Jeffrey's driving was to blame or the RNG with the items?
I don't know. I got hit with a lot of RNG on a couple of those, so that's just partially like any Mario Kart game, though. Is there's gonna always be like.
Are you making excuses?
No, I'm just saying that's just the way. Like if you're good, then you're gonna get past it anyways. But there's always some amount.
So, over the past interviews, you've been saying that you think the others are conspiring against you. Jeff, are you losing your mind?
There's some weird bias going on with me. I mean, why pick me as the villain? I've been only supportive. Everyone's drama talk is from other mouths, not mine.
Then the group members were each asked to address the numerous rumors that were circulating around.
Lucas was seen on his phone when he was supposed to be taking down place numbers. What's going on with that?
I don't know. You need to keep an eye on him because I'm getting worried.
He says, you're first this game, next you're fourth, next you're third. Isn't that
and then
weird?
he misspeaks and he's like, oh, I meant Tanner was first. Rogan was second. What's that?
What are your thoughts on Rogan as a player? He keeps it low key and he's slowly coming back.
I mean, solid. The dude has a ton of wins on the day.
He doesn't have as kind of words for you. He called your gameplay depressing, embarrassing,
and 6th grade.
Me and Rogue used to go back to the 6th grade. I can't believe you say that.
He said you were dog shit then and you're even worse now.
He knows my dog would always poop in my shoes. Jeff, it's been floating around that the camera crew has gotten involved in the racing and slipped Rogan's live bans.
Wouldn't put it past him. Rogue's on some unnatural, stone cold shit out there. No talking, no fun having, weirdly focused, weirdly quiet. Refuses to pick enemies, refuses to pick allies. And the gameplay, it's getting better and I don't know why. It's only sweat. Look at his forehead, it proves it.
Hudson was telling us you have a golden wheel. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Will the winner of the tournament receive the golden wheel?
I mean, I can keep my golden wheel then, so.
There's rumors, substantiated by several people, of an instance where Rogan was seen handing cold hard cash to Lucas, the scorekeeper, and ever since then we've seen really high numbers on Rogan's places.
I agree.
There's gotta be a connection, correct?
Yes.
This lack of confidence in yourself, where does it stem from? Small dick?
I've been having some issues at home with my family. It's broken. It's been very hard on me. It's just not the same anymore.
Some say Hudson's wins are the only thing he has to his name, period. Is that sad? Is that depressing you?
Well, you're asking me to accept that as fact. I don't believe that to be true.
Hudson is on record saying if Lucas is in the tournament, he wouldn't even bat an eye.
He's right. I'm not a threat in Mario Kart. I respect him for being honest.
Hudson says he's most shocked by your gameplay. Shocked how bad it is.
Hudson's always been a slimy shit talker. Might have to, take it outside of him.
Do you think Hudson's physically a threat outside of the game?
Hell no.
If you had to face anyone in a fight non-related to Mario Kart, who could you take? Jeffrey?
The group was then asked first about their feelings on the future and their current standing.
What do you think's your biggest competition for the last 6 games?
Probably Hudson.
Are you proud of your performance so far in the tournament?
Yeah, I think I'm doing okay.
Now that your potential tournament winner is over, is there any hope for you to even place anything other than last?
I could get lucky.
Then about their thoughts on the next title on the 3DS.
What are your thoughts on that obscure title?
No idea, dude. I don't know.
Are you gonna play with 3D?
No. Why would I do that? What am I supposed to do? Look cross-eyed at my DS the entire time? I don't want to do that.
Any gut feelings about who's going to be able to pick up 7?
I think Rogue has definitely played that game more than he says he has because he's the only one who's owned it for a long time. I think a lot of us have no experience, but I'm saying I think Rogue's gonna win because he definitely has some practice hours in it. You know Rogan, always on YouTube, always on with practice mode. So I feel like I'll do okay.
I'm not too familiar with the title, so, you know, if DS skills transfer, I'm sure Rogan will have a good time. But I don't know. I know it's a wild card. I know they really focus on like the air travel portions, the gliders and shit. So that might be something to throw in the mix, make things different. I don't know.
When on the mobile titles, you've seemed to have shaky hands. Is this over
Shaky
nervousness over the tournament? Or
No, I'm an alcoholic.
Are you drunk right now? Get out of here.
Okay.
Even though the most anticipated title is now done and over with, that doesn't mean the craziness stops here. With there still being 5 games left to go, anyone can still take the trophy. In order to find out, let's keep going with the next title that supposedly no one has played before. Next up was the third and final handheld title. When it comes to mainline games, this is by far the one we have the least experience on. This is because none of us have ever owned 3DSs, except for Rogan. He is in fact the only person who owns both the game and device required to play it. Knowing this has caused the group to conspire on whether Rogue has actually played the game previously or not, even though he claims he hasn't. Throughout the races, we will analyze his gameplay specifically to determine if he is telling the truth and has no experience like everyone else, or if he's lying and is a secret 3DS pro. With that established, let's enter the third dimension with game number 9. Before we dive in, it's finally time to introduce this championship's 7th member.
What is your name?
Trey.
Trey, a very cryptic man who no doubt loves Mario Kart, but also loves the occasional pot stirring. With Trey having played a lot of previous Kart with this group, he already has his thoughts on the players.
Clear's a better overall Mario Kart player than me, so he would probably beat me. Hudson's interesting. He doesn't shit talk a lot, but like he will. And he does good in the really weird games.
164?
Yeah, he's good at that game, which I don't get at all. Like that game is, you have to wince to see it. He's probably like ranking overall players. He's probably 3, I'd say overall.
Who's second? Oh, Rogan Tanner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Jeff.
Though one of my oldest friends, Trey and I tend to poke fun at each other more than most.
Do you think you could beat Jeffrey?
Yeah, I just think that's a given. I'm sorry. I feel like anyone could just hop in and just do whatever and beat Jeffrey.
For scheduling reasons, Trey was unable to attend the playing of many games, but from what he's seen and heard, he already has his thoughts on the championship.
Like overall, the concept of playing them all is really good, but when it comes down to it, playing the games that literally people haven't heard of or care to play, it just like seems a little like numbing. Overall, if you want to do it, do them all, but like, God, some of them are rough.
Because of his late arrival, he was asked his takes on several of the previous hot topics.
Overall, I think playing automatic is kind of bitch made. I think it's like playing with training wheels, and I think like everyone should be using the same settings. Like, you really don't need to play automatic. The game's been around for a long time now. Playing manual is more fun because you're doing it. It takes more skill and like it's a better payoff.
Anyone in the tournament who would be the hardest to take down in a fight?
Tanner.
Who could you take the easiest?
Jeff.
For the remainder of the championship, Trey has no particular role but to provide his classic witty commentary.
He always says the last thing you think he would at every moment, so I think it's worthwhile to have him around.
With Trey's overall hard-to-read personality and questionable player alignments, he could provide additional controversy to this already very controversial event.
I wish he could have been here for the whole thing. I mean, there are definitely some great moments that he missed out on, and I'm happy he's here now, though. Definitely, I'd like to have another person on my team.
Though not the most visually distinct game in the series, Mario Kart 7, like every other mainline title, introduces a lot of new content. The biggest changes include first the utilization of the 3DS's fake 3D feature, which actually works, but not in the way Hudson described. Here in 7, the big new gimmicks include underwater driving and hang gliding, which are both pretty fun and refreshing additions. Also, of course, there's new characters, rather strange ones at that. And remember those big-ass caterpillars from Maple Treeway? Those Heroes also somehow found their way onto the roster. Hell, even Shy Guy's back from DS download play, and now he's fully playable. There's a lot more new. There's now a first-person perspective available to use, which can be combined with gyroscope driving. There's dope new customizable carts, including the now cursed clown car. Also, we got 3 new items: the fireball spitting fire flowers, the raccoon tail flipping super leaf, and the series' most OP item yet, the Lucky 7, an item that gives you a mushroom, banana, green and red shell, blooper, bob, and star, all at once. A few more notable things include the goated second screen minimap from DS is back. Here, sadly, coins are also back. We aren't talking the unimportant GP coins, we're talking the crucial speed boost super circuit ones that cap at 10. Also in this game, the racer count is reduced from 12 back to 8. And lastly, the news I'm most proud to announce, clouds are gone. Big bless up for that. Before we get into racing, let me explain the funky setup. Hudson's on a blue 3DS, Rogan's on a black new 3DS XL, Tanner's on a purple new 2DS XL, and me, I'm back on the red modded 3DS, again to record at least some gameplay off screen at my computer. Everyone else had a camera set back up above them like we did on the previous 2 handheld titles. Also similar to those, 4 copies were needed in order to access all content. And if you thought the usernames were confusing on DS, here Tanner went as player because his cartridge was never used, Hudson went as Scott, Rogan again as Rogue, smiley emoticon, and me, also Rogue, smiley emoticon. All because we were too lazy to change the names on our borrowed copies. With all that out of the way, it's time for the warm-up. When we finished syncing our devices together, the map selection process started, but was interrupted by the banger menu music.
That's kind of hidden.
While selecting characters and carts, Tanner's inexperience with how a brand new cartridge works was obvious.
Does anyone else have more than 3 carts?
I have 4 or 5.
Bruh. Collusion. I have 3.
Wait, am I picking?
No, I'm picking.
I can't switch anything. Oh, I can. What?
I can't switch anything.
Wait.
Get your shit straight.
Bro, we got 2 circuits.
Tanner only has 2 of them.
Jeffrey has more. Look at his screen.
No, I can see all of them.
Oh, they got me on the tutorial mode. Yeah.
When selecting the warm-up map, we knew we wanted a unique 7 exclusive, so we decided on one of the Wii Sports Resort courses, Maka Woohoo, or as I thought it was pronounced,
What's Maka Woo?
Maka Woohoo? It's a
Maka
woohoo.
Woohoo, yeah, that's the pronounced Maka Woo.
We then discovered that here, everyone has the ability to select a map, which is then randomly shuffled. So in order to get the map we wanted, we agreed everyone select Maka Woohoo. So, Rogue and I did, Hudson understandably chose the other Woohoo course by mistake, and Tanner strangely chose a Bowser Castle map, which is surprising given his history on them. Anyway, Maka Woohoo was selected for the warm-up. Like I mentioned, this takes place on Woohoo Island, the setting for Wii Sports Resort. Also, this is one of Mario Kart 7's 3 maps where instead of the traditional 3 laps, there's just one long route chopped into 3 sections. The race started with Tanner first realizing Hudson's kart choice.
Dude, classic Hudson in the Eggmobile.
This is warm-up.
Then realizing that no, the D-pad is not an option to drive with.
Oh, I'm puffed up.
Oh, what? It doesn't work. Oh, you can't use the
No,
You
this
have to
is
use
bad.
After rounding a few corners, clue number 1 for the Rogan prior practice predicament, or RPP as we'll call it, was found. While the other players were struggling with the strange new feeling drift, Rogan was having 0 problems with it. Almost as if this wasn't his first time drifting.
How does the drifting work?
kind of weird.
This feels weird.
Is it drifting like Wii or is it like
Holy it's slow.
Hudson even picked up on how well he was doing despite our struggle.
Rogue's at first with 3 red shells?
The acceleration.
Then again, when discussing the drifting difficulty, Rogan was pulling off suspiciously expert-looking corner cuts. Make sure to keep this all in mind. The rest of the race mostly just consisted of me non-stop complaining.
Bro! That is a warm-up, but Jesus Christ. The acceleration on this car could not be worse. Bro, what the f? I'm playing like absolute buns. I'm playing like bad.
god. This is like unseen levels of bad gameplay. Like,
we've seen it.
Then, after a few boulder bonks and a scenic hang glide, we were at the finish where Rogan snagged first, Tanner second, Hudson third, and me a DNF 8th, which immediately caused PTSD flashbacks.
That's a hot 8th. I wish that counted, y'all.
This is gonna be another bad one for Jeffrey, I think.
Rogue got first and 8th. I know.
While discussing the race, Tanner threw out another threat Rogue's way.
I'm done for Rogue to take some L's for once, Jesus.
Yeah, that's same, bro.
I wish we could actually do something about it.
We're not enemies, Tanner.
what is this?
Dude, I just want it to be close, you know?
We're not enemies.
When preparing for the Grand Prix, Tanner was conflicted on his kart choice.
Birthday girl. I gotta rock the birthday girl. The bubble looks cooler. This shit is cringe. Should I do this one for the swag or keep with this one? Probably keep.
What'd you get last time?
Second. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. The swag though.
Even though everyone chose fun-looking vehicles, like we have for many of the past games, Rogue stuck with the standard kart. That's where clue number 2 for the RPPP comes in. Why choose the boring standard kart? Does he know something we don't? I mean, I kinda chose it as well, but come on, I didn't know what I was doing.
Dude, these cars suck ass.
And the focus here is on Rogue anyway. All I'm saying, little fishy if you ask me. It was then time for the GP map selection process. The group was leaning towards the Flower Cup because of its second Woohoo map inclusion, but Tanner wasn't feeling it.
Just choose one with a good amount of new shit in it.
Yeah.
Woohoo Loop, Mario Circuit, Music Park, Rock Mountain.
Music Park.
When waiting to spawn in, clue number 3 for the RPPP was revealed. Even though we only finished the warm-up, Rogue was begging for more.
We gotta
64.
play this one some more. Like just casually.
And he revealed that not only does he own one 3DS, but
We don't have enough 3DSs.
I have one.
and then later, when asked, he revealed to me this. He's expecting us to believe that he has no prior experience even though he owns 2 games and 2 ways to play it. I'm not buying it. Despite Tanner's dislike for it, the Flower Cup was selected and Woohoo Loop was the first map up. Again, this is one of those 3 sections instead of 3 laps, boys. Right away, Hudson realized this game was a little easier on the hands.
This is definitely like less carpal tunnel syndrome than
Yeah.
the DS.
While driving through the iconic Woohoo Island, an area everyone grew up within, even though I mentioned it previously,
This is weird hearing this music on here.
Tanner was still confused about the music.
This is Wii music?
While in 6th, Rogan obtained a star and used it to shortcut to 1st. On his way there, he nudged Hudson, but surprisingly had no effect on him. At the end of section 2 is where clue number 4 was discovered. Even though, supposedly, this was his second race ever, Rogan found a way to do his classic item hold, despite no one else knowing how. Dicey. Very dicey. Section 3 was filled mostly with more complaining.
Dude, the wipeout animation in this game is like 10 years
Dude,
longer.
the grass in this game is really slow.
Dude, do you even get a speed boost with the star? You don't.
Not really.
What? That's criminal.
Get coins to go faster.
Yeah.
Really?
That's a mechanic.
I didn't even know that yet.
Oh, dude, I can't afford to miss items. Dude, they don't put many coins out either.
I know.
With the finish coming up, Hudson launched a blue shell aimed at Rogue, but also me, because here the blue shells have a mechanic where they stay on the ground on their way to 1st, all with the goal of maybe taking us both out. The strange thing was that on my screen, the blue shell did hit me at the same time I was using a bomb, which just ended up exploding up ahead, but on Hudson's screen, there was an explosion right when the shell hit me, which then caused Hudson to spin out. And the crazy thing is, the minimap only shows my explosion, not the one Hudson ran into. This is easily the most unexplainable occurrence in any race of ours. At the time, we didn't pick up on the double ba-ba blunder. Instead, Hudson was just still overly salty.
Wow.
Dude.
That's what you get, dude. That's what you get.
That was game, dude. That was such a long cutscene.
That's what you deserve, Jeffrey. Sorry.
While we were bickering and Rogue was finally getting hit with the blue shell, Tanner pulled off an impressive finish, going from 6th place to 1st using a golden mushroom.
Come on.
Oh man. Tanner!
I did not deserve that.
That was followed by Rogan in third, sandwiched between two Marios, who were acting almost as bodyguards for Luigi. That's it. I'm dropping clue number 5 on suspicious bot familiarity with Rogan. The way they protected Rogue near the end seems to me like they were helping out their favorite, frequent Luigi player. Some might say it's a stretch, but I've never seen bots go out of their way for a human player like that before. I then finished 5th, which I wasn't happy about.
Weird game, bro. Dude, this game handles weird. I got hit by one item. Dude, there was no point. Weirdest game, bro.
And Hudson in 6th. When looking at the scores, Tanner was happy to see Rogan's placement.
Rogue didn't get second? Bruh, this is huge. This is the beginning of the comeback. This is what I was feeling.
Before moving on, even though Tanner is the only one who disobeys the character rule, he asked this dumb question.
Who the hell is Metal Mario?
Race 2 took place on Mario Circuit, a pretty basic 3-lap Mario-themed course with the only obstacle being a single Goomba. Right away, Tanner picked up on the mysterious Mario twin team-up.
Dude, Metal Mario, low-key, like, out for blood.
As we entered Peach's castle for the first time, Tanner activated
Sniper mode.
Dude! Lap 2 had me in 6th place, but not for long because a well-timed star allowed me to skip several positions and avoid a lightning as well. The group wasn't happy about my lucky item, especially Hudson, who was again overly angry.
Dude, Jeffrey always has star when that shit happens, swear to God.
Oh my god, Jeffrey, oh, I'm still small! Dude, you, Jeffrey. Oh, I'm still small! Dude, you, Jeffrey.
When entering the castle for a second time, Hudson finally got a taste of his own medicine.
Oh my god, why? With the blue shell! Okay.
The race carried on with more snipes and more complaining.
This thing not giving you a speed boost is a crime.
Bro, that ink is bad.
Lap 3 had me holding first for a bit until Hudson continued his targeting.
That's what you get, Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's the start of my downfall right there.
That was followed up by this slimy move from Rogan.
Oh, you're a bitch for that, Rogue! You're such a bitch for that. I'll never forgive you on that one. Rogan barrel stuffs items harder than any other player by a landslide.
Lap 3 was looking to be a straightforward finish, but boy was that not the case. When in the pipe, for a final time, Hudson dropped a banana, which was then slipped on by Rogue, allowing me to pass him. I was then aiming to finish second after Hudson, who already grabbed first, but then Rogan decided to throw a banana forward, which is almost never done, let alone successfully. That allowed Rogan to instead snag second. I was looking to be passed last second again by one of the Mario twins, suspiciously enough, but he slipped on Rogue's last second banana, allowing me to grab the third. Tanner as well was about to place under Mario until, to my shock, Rogan's second hired gun, Metal Mario, who I believe was aiming for me, sniped his twin with a bomb while he was still spinning out from the banana. Tanner then dodged the blast and barely grabbed fourth. Even though there was a little Mario on Mario crime, I believe it was all accidental. The way they attempted to protect their beloved Luigi, to whom they play with on a regular basis it seems like, it was just a little too perfect to not have a connection. That little victory apparently wasn't enough for Rogue because he hit me with this spicy comeback.
First, second,
fourth,
third.
Okay. I could have been alive, yeah.
What, bitch? You almost took a fat third there, so don't even start. That was a good banana, I'll give you that, but I hated it.
It was then time for Race 3 on Music Park. Easily one of the most unique maps with all its different music references and actual instruments you can race on top of. You also got piranha plants, big bouncy notes. It's a crazy map. Off the bat, I kinda indirectly did this.
You knocked me off.
Yeah, let's go, you little
you you, dude. I swear.
The complex interaction started with me nailing Metal Mario with a red while Hudson was already bumping into me. Then, while flopping around, Metal Mario hit me, which caused me to bump back into Hudson, who was then also hit by Metal Mario, causing him to fall off the map. So to say whose fault it really is debatable. The whole thing then quickly divulged into yet another Bowser argument.
Jeffrey's like, let me play Bowser.
That's a disadvantage. I wish I could take
How is that a disadvantage? You're fast and you're
I'd rather
happy.
play Mario, bro.
Shut up.
Later in the lap was when I got my first taste of the Super Leafs.
I don't even know what this item is, bro.
They turn you into furry.
Lap 2 had Julian on cutthroat mode.
What's crazy is you watch Jeffrey and he doesn't get first because of his own error, but other people don't get first because they get cut by items.
Point blank.
While the group was again complaining about the game, Wario had enough.
Wings was such a bad decision.
I know, yeah, it's so dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
Way to make the game less fun.
Dude, oh my god, I can't see
When
a
you have
damn
no
thing with
coins,
this ink.
you go so slow.
Coins is the key.
What?
The race continued with a classic Hudson red shell attempt, but you know Rogue had that banana ready.
Alright, Rogue. I know that's not gonna hit you, but I can dream, okay?
While hitting the group with a lightning, Lucas gave an analysis on the players' positions.
Tight, 1, 2, 3. And then things are happening on another player's screen.
Shortly after, Rogue unfortunately got hit with a blue. For a second time this race, actually. At some point, you gotta feel bad for him. He truly is a blue shell magnet. The blast actually also clipped Tanner, but he was alright. Rogue though, well...
No way I got hit by that.
That was big.
When nearing that same spot, I again struggled with the turn.
That's a Mario meltdown.
No, this is ridiculous. When you have no coins, it's like laughably slow.
Get your money up, not your funny up.
While I was hitting the group with lightning number 2, Tanner spoke this misfortune into existence.
I need like an insane L to happen.
That manifested musical mash caused Rogan to finish in a surprising 5th, behind an even more surprising duo, the Mario twins, who appeared to have abandoned their Luigi loyalty. Combining their portrayal with this position being Rogan's lowest since Super Mario Kart, and combined with a reanalysis of that Lap 2 blue shell, yeah. That was also one of the Mario twins. I think it's safe to say case closed on the RPPP. He most likely has little to no experience, and if he does, it ain't showing. Ahead of the Mario Mischief Makers was Tanner, who grabbed second, and Hudson, who got first. Checking back in on me, I was still 8th until this lucky item acquisition.
This game. This is the worst one yet. I hate it, bro.
This one's fine.
I wasn't expecting the coin element. That's why I hate it. Absolute laughable gameplay today.
If the blue shells didn't exist,
It's
this
so
game would be
bad.
so easy.
Dude, the blue shells hitting other people on the way there is like another.
I know, it's crazy, dude. I don't know why that exists.
Finally, it was time for Race 4 on Rock Mountain, another visually stunning map that quickly became a favorite of ours.
Dude, this is a crazy map.
Oh,
Actually.
this is kind of cool. I like this map.
Yeah, this is sick.
Kind of reminds me of Wario's Gold Mine, but less.
The race started with me hitting Hudson with a little payback for how he's treated me this game.
You're a bitch, dude.
Suck my dick.
You're a f***ing bitch.
Lap 2 had the crowd focused, quiet, and close.
Everybody's so close.
I'm not right now.
If not already clear from the previous rants, Mario Kart 7 had me in a bad mood. When entering the cave for a 3rd time, Hudson should have known better than to tail me.
I'm not doing so great. Oh my god, Jeffrey, go f yourself.
Dumbass.
Stop with the
During the final hang glide, Hudson was still salty from the cave cucks.
My hands are sweating, bro. I don't even know why I'm playing terribly.
I'm gonna red shell your ass, bro. I hope you know that. I'm not letting you beat me. Okay, you, Jeffrey. How'd you get that, huh?
While climbing the steep final stretch, boulders weren't the only thing Rogue was dealing with.
I heard it.
The blue shell hit me on the way to you.
While I was up the hill going GOAT mode, Rogan was having the real Mario meltdown.
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
To finish came out to Tanner in first, me in a solid second, third was going to be Rogan until his past pal Metal Mario swept in for the steal, leaving Rogan with an angry fourth. While complaining about the last second pass, Tanner and I were confused.
Dude, I got past the last second.
Who passed him? Did you pass him?
Yeah.
Tanner with the first, Justin the second.
Metal Mario pass.
Rogan, what'd you get?
All that was left was Hudson, who ended in a big old fifth. With all those races completed, DSs were shut down, cameras stopped recording, except for one.
Dude, that last one, Jeffrey's
Was I
was
first
on
place?
Bomb City.
Got
You gave me 3 bombs.
Now it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart 7. As you can see, pretty good for Tanner, pretty rough for Rogue, and even rougher for me. And Hudson, his scores were a super mixed bag. With Tanner and Hudson snagging some first, they both narrowed their point gaps, with Hudson only being 15 points away from Rogue, Tanner only 21 points away from Hudson, and me, I don't want to say my fate's sealed yet, but it isn't looking too hot for me, with me being 36 points behind Tanner. With it getting late in the night, instead of doing a post-game interview session for just this game, we decided to combine it with the next game instead. So here's the portions of those interviews relating to the hectic handheld title we just completed. The group was first asked to think back on their performances.
Not as good as I would have liked, but not terrible, I guess.
I did okay. I got 2 first places, I think. So, but then my other 2 races weren't as good.
I think I got a second once or twice, but I know I did pretty poor on one, maybe a 6 or 7, honestly.
Solid and better than I thought.
What were your places?
First, second, fourth.
What were your thoughts about Rogan's kind of slacking performance on the game?
Well, it was definitely needed. He was doing good today, so it was good to see him at the back of the pack.
What do you think of how each player did on that?
I think Tanner did better than I expected because I think he said he's never played. I think there was a couple firsts in there, so that was pretty surprising. He definitely needed that to fight for second. So,
do you think that'll continue on for the next couple games?
Sadly, no, but he definitely did struggle, and the other players needed that. And I think it gave them the juice to think they're still in it, but they're really not.
Then questions were asked regarding thoughts on the game overall.
It was kind of cool. I don't think I liked it as much as the normal DS one, but you know, it was alright. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of generic.
Very frustrating. One of the weirdest feeling Mario Karts. I don't think I did well.
I thought it was just like a diet 8. I mean, I haven't seen much of either game, but they seem pretty similar. I appreciated more screen real estate on the 3DSs. Made it easier to do my job, but I had some quality races. Kind of hard to see what was going on, just the angles aren't as good as when stuff's on the TV, but I was satisfied. Some surprising results maybe. I couldn't remember in what way, but maybe not how I saw it turning out.
Are you glad the handheld titles are over?
Yes, 100%, for sure.
The group was then asked their thoughts on how the game felt compared to the other titles.
Yeah, it felt pretty standard, I guess, like a normal Mario Kart game. Maybe a little bit, the drifts were like a little bit weirder, because it's on like a DS.
Pretty good, I'd be down to play more. It's like a mix of DS and 8 kind of.
I just felt like I was going so slow. The acceleration was an all-time low. Like I said, weirdest physics, driving, handling in a game. One of them.
Thoughts on the controversial coin system were then shared.
Not crazy about it, but I guess it's in the game, so you gotta try to get some coins.
It's another one of those coin-based Mario Karts, and there's no coins. It's a coin-based game, but they're so spread out, there's no coins. I did not like the game, to be honest.
When asking about memorable moments on 7, only one event was mentioned.
Yeah, when you bombed me twice like an asshole. Yeah, in that cave. Yeah, that's one of the worst moments of this entire thing, I think.
Again, with these interviews occurring after the next game, even later in the night, I was tired and confused.
You hyped up Wii. Oh, we already talked about it.
Get the out of here.
With that leaves us one more game to finish for day 2, the final arcade title. Will it take as long as the others? Will the times again come down to the millisecond? And will the game actually be fun this time? Answers to those questions and more are coming up next. Right around midnight was when the group finally was ready to tackle game number 10. A game no one has played. A game no one was looking forward to. A game that refused to work on my TV, hence the monitor setup. But most notably, a game that again requires emulation, with it being the final arcade title. So once Trey grabbed another Smirnoff and squeezed in frame with the rest of us.
Okay, Trey, you want to sit right there? Just sit in front of Rogue.
You want me in?
Yes. Trey's gonna sit.
Some eye candy?
It was then time to suffer through another 20, maybe more, races. To answer the question, is Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe the best GP game? No. It's maybe the worst. Now the game is amazing looking, content packed, and overall really well made, but in the context of this championship, combined with our history on the previous GPs, combined with how late it was in the night, made it maybe the hardest to get through yet. Before I detail why, there is a lot of new and notable elements to go over, which I'll rapid fire. The gameplay is very similar to its predecessors, with it containing many of the previously seen GP mechanics, such as the annoying map repetition on cups that are again labeled by difficulty, leading us to again choose the easiest one for speed reasons. Back are the useless non-speed related coins, the weird items, which there are more of here, and they are somehow even weirder. Within them is sadly the return of clouds, but also basins, baby. Even gold ones this time, which we sadly never got to use because we chose the default loadout every race. Also know that this time we did not play at 150cc because it needed unlocked, so we went with 100 instead. For this GP game, we sadly did not have our boy Justin on the announcing. Here there are game announcers, but we played the Japanese version, whose announcer we didn't understand, so we didn't pay that much attention to that aspect of the game. In terms of new stuff, there's a ton of modes, including a strange co-op tank one. There's of course new crazy looking carts, including the fire cake slice, but they all needed unlocked also, so we went with standard boys instead. When looking at the rather large character roster, there's only one brand new face, that being Don Chan from the Taiko no Tetsujin games, an awesome and uncanny addition that you can't help but pick as your new favorite. Worth mentioning are the other possible racers that can only be used via skin changes. Now the number one greatest aspect of the game, again from our perspective, is the infamous first place required rule being no longer a thing. Here a third place and up allows you to move on, which greatly sped things up. Tying in with that though is the game's worst aspect. Again, just from our perspective, the altered race times. Here instead of an accurate timer starting from 0, we have a simple 250-second countdown, which in essence seems usable. When finishing, you'd like to see the highest number instead of the lowest, but it's problematic when some of these races come down to the millisecond. Pair that with the fact that the time shoots down to 15 seconds when the first racer crosses the finish line. Those together make our already difficult GP position method even more of an accuracy nightmare. Instead of the frame-by-frame iPhone video method Lucas used on the previous GP games, here he just eyeballed everything, which led to, as you could guess, incorrect times, which I later ironed out in post. That time element alone honestly kind of ruined the game, as you will see. But with all that said, we chose a new playing order and got going with racer number 1. Before the warm-up, Lucas educated Trey on the struggles of GP scorekeeping.
Bruh, I hope to f***ing God that this shit displays the time. I have to do stupid-ass shit 16 times on my phone. I have to record it with my phone and then do frame-by-frame analysis. 16 times.
When selecting the warm-up, like we did for the other GP games, Tanner selected the exclusive Don Chan character and went with the round 1 course on the hilarious
Bowser Jr. Cup. Where he finally worked his way up to get his own cup.
With Trey still being new to the competition, and especially new to the weirdness of the arcade titles, he needed to ask this burning question.
Don Chan. That's deep worship.
I've never seen him in the list of Mario Kart. I've looked up every Mario Kart before, and he's not on the list.
Lap 2 was when the group first witnessed the power of the GPDX Not So Mini Turbo. Over the course of the race, Lucas discovered the previously described timing method, which I had a solution for, but Lucas had another one of his classic ideas.
There's no time. Oh, wait, we're just doing under the time of the clock with no interval for. So, I could do a stopwatch.
I'll be doing the totals later.
What if 2 people get 126?
Yeah. I'll be able to know exactly when I'm editing.
Yeah, we're giving up a full second of accuracy.
I'll do it. I'm gonna edit. I'll figure it out.
Listen. I could do a stopwatch.
Like I said, we went with the easy Toad Cup for the Grand Prix. While selecting his character, Tanner again tried to disobey rule number 8.
Oh, baby Peach, look.
No, Brian, you're not Peach.
While Tanner was making his way through the beautiful round 1 course, I couldn't stop thinking about Trey's earlier comments.
Who the f*** is Don Chan?
Lap 2 had the group discussing scores and scorekeeping.
I'll try to mark it as like barely 180 super or whatever.
Yeah, maybe leave a little something. That's gonna be some hot debates.
I was gonna say, what the f?
I'm not worried about it. I'll figure it out in the edit. Am I over 200 yet, Berti?
You definitely are.
Oh, I know I am, but...
So you just like thought wrong for a second?
Tanner then finished with 143 second first place.
Dude, going first is not a vibe.
After the race was when we were first introduced to DX's crazy amount of pop-ups.
Just spam for this.
Dude. No way we have to do all this. Like, oh my god.
Careful. Whoa! Holy shit.
You told me spam through it, did you not?
Yeah, but not to that part.
Oh, like I knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't read that in his tone of voice to only do it to a certain point?
Oh my god, the amount of screens, dude. Can I get to
What
the
is that?
trivia?
Bro, you gotta use your Banana Pass. Right? Get it out.
Banana pass? No.
Race 2 was when we realized this game also has the different but same map quality seen in the other games. The good thing though is each race in the cup is only 2 laps. Anyway, during lap 1, I was happy to see my favorite Koopa King.
That's my boy. Let him win.
Later on, we started realizing the reason behind the game's over-the-top look.
You can tell they designed these games to be like casino-like. Like it's just constant stimulation.
Shortly after, Tanner was hit with his first item, and it had us reminiscing on old ones.
Dude, where's the basin?
True.
What?
There's the square wheels.
True. That's such a buddy hop. The buddy hop.
I'm glad that we probably played GP 1 and 2 for the first and last time.
Yeah.
Then, after Tanner pulled off 2 full boosts, we were glad to see an old familiar face.
They brought back that item. Let's go. Except, yeah, there's no peach face on this.
The race finished with Tanner taking 101 seconds second place after my king, who pulled through with the win.
Whoa, man! I don't know if you can pass that. We'll see. Oh, you can. On this one, you can go down to third, I think.
You can go
down to 2. 2.
Lucas then tried to inform us on how the game compared to the previous time-sinking arcade titles, but lost us with the nerd math.
So yeah, that one took 40 seconds longer. But these races are quicker. Yeah, for sure. Because 250 seconds, and you took 149 seconds on that one, which is 2.5 minutes, which is about on par with the last one. The other one was 143, which is on the low end of the other ones.
Spitting bars.
Race 3 was when we started spotting our favorite items.
Oh, I just saw the basin.
Yeah, the basin's back. The bonker. Brad, yeah, all the classics are back.
Basin, square wheels.
We need that like creepy face guy.
Hopefully it has the same animation.
The race concluded this time with Tanner taking the win over Bowser with 144 second first place. With the times already super close, the group was nervous.
That's like a weird thing this game, these GP games do.
Yeah.
Like 2 maps with that
Literally.
portal in
I don't know
between.
why we didn't just stopwatch.
On Tanner's last race, I tried to lift the mood.
Let's just be happy this is the last GP. Do you think we'll ever casually set this back up and do this again?
Hell no.
We watch all 7 people play.
Play this game every time.
True.
Trey then commented again on the game's crazy visuals. Farther through the lap, Tanner got hit with a new weird item, the mini mushroom. Lap 2 had us discussing Rogan's classic slime tactics.
That's a road move right there. Trail stuff. No, the road move is hold the item behind you. So
Yeah, Rogue was on some different shit. Yes.
He does it every time.
He's good at it, but like, I hate that shit. That pisses me off more than anything.
Again, with Trey being a little behind on what's already occurred in the competition, I had to let him know about the legendary GP2 announcer.
So you missed it. There's an announcer in the last game who announced every minute thing that happened.
And he would say his name at the beginning of the race.
This broadcast is brought to you by Justin Berti.
Shortly after was when Tanner got hit with the craziest GP item yet, the magical ball.
Oh! Yo!
I'm hauling ass though.
Dude, this is sick!
The race then ended with Tanner behind Rosalina for a roughly 100-second first place. That was then followed by another boring-ass Lucas explanation that cleared the room.
When you do the second lap though, it changed to 15 right after he did it, right after he went through, and it was weird. I'm confident that that's the correct number. All the games do that. When they're changing the numbers, it messes with it. I scored it consistently for everybody, so I mean, it's not a competitive concern, but...
With these scores recorded, it's time to switch players. For my warm-up, I went with the round 1 course on the Don-Chan Cup, using Bowser because there were no more exclusive characters left. While warming up, I was hitting boosts, using weird items, then both at the same time.
Watch that. Is that good or bad?
Right before entering lap 5, I had to let Donkey Kong know that there was only room for one heavy on this track. I then boosted one more time to pass Luigi for the first. Afterwards, the group was again nervous about the potentially close times.
We're about to see the same numbers.
Or just depending on like
the cart,
While skipping through the strange pop-ups, I found myself unable to go back and select the Toad Cup.
Oh, f***.
Do we have to go back or put out?
I don't know your last name.
You tell us, man.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said keep going, yes. I said no.
I said no.
You did?
Yeah.
Maybe you, maybe not. Maybe that's what.
Bro, f me, huh?
Jeff, what do we say about spamming through the menu?
While waiting for the game to restart, the fatigue set in. With how uninterested we were with the title, several off-topic conversations were had, starting with...
Juicy J tweeted Playboy Cardi mood all 2022.
His old house. How old is he? Like 50?
Pretty old.
I'm gonna lock in 48.
I'm thinking 43.
I'm gonna
I'll go
say
46.
45.
46.
Damn. Tanner, you said like 50 first, so that doesn't count.
Yeah.
I think 46 constitutes as a like 50.
I'd say 48 to 50 counts as like 50. So like, if I'm 10 and I'm like 10, that counts as being 6.
No, it's different when you're younger. The way your body and brain develops from 0 to 10 is different than 40 to 50.
Damn, that's crazy.
What are we talking about brain development for?
Right before I started the GP, I still thought I was in the right with the menu mishap, leading me to throw this potential time-saving theory out to the group.
Is the move do the warm-up on the first one so we don't have to relaunch the game next time? Do it and then replay the first.
No, I don't think that's fair to Tanner though, since he didn't do the warm-up.
It's up to you. I don't think
Whose idea was it to play this game?
Race 1 started with the group loving Bowser's grunt.
Put in the work.
Louder.
Even though it was no problem for me during the warm-up, I was having a hard time drifting.
You gotta hit the gas.
You gotta hit the gas.
The second and final lap then ended with me again reminding Donkey Kong, don't even try it. And then snagging 142-second first place, which was right underneath Tanner. This close score, of course, had the group vocal.
142. We have avoided crisis for now.
I'm below Tanner, right?
Yes.
143?
Yes.
Wow.
Is at 143.
That was 1 Oh my god.
This is gonna be so.
Yeah, there's way.
I hope everyone else gets 143. I hope everyone else forgets to hit the gas.
I hope
Middle of the race.
we can get on to Mario Kart 8 soon.
While on the topic, the group had more thoughts on the upcoming title.
Mario Kart 8 is the most RNG Mario game.
Oh, it is.
yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It feels so out of your hands with the items.
The CPUs just casually drive by.
When just trying to get to the next race, the annoying pop-ups had the group pissed, so I again brought up my misinformed potential solution.
Bro, the cutscenes, my god.
You have to click through like 18 different screens before you.
That's what I'm saying, like, you're gonna have to sit through all that if we choose another cup. That's up to you, but you saw how long it takes to launch the game.
Dude, I did it the right way.
It wouldn't be fair though to Tanner.
Whatever, if Tanner's upset with it, fine.
You don't have to be screwing yourself, too.
Oh, I'm saying I don't care for me either.
Look, we know you're gonna lose, but I'm still in this.
Got him!
Race 2 had me again shanking drifts.
Yeah, same. Forgetting my buttons in the past.
Love taking your foot off the gas.
Lap 2 again had Donkey Kong on my ass.
You're on really, Donk?
Then, after drift shank number 3 occurred, Trey had had enough.
This is Rogan move right here.
But Jeff, we just did the move where you really hit the gas.
I don't know, the drift skills are just absolutely gone.
Jeffrey, you've let off the gas 3 times now.
Fast forward to the end where drift shank number 4 occurred and caused this to happen.
didn't
Fourth
it?
place! Listen, I gotta do that again!
Well, what the are you doing? Why
What
are you
you
telling
gotta do
us?
is
We
have your
know.
foot
Well, I'm telling you, Brad, like, my brain forgot how to drift.
and hit the gas 4 times.
The drift's weird, bro.
You gotta let off the gas, bro.
I don't know how to put down that number. I don't.
14.
That's what he got. What do you mean? What else did you do?
Because it went from 95 or 93 down to 14 because I'm assuming some kind of mechanic trigger that when the first racer went through, it starts counting down from 15. So the real time is probably somewhere in the low 90s. 15
Dude,
down to
we should have
13.
done the stopwatch.
So in every GP we played,
Sorry,
Jeffrey has not.
I've never flawlessly got through a GP.
My brain was not ready for that curveball.
The Race 2 redo had the group again discussing something way unrelated to the game.
I a cup of water. Sick.
What do you think it means?
Did I do that right?
Super wet.
I don't know. Really good thinking. I just a cup of water like that. Profound.
Then, after hitting a mystery box, I was expecting a goofy item, but was instead given a mushroom out of seemingly nowhere.
What the hell? How'd you get a mushroom? Bruh!
Actual shitty items.
Lap 2 then started with Drift Shank number 5.
Jeff?
What's the disconnect, bro?
So angry.
Because there's a real world impact in our time when you up.
You need to be rooting for me, not against me.
I just have your foot on the gas.
Trey, we're running an arcade game through an Xbox controller. It's not that easy to drift.
Did Tanner ever have that issue though?
Don't make up excuses because you're doing that.
I too have experienced the course that makes me stop the flying gas. Yeah.
Once he calmed down, Trey made an interesting point.
Wait, look at the texture of Bowser's. It looks like macaroni and cheese.
He's actually more accurate made out of cheese. It's a variation of deviled eggs on his back. He's actually just a fruit platter.
I've never had double eggs.
Me either. I don't see it.
I then finished the lap with the needed second, right behind Rosalina. Race 3 started with the group discussing the map repetition.
Peach class.
They're all like the same, right?
No, this one hits different.
Yeah, what part?
This part. The start is different ones.
Went into the race a bit, Trey tried his hand at giving nicknames.
Okay, I'm gonna start calling you Shank Jr. I'm gonna call you Shank Williams Jr.
Shortly after, I bet you can guess what happened.
Dude, I gotta learn
Like,
the drift.
what is the strategy?
Are you trying to lose? Like, I don't.
Bitch, you'll probably do it too. It's weird.
I didn't see that happen to Tanner once. Though.
Sorry, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Jeff!
Trey, how about you get off my ass?
We legit need to lay off the gas counter. It's at like 7 right now.
The race then carried on with a new weird item, an impressive green shell snipe, and a clean 138-second finish.
138. Late 38. It was a very late 38.
After the race, all I wanted to do was explain why I was struggling with the drifts.
The drift is... The corners are just...
I don't want to hear your bullshit.
Dude, Trey's not around.
It's like,
Sensi's
how
game
many
over.
times
Have
do
you?
we up?
Race 4 started with the group pleased I was on my final round.
We're almost halfway done with this GP.
Last one.
I would rather be in the human centipede.
That extreme comment then segued into, again, another off-topic convo.
I watched the third one. I hated it so much. Dude, that was so
Yeah, he is a vagina.
No!
Romers, the prison one.
That castration.
The second one's hard to watch, bro.
They're all.
Then, when going over the bridge, I too was hit with one of those magical balls.
Bro, you got put in the Bowser ball.
The race then concluded with me snagging a 98-second second, again right behind Rosalina.
What was Tanner's?
100.
My ass.
That was
not bad.
Yeah, that was, this whole tournament's just gone to shit for me.
When comparing my scores to Tanner, not one race did I beat him. Not a single one. Time to move on. With Hudson now on the sticks, he wasted no time getting into his warm-up race, which took place again on Bowser Jr. Cup's Round 1 course. The race mostly consisted of us again passing the time with an unrelated debate.
Arcanite's got a 4.4 on Letterboxd. I don't know if I'm putting it there.
Bro.
Wait, what did you give Joker?
When I first watched it, like a 4.5, but like right now, I'd probably give like a 3 or 3.5.
I'd probably give it a 0 in the bump.
Down
Movie
for
was
that.
Snore Central.
I'll have to watch it again.
Snorefest. I wouldn't even call it Joker movie.
Because you accept Heath Ledger's Joker as like the only truth.
Well, what makes Joaquin's a Joker?
The the last 15 minutes of the movie? I think it's a prom.
The race overall wasn't too notable, besides us first noticing that the creepy masks, which we were hoping would show up, do somewhat exist in the game, and then the end where we again argued on whether I did or didn't click continue on the menu.
So if I just hit like do not continue or whatever?
Yes, you can, Jeff.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Like just hit don't.
I did that last time and it brought me back to the same cup.
While waiting for the game to slowly relaunch, the group started off-topic conversation number 5.
Jeff, what's your favorite Star Wars movie?
I don't want to say it.
About a
Say it.
Say if it's any 7, 8, or 9.
Say it.
I don't know.
I don't love everything about it. There's a lot of shit about it, but I just don't go back to the older Star Wars that much. I like them all. I feel like this is such a tough crowd to talk about.
Hudson then got started on race 1, which again wasn't too notable because we were still just debating Star Wars.
The build up for Snow, for it to just
Bro! People are saying he might have been Dark Plagueis and then they just
or Mace Windu.
I never got the Mace Windu shit. People said that he was Mace Windu.
Hudson finished the race with 138 seconds, second place behind Pac-Man.
If there was a way for me to process that story what he was trying to do without it having to fit in everything else, maybe I would have liked it. But
There's some cool ideas.
138.
Is that good?
That is the worst time so far.
Okay.
Race 2 had the group arguing, again mostly about Star Wars.
There's too many jokes in those too. Like, bro, the whole part with Luke on the island drinking the green milk, it's like, okay, stop with the f***ing memes.
But Hudson did surprisingly agree with me on this take.
Don't you find it hard to drift?
Yeah, it's weird.
Hudson, don't validate his insecurities.
No. Jeffrey just read about that one.
The race then finished with Hudson snagging another second, this time behind Rosalina, this time in 96 seconds.
Yoshi had a bad top speed too.
Race 3 was again nothing special besides a few decent green shell snipes and, you guessed it, the group not discussing anything Mario Kart related.
Dude, you gotta get over the Hobbits. No one watches them loving the Hobbits. Like, they're supposed to be goofy.
I hate the Hobbits.
Why?
They're whiny. It's just like the whole part of the third where he's up the mountain. God, it's hard to watch. Gollum's dumbass and he's not siding with Sam. I get that's the ring talking. He's like, where's my bread, Sam? Where's my bread? Where's my elven bread?
Hudson then finished the race in 141 seconds, again behind Rosalina in second. With it now being 1 a.m., the thought of 2 more games to complete that night was just too much for how tired we were. At that point, we decided, instead of day 3 just consisting of home circuit, Mario Kart Tour will also be moved to that date as well. All that was left was race 4, which had Trey again making his dislike for the game clear.
I'd rather be in a comment.
Stop, bro. Strong words.
When nearing the end of lap 1, I was still laughing about
who the is dodging.
After a crazy mid-air green shell snipe from Hudson, the group started up random combo number 6.
When you're done shitting, like, my ass was on fire and I had to, like, carefully walk for a little bit. Like, dude, shit was disgusting to go through.
The race concluded with Hudson taking his 4th second, this time behind Metal Mario, clocking in a time of 96 seconds.
Last place on that.
Let's go, Brown!
I gotta find that drifting already.
When comparing his scores to Tanner's and mine, as you can see, with Hudson and I not logging the greatest times, Tanner kept all his firsts, with Hudson and I each having 2 seconds and 2/3, just up to this point of course. Now it's time for the final racer. For the warm-up race, Rogan actually selected a new course, unlike Hudson.
4.4 on Letterboxd.
That's what I did.
Did you choose the new cup?
Yeah.
Well, not exactly, with it being on the Bowser Cup, a series of races we have history on, but for the most part, it's a new map. Before Rogan got going, Trey had enough of DX.
Are we doing warm-ups though?
Yeah, dude.
At this point, that's just a hard warm-up.
No, Trey, that's not how this works, bro. We're like 8 games deep in the format right now.
While racing through the very similar feeling layout, we all agreed this has to be the most visually appealing Mario Kart game, period. The rest of the race consisted of more weird items and some admittedly pretty clean driving. After the race, while waiting for the game to relaunch, Trey's Smirnoff started kicking in.
I hate that word. That Bednap passport. It just sounds so stupid.
Yeah.
Bro, did you? Oh.
They did it so wrong.
Again, while waiting the 10 years it takes for the game to load, Julian snapped.
I cannot believe we have 2 more interview sessions.
Oh my god.
That sucks,
Oh my
but we
God.
gotta suck it up.
You guys are lucky. You guys go in there for except Rogan.
Rogue helps a bit, yeah.
I'm in there the whole time. Jeff's in there the whole time. It's like
It's
800 degrees in there.
Hot seat, hot room.
We could do the interviews outside right now.
That audio would be great.
Almost as good as
Get
bad.
by a big
Yeah, true.
At that point was when we decided we're too tired for even 8 after this. We decided that too needs to be added to day 3, making this game the last for day 2. Race 1 had Rogan right away, pulling off never before seen moves.
That was on some YouTube shots right there. Grasshopper.
Then, if we didn't experience enough weird items already, Rogue got nailed with a paper mushroom. Yeah, they really thought of everything here. Even though he previously agreed with me, Hudson out of nowhere brought the drift shanks back up.
You think you call it to release the gas?
No, not like Jeffrey was. Jeffrey was like straight up taking like his finger off the button.
You should talk me out here. I should talk you in the bathroom.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care, dude.
Wait till you guys hear what the other people have to say about you. You think I'm the only one talking shit?
I don't care, dude.
There's gonna be tears. That's gonna be emotional.
Rogue then finished up with a 144-second first place.
Somehow, with that, we did not reach a conflict in the first race. That's first place.
Oh, damn.
Yes. I'm like thinking racing lines in this game because that's all the advantage you have is like the line you take and praying that the RNG goes your way.
When compared to the other race 1 times, which were all very close, Rogan snagged the first, with Tanner in second and Hudson and I third and fourth. Before the next race, thoughts were shared on the game.
You like it a little bit.
It looks fine, but watching them play the same
Yeah, it sucks ass. Actually, I kind of like this game in a weird way. I kind of like
Well, the first GP took 2 to 3 times longer than either of these.
The first one was pure hell. So the last one, which was a critical error.
Race 2 had the group dead.
Is Tanner not going
I've had a great teacher.
The rest of the race wasn't too notable, with Rogue finishing it up with 103 seconds, second place behind my boy.
Another first place. Rogan cementing something right now.
Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen.
Well, I've been rooting for Rogue, so.
You had what? Not.
I have, bro. The interviews.
Again, when compared to the others, was another first place, with Tanner again second, this time with Hudson third and me fourth. Afterwards, more thoughts were shared.
Scuff that timing system too. It's honestly a miracle that we've gotten 4 different numbers in the first 2 races so far.
These are so from this experience.
We've gotten damage.
Doing something like this definitely ruins it for you instead of playing it every once in a while.
I like this.
Race 3 began, and right away, the game decided to make up for the lack of basin blocks. Similar to GP1, because of Rogue's impressive driving, the group started rooting against him.
We're just barely on pace for first if you realize this thing.
Slow the down. We get it. You got a lot of first. Bro, you could let me get a couple first just for some good content. I'll swap the names around. I played Luigi, right? There's no gamer tags associated with it. I guess he is Rogue on DS, but...
So were you on the 3DS.
Wait, I was Rogue on the 3DS?
Yeah, there was 2 Rogue smiley faces.
I can't follow it. The Rogue can is crazy.
The race wrapped up with Rogan snagging 143 seconds, second place, behind his ex-bestie, Metal Mario.
Second place. Tanner's first.
Those basins came in clutch.
Yeah, for real.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Double base.
When put on the board, as you can see, Rogan this time grabbed second, with Tanner in first, Hudson in third, and me again in fourth. Thankfully, it was time for the final GP race because the group's energy was non-existent.
These ones are so drained. They're so drained. They just take so long.
It's 1:30.
No f***ing way. We've been doing this for 2 hours? Jesus.
It feels like we've been doing
The last one was...
Race 4 had Rogan driving clean and unencumbered, which Hudson realized at the start of lap 2.
Are you not gonna get by any items either, dude?
That statement then cursed Rogue because he then got hit with not only a mini mushroom, but another one of those magical balls.
Hey, let's go. Super monkey ball.
Yo, Loki hitting that line though.
Even though the end was in sight, the group was struggling.
This game's vibrance is starting
I've been here for 7.5 hours. Well, we've been doing this actively for 6 hours.
Yeah.
I almost got a full shift clocked.
Rogue then finished the race behind his prior plumber pal with a 99-second time, which was extremely close to Tanner's, but just a little slower.
Everybody managed to get different numbers.
Compared to the others, Tanner walked away with another first, with me in third this time and Hudson in a big old fourth.
Can I get fourth on like all of those?
Bro, that was
no, you got 4, 3, 3, 4. Jeffrey got 3, 4, 4, 3.
Yeah, you had the same thing as me, bro.
Now it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions combined for Mario Kart Arcade GP Deluxe. As you can see, very solid for Rogan and Tanner, with them snagging only firsts and seconds. For Hudson and I, it was quite the opposite, with us grabbing only thirds and fourths. When looking at the end of the day totals, Rogan still remains in a firm lead, with Hudson in second, but just barely above Tanner, who's only a measly 3 points behind him in third. For me, well, at least I can say I tried my best. Once those exhausting series of races were over, Trey had to head out, but the others, they still had an obligation to open up, speak their mind, and fill me in with the newest gossip in the final day 2. The group started off with sharing their not so positive thoughts on the game.
Agonizing. I placed well, but bruh, sitting through it, horrible.
Ass, awful, bad, not enjoyable. They're all bad. I don't know, like, it's like comparing like 2 different kinds of animal shit or something. They're both bad, they smell bad, they probably taste bad, I don't know. They're awful, okay? Look, it's not worth playing any of them. I don't know what the f that was. What the f I was talking about? I'm tired, dude. I like it. What the f kind of an analogy was that? It was fun to watch, but when you have to go player by player by player, and that takes 2 hours, it was not fun after an hour.
They don't leave the numbers on the screen long enough, and they change the way that they count down the time, apparently. So figuring that out was a bit of a leap. I think it was kind of draining for everybody, even just to watch. And I think that it was like probably the least exciting. Not being like multiplayer in the way that we usually think about it, kind of took away from the experience.
Though obviously not loved, the title did have a few favorable qualities.
Definitely the lack of a narrator. Did not miss his ass. The drifts felt better. I like the free tiered turbo you can get.
There were none. The water basin. The square wheels are funny. I thought it was a lot easier to look at. It's like a sensory overload. Like they were definitely going for a arcade gambling type vibe. Like it's just everything going on at once.
People are giving it a lot of crap, but it looks good. I think the items are hilarious. The ball mode on DX was so weird, and I think there's just a lot of attention to detail on the maps. They look really good for being an arcade game.
I liked it. I thought it wasn't the most fun thing ever, but I mean, it definitely felt better than the other 2, that's for sure. It was better to look at, I guess. The colors were nice and the maps are cool.
We also couldn't go without mentioning our boy.
I like the weird character Don Champ. I think he's funny. Was he a threat?
Oh, definitely. Big threat.
Did Don Champ prove to be a threat during the game?
No, not too much, but I always saw his face back there. It just kind of warmed my heart. Kept me going throughout it.
Again, the topic of Rogan and Lucas being shady, especially with each other, was again brought up.
What do you think the secret is behind Rogue's sudden success?
I have no idea. There has to be some collusion.
Drug use? Question mark?
It could be. I mean, like I said, he opened up his home, and we saw him and Lucas sharing money. So, and Lucas has been shady. He's been real quiet.
Exchanges of money given in place of high rankings on races. What are your thoughts?
Prove it. Where's the proof?
How do you address these accusations?
If the allegation is that I was taking money all day, considering that he completely dominated the entire day, then yes. But of course not. Absolutely false.
Are you willing to show your Venmo?
Yeah, I'll produce the credits. I'll print them out. No, I won't print them out because then I could fudge them, but I'll show.
The silence has continued out there.
Just focusing on winning.
You use your iPhone and record a video to capture a split-second time.
Yes.
Several of these videos have never surfaced. Are we supposed to take you at your word for the numbers?
They're all in my deleted videos folder. I just don't want him to take a space on my phone.
Why?
I've typed to Jeff for 2 of the videos.
to delete them.
Why have you tried to delete them?
It's a lot of space on my phone.
All you had to do was keep track of the numbers. Why are you being so suspicious? Why are you deleting files?
I just feel like I feel like it's a bit of a low question.
Why are you receiving money?
I'm not.
Why are you cheating?
The allegation is not that I'm the one cheating. It's that I'm helping players cheat, which is not happening.
Lucas seems to be getting frustrated over keeping score, especially in the arcade games. What do you think that's all about?
I don't really know. I'm a little suspicious. He's getting pretty liberal out there with, the numbers, and just wondering if he's got everything down the right way.
He's threatened walkouts, but all he has to do is keep score. Do you think he's not made for this tournament?
I don't know. All I'm saying, after we're done, we might have to recount the vote.
With us at the end of day 2, the group was asked their predictions on where they stand, with the official numbers being at the time unknown.
Yeah, I'm probably second or third right now. I think Rogue is definitely in the lead. I knew earlier today, looking at the list, like the lineup, I was like, yeah, he's gonna get first in a bunch of these. But I don't know, I'm probably second or third. I don't know. I did better in Wii than I thought, so.
Did you perform how you wanted?
No, I think the Wii performance is gonna haunt me, but I'm happy with what I did in the other games, so I think it might make up for it. I think it's gonna be a close toss-up between second and third. Rogue definitely cemented as first place. Gonna need to go majorly on day 3.
How many points would you say you are down from first place currently? If you had to guess.
Gotta be quite a bit. Rogan is most likely first, and Hudson's probably relatively close second. I think I gotta be at least 50 to 75 points below the first place, honestly.
Now, even though my estimate wasn't quite high enough, Rogan, the math wizard, dropped this at the time convincing fake news on me.
Would you believe me if I told you it was 110?
Are those official numbers?
They are official numbers.
That's a hard one to take. If it's real, that's how it goes, but that's some harsh numbers here. Those hit hard.
Then, thoughts were just shared on the day overall.
We had a lot of hype behind it, so that seeing that one was good. I think that one probably brought up the best and worst in people. Maybe the best in terms of gameplay and worst in terms of shit talking, but it was really entertaining. DS was another good one. I didn't like man the cameras, but I think the main line titles like DS, Wii, and Double Dash or something like that have given the best moments for me personally.
What were the highlights and what were the lowlights then?
Definitely low light was Tanner choking in Mario Kart Wii. 'Cause I got money on him. He's been talking this whole time about how it's going to be him or Rogan, and we didn't see it. So.
Would you say you're disappointed in a father kind of sense?
Right. Exactly. Took it out of my mouth.
Tanner's score today? What are your thoughts?
Better than yours.
At this point in the tournament, I've taken so many L's, it's unrecoverable. Mentally, pretty drained, pretty down in the dumps on the leaderboards. I got my theories who I think's gonna win, got my theories who I think's gonna lose. Who performed the worst today?
Does that even need to be asked? Like, the same person that performs the worst every day?
Was that a stutter?
I don't stutter. I never will. But to answer your question, Jeffrey, it did the worst.
Hudson seemed to be a major threat day 1, and today no one's even speaking his name. Why do you think?
I don't know. We didn't really get to 8, and that's kind of one of Hudson's strong suits, so he just doesn't have as much experience playing these other games.
After Hudson's winning streak ended, some have said they saw tears in his eyes during games.
He has been more quiet. I mean, we've all noticed it, so.
Do you think since 64 is over, does he have any place in this tournament, or was he even worth including?
I mean, I've never seen the dude play 8. Everybody's talking about how he's good at 8, so I mean, I'd like to see it. So I guess once that game's over, it's just going to be back-to-back L's from what we've been seeing, and he's been choking, so I don't think he's going to finish that strong.
While on the topic, the group was then asked about the remaining 3 titles.
Like I said previously, Mario Kart 8 is a tough one for me. Tour, almost no experience in it. I think I have by far the most experience in Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, so I'm very confident with that one. But man, that is honestly a toss-up. Anyone could get that. And I don't know what kind of courses we're going to be designing. I guess I'm looking forward to day 3. I think I could win any of those.
I honestly have no idea for the mobile one or home circuit. I'll probably do okay in 8, I think, but other than that, I really have no idea. We'll see.
I played Mario Kart 8 a lot, and I like it. Hoping for first or seconds. Mario Kart Tour, honestly a toss-up. Pretty much just luck. It's just very dumbed down. If you get lucky, you'll get first place.
There's rumors of you practicing Mario Kart Tour with another tournament member, Hudson, for several hours.
We had to do it to unlock the multiplayer. It's what you told us to do.
How do you feel about the no practice rule? It seems like you violated it several times with several games.
I mean, I heard you were playing DS with Kev. What do you have to say about that?
I'll edit it out. Should we with his RC car on the final game to make him lose?
Yeah, I've already got some modifications planned.
Some spike traps at your place and some thumbtacks around or some shit.
A little piss in the gas tank.
Finally, everyone was then asked to share their thoughts on the championship so far and about their feelings going into the final day.
Honestly, kind of down in the dumps. This tournament's not really been going my way. A lot of shanks. I gotta work on all the recording and interviews, so you know.
Final scores. What I hope is Rogan, Tanner, Hudson, Jeffrey. But what I think is gonna happen is Rogan, Hudson, Tanner, Jeffrey. Which would be a little disappointing, but I mean, it makes sense.
If you could send a message to the haters out there, the Hudson Brown haters, what would you say? Speak to the camera.
I don't have anything to say because I don't have any haters.
Will you be more vocal out on the field on day 3
Most
and
likely.
quit this silent shit?
Most likely not. Most likely not.
What do you have to hide?
I'm trying to win.
Really cool to be able to play like all the games that are in the series and a bunch of ones that I haven't played ever before, but it is exhausting.
While just looking for wholesome responses, my name kept getting dragged in the dirt.
I think that what makes Jeffrey perform poorly is that he shit talks the entire time. He becomes the most toxic person possible, and then he just ends up choking pretty much every single race. So
when it comes to Jeffrey, he gets what he deserves.
Keep practicing, because there's a lot of excuses you can try to pull, but you can't take away from the fact that some people aren't as good at Mario Kart as other people.
I then had enough. I needed to rant.
In order to win on day 3, I'm obviously gonna have to pay off some people. That seems to be the strategy of a couple players. Maybe suck some off. That's strategies of other players as well. Maybe some game code tweaking. Maybe some modded controllers. Maybe some purposeful drift on other controllers I'll give to other players. Maybe hours of practice behind the scenes, similar to other players again. They've cheated, they've distracted, they've sabotaged, they've gone weird strategies, they've taken advantage of different controller schemes. I'm just saying, some really questionable tactics out there, day 1 and 2, which has led to my 4th place. If I can get all first places on the last ones, I will not get last place, I can guarantee that. I'm gonna use what's worked for all the other players, apply it to me, a clean player, and maybe see if I can actually survive in this world of slime.
Day 2 was a crazy one. 2 more handheld titles, 2 more emulated arcade titles, and our favorite game on the Wii. Countless ups and downs, countless memorable moments, and most of all, countless controversial events. After day 2 wrapped, we again all went our separate ways back home, where we thought back on our performances, good and bad, and used what we learned so far to develop game plans for the final day. With how difficult it is to align 7 people's schedules, days went by, weeks passed, a month even passed. Officially 31 days after the second day, we found a Wednesday that worked for everyone. Once all heads were accounted for, it was time for some pre-game interviews with ya boy. Question number 1 was regarding their thoughts going into the 3rd day.
This is finally day 3 after nearly a month since day 2. What do you think the reasoning behind the pause is? People are scared to come back and play?
That could be a thing. We're also all adults with our own schedules, so that could be a factor. But yeah, probably just some pussy shit.
I'm fairly confident. I don't know if I'm gonna win necessarily. Rogan's got a pretty good lead, but I think if he does really bad in a couple, I could come back potentially. But Tanner's also right behind me, so he could too.
How would you feel if you ended up 3rd place today, maybe 4th?
I'd be fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What's up with the lack of competitive nature with every game?
What do you mean? Like, why do I have to care that much? We're just playing Mario Kart, dude.
Some people would describe your score as a uncomebackable score. How do you feel about that?
I've said it from day 1, I'll say it again. Most slept on player, most overhated. I think I'm running the cleanest game out here. Do the math, I could come back.
That would require you getting first place in every race and everyone else getting dead last.
It's not impossible. Who do you think's got the biggest chance to win today?
I'm gonna say Rogan or Tanner.
You're in a weird standing today. You're at 439 points, only 3 behind 2nd place. You could maybe have a shot at the title.
Hold on, I gotta fart.
With us still not having the answers we were looking for, Rogan and Lucas and their super shady relationship was brought back up.
Let's explain your job again. What do you do here?
I keep score and I do the things that nobody else wants to do because I'm a grown man.
How is it that 2 days in a row we get 2 people in the rankings 3 points apart? Do you think that's just bad accounting?
I think that's good sportsmanship. And maybe you should be thankful that the rankings are so close that this video will be remotely interesting.
You and Lucas have had several conversations off camera, and he's the scorekeeper. You want to explain that? You're in 1st place. A little coincidental, don't you think?
That is untrue.
Was there a money exchange?
No.
We have several clips from out on the field of you fumbling with the Sharpie, asking 3 times sometimes what the scores were. What's the likelihood that you shanked a couple numbers?
Non-existent. 0.
Lucas was seen erasing numbers and changing them once you whispered in his ear. What's going on there?
It's Sharpie. I'd like to see you try and erase a Sharpie.
He writes in pencil then Sharpie.
He writes the same number.
But he erased the pencil.
Do you watch him write in Sharpie?
I have it on camera.
So you can prove that he's writing the same
Why
number.
are you stumbling? What do you have to hide?
Nothing.
Lucas was seen erasing numbers mid-match. You want to speak on that?
Yeah, I heard him talking to Rogan about it the first night.
How would you feel if I told you to keep an eye on the numbers today, if you know what I mean? Keep close eye on Lucas and his text between Rogan.
I think I could get that done.
Who are you planning on living with soon?
Trey and Hudson.
Interesting. Trey. I hear that name come up. And who's Trey live with right now?
Lucas.
Interesting connection. He's been talking to that kid nonstop. Back alley deals, handshakes, whispering, text messages. I heard he's even living with a close friend of his. The connections are honestly insane.
Off the bat, the group had to address the day's first big controversy, the fact that we were starting at midnight. I'll have Lucas explain what happened.
One of the racers.
Name him.
Don't make me do this. Yeah, so everything was going good until yesterday evening. Thought we had a plan in place. Start off early, knock out a game or 2, watch a movie, come home, finish her out. But a meeting with a professor kind of threw a wrench in those plans.
Well, I mean, it's been no secret. I've been rooting for Tanner this whole time. But after that lame shit he pulled today, talking about how he has some meeting with a professor, all of a sudden he cares about school. I don't know what that's about.
What do you think is more important in the grand scheme, school or this tournament?
Obviously this tournament. School will be there forever. This tournament's only happening now. So it's like, I really don't know where his priorities are.
We had a planned meetup at 3 p.m. Tanner, out of nervousness, that's my guess, changed the time, scheduled over, forgot about his boys, and now we're filming almost the next day. And all I gotta say is, look at his position on the leaderboard and that'll explain why. Also, we went to see the new Batman film, and it was quite good. Do you think Tanner's not taking this tournament serious enough because he's an abysmal 3rd place?
I think that's certainly reasonable to call into question. I mean, whenever somebody starts struggling in the rankings and then all of a sudden there's a meeting with the professor and you gotta question, is dedication to the tournament really there anymore? Or is he giving up on himself, and should I even have a reason to believe he can do this anymore?
You want to explain why this tournament didn't start 7 hours earlier?
We were at a movie. All of us. We were all at a movie.
We had plans for 3 o'clock. Playtime.
Playtime, motherfucker. We had a play date.
Does Tanner have a reputation of backing out?
Off the grid? Yeah, on the grid, maybe.
What else does Tanner have to his name except for 3rd place in the biggest tournament of 2022?
I mean, I guess the girls like curly hair. That's about it.
Tanner wasn't the only name mentioned. Also discussed, not so positively, was Hudson, starting with his now past #1 supporter.
Hudson went from being the best at every game, his confidence at the highest levels it's ever been, and now he barely even showed up today.
To me, it just reeks of a lack of integrity. Fall from grace is never a good thing to see. You know, I'm on record singing the praises of that man, and we'll see what happens.
What are your thoughts on Hudson going from more confidence than anyone, 1st place every game, and now he's got a forgettable score that you're 3 points behind?
I'm creeping up on him. He's shaking his f***ing boots. Anywhere he goes, he's dripping sweat.
Even my name got thrown into the mix.
Jeff has a lack of allies out on the field. Do you think you could be the one to support him when he needs it most at 4th place?
Yeah, if he's not, being a slime lord the whole game, but...
Many people have analyzed Jeffrey, and they say his gameplay is technically the most skillful. You want to speak on that?
No. Yeah, I think there is a lot of technique in hanging back and getting the better items for the 3rd lap because everybody needs a blue shell 3rd lap. So Jeffrey's very good at playing his position right. Jeffrey can only go up and the other players have written him off, so it's like he's not even a factor in their mind. So I think he can pull something out today, at least beat 2 people.
Do you think Jeffrey is the most overhated player?
I don't think he's overhated. I think he deserves hate. He gets to a degree.
What if you found out Jeffrey cried behind the scenes after every hate comment he received? Would it make you rethink how you treat him and how everyone else treats him?
No.
Discussions were also had regarding Rogan, mostly centering on his ongoing strange behavior.
After Rogan's poor performance in Mario Kart 7, we lost sight of him for a while. What do you think was happening?
He came back, eyes puffy, clammy hands. I don't know what's going on with him.
Behind the scenes, Rogan has been non-stop saying, I'm nervous for today, I'm nervous. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's
annoying because he knows that he's in the lead and he knows that he's gonna do really good already, and he's just being a little bitch about it, honestly. Like,
Rogan's on record several times off camera saying, "I'm nervous for today. I don't think I'm gonna do well today." What are your thoughts on that?
Bro, low key, it's a load of crap from him. He's like, oh, he's annoying, bro. He's trying to play the good guy now that he's 90 points out of everyone.
You're on record several times saying, and I quote, "I'm nervous for day 3." What's up with the silent persona out in the field? Everyone's wondering what's going on in his head.
I just don't have much to say.
Rogan continues to be super silent out on the field. Do you think that's a successful strategy?
I mean, strong, stoic, sexy. I think that sums up Rogan's strategy. Look at the man. I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
Most players out on the field are pretty rowdy, having a lot of fun, screaming, and Rogan's silent every time. What is going on behind the scenes with that kid?
You know, it seems pretty dark. Sometimes he just, you know, he doesn't talk much. We were on the way home and he just dropped some things on me that I wasn't expecting to hear. You know, I'm like a little taken back by it, you know.
What do you think this new strategy is? It's the silent gameplay, it's the humble bragging nonstop.
Elaborate on that.
You elaborate on.
When asking the group about the 7th member of the competition, Trey, the person who's been here the least, memories were foggy.
I don't even know who invited him. I don't know who that is. He's been talking to Lucas and Rogan a lot. They're all checking their phones at the same time. Rogan's stepping out, taking a couple calls. He's coming back. Attitude is a little different. So there's definitely something going on.
I don't know, dude. Is he here for like rogue, like emotional? I don't like who knows him.
Do you think he's a hired sabotager?
I mean, he passed all the background checks, so I don't think, but...
You want to elaborate why you're here today?
I'm here to watch Jeff get his ass kicked.
Next, the group was then asked their thoughts on the day's games, first with Mario Kart 8 on the Switch.
you know, we'll see. I think I'll do really well in 8. It's the only Mario Kart game that I own, so yeah, probably I'll be okay in it.
Mario Kart 8 is a game I'm not confident on. It's honestly one of my weakest games. I think it's the highest chance of falling really far back in the rankings. If you're in that 3rd, 4th range, you get hit with an item, it's game over.
We have one legitimate competitive title and then 2 fest, shank fest. Who the knows what's gonna happen? I like 8. 8's big colors, animations, 60 frames per second. It's entertaining.
8, it's not my favorite game ever. It's hard to get a feel for it. I'm not really the best at it, but hopefully it'll work out.
I'm looking forward to 8. I'm the goat at that game, as everyone knows.
If you could script out how Mario Kart 8 goes.
So we know Rogue's coming out with the guns. Let him get in at first for a few laps, and then we gang stalk him for the last lap, and it's game over.
Then with the title on iOS, Mario Kart Tour.
Bro, I don't know. I've played it a little bit to get a feel, and it's very weird. Like, I honestly don't know how that's gonna work out. It seems very much like the character you pick determines like the items you get and shit, so that could be a major advantage.
The iOS one, very little experience. I think it's a little overhated. It's kind of fun. That's honestly a toss-up. Hudson, even though he's 20-something years old, plays a lot of iPhone games. I don't know why. And I see him on that game a lot. It's honestly embarrassing. So he might pull that win today. He desperately needs it.
iOS, I'm gonna have a fun time trying to record that on somebody's shaky ass hands. They're probably gonna be trying to steer it with their body and shit. It's gonna be a really good time.
Screen recording.
Oh, true, yeah.
The phone game, I think, is just luck, pretty much. Like, everyone goes the same speed. It's not really like, I don't know. I think there might be a thing with the characters. You can get a different amount of items per box. So if you get lucky, your character might be one of those that can get 2 or 3 items versus just 1, which is definitely an advantage.
And lastly, thoughts were shared regarding the final IRL title, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit.
I don't know about Home Circuit, that's gonna be a toss-up, but it seems sick as f***, so.
For Home Circuit, I think I have by far the largest chance of winning that. I have a couple hours of experience on it, at least 3 or 4, but I'm very nervous the location. It's gonna be the first time we have a location switch. It's gonna be at Tanner's place. There's been a lot of rumors about sabotaging, booby traps, purposeful misdirection. Once it's out of my place, I'm nervous. Have you set up obstacles to booby trap the other players that only you will know the way around?
Of course. Fire strikes, trapdoors.
It's a pretty simple floor plan, no matter which way you slice it. I hear there's an animal or 2 lurking around there. Who knows what could happen?
Could be a real life change on.
It's the Wild West, yeah.
Home Circuit, I think, is going to be a toss-up, pretty much. I'm not really sure about that one. Never played it multiplayer before, so.
Home Circuit. I was in the remote control championships at Hobby Lobby, Pennsylvania, 2014.
Is this real? It feels kind of real.
Took home the silver with my Traxxas Slash 4x4. Lithium power.
For day 3, we had a plan.
I gotta fire again.
I
said I gotta fire again.
Okay, start it.
It started.
Without further ado, time to crack out the Joy-Cons and Pro Controllers for game number 11. Just as the clock struck midnight, we all assumed our normal positions on the couch, with the boys tucked together and me back on the arm. Once the varied controllers were connected, Trey grabbed his classic drink of choice and Lucas knocked it off with this sus shit. It was then finally time to tackle the day's first game. As many already know, this is not the first release of Mario Kart 8. That goes to the Wii U version released 3 years prior in 2014. Going into the championship, we thought playing both versions of 8 would be a little redundant. So we of course went with the more enhanced one on the Switch because it has way more content. Now there's too much to cover in terms of how Deluxe is different from the Wii U's 8, plus it's not super relevant, so instead I'll list off what 8 Deluxe brings new to the series, which is a lot. In terms of notable returning features, there's kart customization, the racer count is back to 12 instead of 8, double item boxes return from Double Dash, within the items, boos return, and so do feathers from Super Mario Kart surprisingly. In terms of new items, we have the slingable 3-time use boomerang flower, the quick and chompy piranha plant, the force field-esque super horn, or boombox as we call it, or as Trey calls it.
Yeah, that thing's called the farter.
And lastly, there's the Crazy 8, an item nearly identical to the previous Lucky 7, but with an added coin. For new characters, there's quite a few. We've got some from Animal Crossing, some from Splatoon, Link from Zelda, and a shitload of Bowser's family members. As a quick side rant, I don't love the inclusion of the non-Mario characters. I think that's a slippery slope to start, and there's a ton of other possible in-universe characters that warrant a spot on the list over them, in my opinion. And come on, 7 Koopalings? There are alternate costume characters and even some skin variants, but overall, I'm shaky on the roster. With those new characters, we of course get new sick looking karts, including now ATVs as a vehicle type, and including licensed cars, which are very uncanny to see a character within. Other new features include a 200cc speed option, a new mini turbo, a post-game highlight reel, and the biggest feature, anti-grav racing, which leads to very unique and interesting course design. Tying in with that is the new spin boosts, which can occur during the anti-grav portions of each map. Lastly, before we get into it, a few things you need to know in order to understand how racing is different here on 8 is number 1, falling off the map is basically not a thing anymore. With Lakitu's quick pickup, that element of the game is essentially gone. Number 2, the items you get here are more based on your proximity to first place instead of purely race position. This allows for sometimes better items and higher spots. And number 3, in our opinion, compared to all the other games, this has the worst downhill momentum, meaning if you get hit with an item around the 2nd to 4th position, you'll fly down the ranks way faster than any other game, almost every time. Just keep that in mind. With all that said, time to get going with the first race. While selecting the warm-up map, the group was already on edge.
Oh, we're playing on Jeffrey's and he has like no carts or anything.
Can I play Baby Daisy?
He's a bum.
You better have the moped, Jeff. No way he does. He has a moped. Yeah. Jeffrey been practicing.
I don't know the good cars at all. I don't know shit about 8.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm so on this shit right now.
Once Tanner selected his 3rd illegal daisy and the group finally chose their karts, Hudson noticed something.
Why are you guys on this tryhard setup out here with the Wiggler? What is that on the Wiggler, bro?
No, it's a warm-up. It's a warm-up.
That's
What do you mean? Motherfuckers was playing the dry bomber. I don't want to hear it.
Who's playing the dry bomber?
For those who don't know, the Wiggler is a notoriously slimy kart, which is exactly why the boys chose it. Anyway, we got started on the Moo Moo Meadows remake for the warm-up. Throughout the entire race, the toxicity was off the charts. Rogue, item holding every lap. Me, cucked by non-stop greens. First with Hudson, then with Link non-stop blocking me. And this was all while many secret side combos were had with the distracted scorekeeper.
You're talking about the Riley Rewrite video?
No. We need collusion.
That's Eli's swag. Look at him, man.
Right after Hudson finished with the first, Tanner was about to snag second until Rogue hit him with the red shell that he's been holding on to for the last 30 minutes. But even after that, he was struck with a last second blue. Well, sorta. The explosion actually didn't harm him. This is because he was still actively spinning out from the red shell. Regardless, he finished after Rogan, with me finishing up in a late 7th place.
I'm a little rusty on the Pro Controller.
Here we go.
It was then time for the GP. While reselecting karts, Hudson again made his opinion clear.
Good. I don't even need to look like. I'm not gonna stoop to that level.
Hudson then shared his thoughts regarding which cup to pick.
Anyone got an opinion?
The Star Cup is good.
What's the ones with the most unique, exclusive maps?
Probably the Star Cup. Mount Wario is really good.
Okay.
What characters in Mario would have that?
Wario?
Before we began on the Star Cup, I couldn't remember how I did on the previous race that occurred mere seconds prior.
What was the ranking on warm-up?
First, second, third.
Before you even
First, second, third, fourth. Okay.
You gotta.
With us just about to begin, Lucas was still not focused, so I had to call him out.
A little sloppy on the scoreboard?
Yeah, sloppy on the mind your business.
Yeah.
Game.
Did you just make a mark?
What's the better line? No. Under.
You wrote Rogan's first place already?
Race 1 took place at the bright and beautiful Sunshine Airport. Right away, red shells were flying. First from Tanner to Hudson, then from Rogan to Inkling Girl, then from Hudson to...
That just went straight to the back of the plane wheel, bro.
While making the first jump, Lucas threw this bold claim out there.
This game is like the Black Ops 2 equivalent.
Whoa, that's weak, bro.
Yeah, no, that's weak.
In terms of how it looks,
In terms of
the conversation we were just having. Focus on the game. Focus on the game, bro. Stop.
In terms of
focus on the game.
Black Ops 2, in terms of look?
Yeah, Black Ops 2 is like colorful and poppy.
Not nearly as crisp.
Jeff, he's trying to distract you.
Yeah, true.
I told him to discreetly to focus on the
I see him talking to Rogue, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, you don't see Rogue entertaining, I have to say.
After that flub was when I started noticing Rogan being even more quiet than usual.
Rogan's on that mental match shit right now, like cutting corners at the precise angles.
Who wasn't quiet was Lucas, who continued his slander.
Shankville, population 4. Let's get that out there in the ether.
Population 1, general.
The race carried on with Rogan taking a slimy shortcut, Tanner getting surprised by the plane,
The plane take off?
That was a jump scare.
and Hudson receiving several karma-induced red shells.
How many red shells?
I've gotten hit by 18 red shells, yeah.
Similar to Tanner on DS, after grabbing a mystery box, Hudson was hit with even more bad luck.
And they give me a banana with a ghost, that's cool. I'm in 7th place now.
After taking that same shady shortcut and finishing with a first, Rogue dropped this massive slime bomb on us.
I need to turn off smart steering, I forgot to do that.
Oh, you got
Wow.
After you win.
All memes aside, that is the slimiest thing Rogue has done so far. Here in Mario Kart 8, one of the new features that is meant to help new drivers stay on the course is smart steering, an optional training wheels-esque feature that assists with steering. Rogan obviously knew he had it toggled and knew to mention it only after he finished in order for it to still count.
Who on record got smart steering?
All of us.
I do.
We'll discuss that a little more in detail, but first let's check back in on the others. Tanner ended in second, which was about to be followed up by me in fourth until Hudson combined a ghost lightning dodge with a mushroom with the Rogue shortcut for the fourth instead, leaving me with fifth.
You son of a bitch!
We then decided to watch the highlight reel before the next race.
No, I want to watch this.
You need to watch that.
That royally me.
I'm saying
check this later.
Watch this tactical move.
Oh, that was epic as
Analyze the bike choice.
Was that new tech?
You know Rogan's dropping items last second. Even though it doesn't matter. Rogan will be in 7th, he'll hold it for 8th.
Before we got started on the mostly underwater Race 2 course Dolphin Shoals, we had to get to the bottom of the smart steering situation. As soon as Lakitu left, I tried to pause the game, which I struggled with.
Can you guys pause it and check?
What?
No, we can't. We can, but we'll be in the middle
Pause
of the race.
what? I'll pause.
Turn off the audio. That's not pause.
How do you do it?
Pause.
I don't know how to pause.
The plus button. That's a capture.
But after the capture faded, the truth was revealed. Not only did Rogue indeed have smart steering toggled, so did everyone else, except for me, which Hudson didn't realize.
Get it on record! Who's Yosh?
Me. It's off.
Was it on?
Yes, it was on.
It's on for everybody.
I then later discovered that smart steering is identified by an antenna sticking out of your cart, which glows yellow when it's assisting. Again, you don't see one on Bowser. I won't be disqualifying anyone, I just want it known who's the cleanest driver out here. Cleanest driver besides the fact I was the only one with auto acceleration, but let's just ignore that. Once the others toggled off, Lucas tried to delay the game even further until...
Okay, are there gonna be any asterisks? Are there gonna be any asterisks? Wait. Okay, fine.
On lap 1, while riding on the back of the Mallray, is where day 3's first crazy item interaction took place. It all started with me, in 4th with a red, which I threw at Tanner in 3rd, but he had a green which he threw at Hudson who was in front of him. The green shell connected first, leading to Hudson falling back, replacing Tanner in 3rd, but my red still got Tanner, which he was confused about.
How is it coming from me?
Because I got to do it with something else.
Because I coded it for you.
This was all while Rogan, who even though was holding a banana, slipped on a stray fireball from Mario who was way behind us. This big event occurred within less than a second and led to Mario passing everyone. After that and a few skilled bombings, one from me to Hudson and one from Rogan to Tanner, Lucas again was on my case.
In the summer, we got Little Caesars.
Best chain place?
Jeff, how about you focus on the game, bro? You need it.
Why you bash me? You should be impartial.
I'm trying to be impartial, but
I haven't heard Rogan come out of your mouth once.
Because he's focusing on the game and it's showing in his gameplay. Where's it at from you?
That bullying just added to my down in the dumps attitude.
Bro, 9th place, this is fucking major game over. I'm trying to just not end on an embarrassing note. Just an okay note. See ya! Oh my god.
That's what we call an embarrassing note.
My complaints were seemingly heard because I was blessed with the championship's first ever bullet. With the finish coming up, Rogan snagged another first, which was about to be followed up by Tanner until again Hudson came in with a mushroom shortcut cuck, combined with Tanner slipping on Rogue's last second banana drop, leading to Hudson in 2nd and Tanner 3rd.
See ya!
I can't blame Hudson too much because I used the same strategy for myself as well, going from 7th to 5th last second.
Damn! I was gonna get...
Yeah, he did. Jeffrey.
Whatever, bruh. I'm about to just start going backwards on the tracks and sabotaging.
It was then time to again watch the highlight reel.
Look at that. Rogan holding the banana behind him.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's Jeffrey.
Bruh. You know Rogan sent every trick, bruh. It's like slow down if you're first.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that. That's the same finish as last time.
I think we should get blast past Tanner at the end.
Race 3 started with Lucas having the balls to call me out for being distracted.
Everyone ready?
Yes, Jeff.
You came out of nowhere.
You're the
one having conversations with all during the race.
We then finally got going on the 3rd map, Electrodrome. Despite the weird name, this is again another stunning map packed with unique visuals. The race began with Tanner attempting a little drive and drop on Hudson.
Yeah, for that one, Tanner. Right? Nice try on that.
As the race continued, we started noticing more and more how suspect Rogan's gameplay was.
You know Rogue's got 3 bananas around him.
You know he's keeping those till the end of the game. I think I saw Rogan messing with the HTML of this game.
Rogan's like, I insist, let me play my copy, please. I'm like, Rogan, why does this have a custom label, bro? Why does this say Mario Kart 8 V2?
Lap 2 had Trey on Savage mode.
I'm analyzing this gameplay, it's pretty clean right now.
I'm not watching your screen.
Damn, Trey.
I'm just being honest.
Too real.
Don't let it get to your head.
While cruising far ahead everyone else, Rogue again lived up to his blue shell magnet status. Following that was a salty Tanner, fed up with Hudson's red shell spamming.
Dude, how many red shells do you guys have back there?
No,
Be honest.
no, I'm telling you, that's
Be
not
honest.
how game works, bruh. You fall in this middle zone, it's game over in terms of items.
The final lap found Trey a little distracted by Electrodrome's crazy visuals.
You see the SAGA is working on the stream.
While making my way down the pink path, I shared my thoughts on the game so far.
This is like my least favorite Mario Kart. Hardest to control in my opinion.
What? You played 64?
Immediately following that was Tanner hitting me with this green shell orbit obstruction.
Oh! Tanner, I got a little something for you.
In the highlight reel.
I got a little something for you up there.
Oh, what about it?
No, Tanner, did it work?
No.
The race concluded with Rogue again first, Hudson second, Tanner in a dicey 4th, and me in an even dicier 6th. With that being the 4th 8 race down, Hudson had had enough of the cracked Caterpillar cart.
Rogue, this is some slime out
You can tell Rogue.
You're using the Wiggler bike, bro.
And
Rogue went on YouTube and looked up
What's the best bike plus tire combination?
Look at Rogan's YouTube history and search results.
It was then time for another highlight reel.
This speaks for itself. Oh, Tanner.
That's a classic thing.
That's been in every clip. There we go. Hudson, what are we doing here with it?
I'm sorry, brother.
Before race 4 commenced, I had to check to see if the boys were ready for the next game on iOS.
Everyone's phone's charged for the next one?
I don't want to do a tour. I'm going to drop it on the terminal.
The final race began on Hudson's favorite map, Mount Wario, which happens to be another one of those single lap, several section courses like in Mario Kart 7. With this title being my worst performance so far, I had to make my thoughts on the game clear.
No, it's like now, that's game. If you get hit with one item at this point, what's the point?
I like this map though.
Why you like it? You practice it?
Would you say you're well versed?
Section 2 wasn't much different.
Oh my!
What?
It's such
Tell me that.
a rip Skynes on the score. It's like, really?
It's just like really.
With the map layout.
10.
It's like, can we get a playtime amount with Rogan?
As we entered the final section, my commentary started falling apart.
How's it feel to be constant double digits, bro?
How does it feel to be?
What?
Right before finishing the race, another blue shell was thrown, hitting not only Rogan, but Tanner as well. Despite that, Rogan cleaned up with another first place. The others didn't end on as high of a note though, with Hudson grabbing 4th, Tanner in 6th, and me even after being blessed with another bullet.
It's about time on that. Bull isn't dick on this part.
Combined with a lucky golden mushroom, I continued my rough streak with a 7th.
Rogan possibly putting the final nail in the coffin.
No, that's dead. There's no way we can catch up to Rogue now. It's done.
All that was left was one more highlight reel.
Dude, I'm sorry, I can't do these try-hard Wiggler bikes, bro.
No,
it's
every
so
clip is the same.
sweaty, bro.
Rogan
It's
is
so
known to
sweaty.
defeat because
So
he's
mad, Hudson.
I'm not mad, it's just... I'm just disappointed.
Hudson, get good.
Now it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart 8. As you can see, absolutely god awful for me, but extremely good for Rogan, with him pulling off his second flawless, all first place finishes. When looking at Tanner, not too hot at all. And Hudson, decent, but nothing crazy. With those scores being locked in, Rogue secures an even more dominant lead. A lead that could be surpassed, but it ain't gonna be me. That's all I'm saying. After that complete shit show of a Grand Prix concluded, we decided to, like we did for day 2, combine the interviews with the next game's interviews to save time, which happened to take place at Tanner's house instead. So here's the questions relating to the races that just took place on the sleepiest, slimiest, potentially most sexual game yet. First question was regarding the players' thoughts on their performances.
Horrendous.
What were your rankings?
I don't remember. Bad.
I was happy with it. I think I did pretty good. It really depends on blue shells, honestly. And I only got blue shells once or twice throughout the 4 races, so I was pretty happy about that. Got some good luck there.
I did okay. I mean, Rogan bent me over and took advantage of my supple asshole, but other than that, I did alright. I got seconds, so.
Is Mario Kart 8 the only Mario Kart you own?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think once we get to Mario Kart 8, I'm gonna win that.
I've seen Hudson get out of slumps before, so I think once Mario Kart 8 hits, it's gonna be first.
Hudson is good at 8, and I think that he'll do pretty good on that one.
I mean, I've never seen the dude play 8. Everybody's talking about how he's good at 8, so I mean, I'd like to see it.
We didn't really get to 8, and that's one of Hudson's strong suits.
It's the only Mario Kart game that I own, so yeah, probably I'll do okay in it.
A lot of hype going in that game and kind of lackluster performance when you said.
Yeah, well, Rogue was on the, he's looking up YouTube tutorials or something. He looked up what's the best bike/tire combo and just used that, and
You want to break down what was slimy about Rogan's kart choice?
he just picked the best one. I'm out here in the moped having a good time, and Tanner and Rogue are over there sweating their balls off.
Next, the group was asked their thoughts on the title.
I got it right when it came out on my sister had a Wii U. It was fun. I thought it was too easy at first compared to the other Marios. I don't know why, but playing with you guys recently, it seems like it's more RNG based than the other ones, and it used to seem super easy, like way easier than Wii.
I mean, it's pretty smooth, you know? I feel like the items are a bit more crazy because you're getting like multiple items a lot and stuff, but I think the drifting feels fine, you know? It feels like any other Mario Kart game, really.
While on the topic of items, Hudson and his red shell spamming was mentioned several times.
Hudson has developed a reputation for red shell usage.
I was just about to say that for every highlight reel, it's Yoshi slinging a red shell. And you know, he always does it, you're like jumping on a ramp, so you get hit in the middle of the sky, and then Lucky 2 taking his time getting you back up there.
You've become known for your very slime item usage, particularly red shells. Do you purposely stay in the 3rd, 4th, 5th range to only get those slimy items?
No, that's just the range that you're in, usually around 4th place, so that's the only time you really notice when you're getting hit.
You saying you're behind me then?
Yeah, and then I pass you and finish it first.
There's theories brewing that Hudson knows the correct placements. Around the 4th to 6th place, he chills there for the red shells.
I believe that.
They should get better, I guess, Jeffrey, if you're really that mad about it. I mean, I know I red shelled you and then rocketed past you, and I know you're kind of butthurt about that, but I'm gonna use them. What do you want me to do, just get an item and not use it? You know, it's part of the game and it happens.
Many conversations were also had regarding the potential alliance and overall shady nature of Lucas, Rogan, and Trey.
Last couple games, you've been seen conversating a lot with the scorekeeper, almost as if you were distracting him. You want to speak on that?
Truth was, I was making some jokes. I forgot he was scorekeeper.
You want to describe the whispers with Trey, the Venmo transactions with Rogan, the back alley handshakes with Tanner?
I told you not to bring that shit up anymore. I'll walk out of here.
There are rumors, confirm them, if true or not. You live with the scorekeeper.
That's a fact.
You have access to the numbers after hours?
No, he keeps that shit on lock.
You claim that this new face of Trey, you've never seen him, don't know why he's here, but rumor is you live with him.
That's true. Not all roommates are best of friends, and we found kindred souls in each other during the course of this tournament.
We have Rogan suspiciously getting first out of nowhere. In the beginning, he starts rough. As the money deals start going on behind the scenes, he starts rising. Now he's first. We got this newcomer, Trey. No one knows him, no one's seen him, but there's connections with the scorekeeper, there's connections with the first place winner. I gotta question it. What's Lucas's role been throughout the tournament?
He's keeping score.
As the games continue, he's more and more vocal, and he's seeming to pick favorites. Do you think he should stay unbiased?
Of course. A lot of ones on Rogan's end, you know, and they've been hanging out recently. I don't really know what's going on, if it's like there's some other agenda. You know, Rogan hasn't been doing too hot, so this might just be something, you know, get his spirits up, back going outside, eating meals again.
Do you want to speak on the alleged alliance of Reserved Rogan, Loose Lucas, and Tricky Trey?
Who are you, Dr. Seuss? I got nothing to say about that.
Questions were then asked relating to the no practice rule, mainly centering around first place Pransky.
With nearly every game we've played, there's rumors of you practicing, sometimes hours. You want to speak on that? It's one of the only established rules.
I mean, I've played the games before. I don't actively practice them for the tournament, but I do play them if I want to play them.
The amount of side conversation Rogan has with everyone, it's like, hey, do you want to practice 8 before the tournament? Hey, do you want to practice 7 before the tournament? It's just like the allegations, the rumors.
The gaslighting.
Rogan remains silent out in the field. Barely talks, but always does well. Is that the key to the success? No talking?
For some people, you know. I mean, obviously Rogan's on his game in Mario Kart all the time, but he's being extra quiet tonight.
I haven't played one game of practice. Any gameplay out of the tournament has been purely for recording reasons, technical reasons, making sure I got the wires, the charging cables, the correct capture cards, the correct devices. It's just like when you do the math of Rogan, hundreds of hours, Tanner, hundreds, Hudson, hundreds. If you look at my runtimes, my amount played, it's measly minutes. These have been some of my first Mario Kart games ever, you know, which showing my 4th places. I have little to no experience on a lot of these games. Double Dash, I'd play maybe 2 or 3. Wii, 3 or 4 maybe. That's all But it's like, I'm trying my best, you know? It's like, sorry, I don't practice, I don't break rules. Isn't it a little odd you're first place and you own every single game? Almost as if you bought them for the tournament practice? Rogan, with his tutorials, with his hours of practice. I mean, not enough people are talking about he owns every single game. He owns all of the games.
Yeah, that's real.
Rogan's got a reputation of slime item usage. You want to describe?
What can I say? I mean, I'm just as annoyed by it as everyone else. We'll have a race with 8 people and this guy will be in 3rd place holding on to 3 bananas. It's like, how hard are we trying here? Like, are we having like guidelines, or is this like going on YouTube or?
Then finally, the group was asked to share their thoughts on me, which produced mixed responses.
During this entire tournament, you've been behind the camera, you've watched the gameplay, you've watched all the interviews, and you've noticed the theme of the Jeff hatred. Do you think it's warranted?
At this point, I don't think so. I think there's too much slime and collusion going on behind the scenes. So at this point, I don't think it's Jeffrey's fault that he's in fourth.
During Mario Kart 8, you were non-stop harassing Jeffrey, almost singling him out. Why no hatred towards anyone, especially like maybe Rogan?
I give people what they give me. He didn't really seem interested in the race at hand. It's not like he was cruising in first place, exactly. So if he's not going to focus in the game or even act like he cares, I don't know why I should care about being the one to call him on.
Lucas, I mean, they call him Loose Lucas for a reason. The scores are all over the place. I can't tell you how many times I've had to repeat, I'm first, Lucas, I'm first. You gotta mark me down. And then when I look at the scoreboard, it doesn't reflect it, so.
One thing I've noticed is every time, as soon as the race stops, whether Rogan is first or he's last, Lucas will, Rogan, what'd you get? Rogan, what'd you get? It's never Jeffrey, what'd you get? Ever.
The hatred for this entire tournament seems to be on Jeffrey. Is it deserved?
Maybe like 30%.
Tanner has continually changed his look. It's almost as if he's trying to conceal his identity from the embarrassment.
Everybody else was locked in focus, weren't saying a word. When I urged Jeffrey to focus in the game, maybe considering his lackluster placements, he seemed like he doesn't want to keep talking, so I indulged him.
When it comes down to it, it's the scorekeeper. I mean, when you look at the gameplay, I mean, we know one.
But doesn't the gameplay showing you coming in last place?
I occasionally play as Yoshi. We've switched off. When analyzed, Jeffrey's gameplay is viewed as technically the most skilled. Would you agree?
Bro, where are these analytics coming from? Cited from where?
There's numbers.
Motor Trend?
Would you agree with the assessment that technically
Top Gear?
So unlike the other players, when Jeffrey gets lucky with his items, such as a blue shell or a couple reds in second or third, he'll use the blue shell on himself, or he'll keep the red shells and never even put them in his little circle thing, so they're just sitting in his top left. He doesn't even touch them.
use the word heroic and also use...
Jeffrey's a better player in his morals because I've noticed that when Rogan will get frustrated and Jeffrey has a bullet belt in his arsenal, he will wait for a lightning strike to come to waste it, just to get rid of this line. It's honestly, it's heroic, it's admirable, it's responsible, it's commendable.
Mario Kart, the game of morals.
Winding back the clock to right after 8's final race, it was time to get off the couch and prepare for the first and last title on the iPhone.
Should we do 4 iPhones just sitting at the table? We'll do it like we did the Game Boys.
Rogan's
done. Why the iPhone screens when we're just screen recording?
Oh my god, whatever.
Game number 12. A game that does a lot different. Also a game nobody has supposedly played much of. Also a game that was thought to be a lighthearted and quick to crank out title, but oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It nearly brought the championship to a premature end. Welcome to the near friendship ending title on mobile. Now before we dive balls deep into the massive amount of content present in Mario Kart Tour, the incoming toxicity needs addressed. As soon as the boys set back up around the coffee table, Tanner and Hudson caught me off guard with this change of plans.
Council came to a conclusion.
Green
We're
screen.
doing home circuit another day.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Well, we're not doing home circuit another day.
Yes, we are.
Why not?
No way, bro. This took a month to film.
It's one race.
It's one race. We're gonna have to go and set up everything.
No, bro. We're not moving back home
Yes,
circuit.
we are. It's my house, bro.
Now, I'll save you from the next 10 vibe-killing minutes, but the gist of the argument was, even though Tanner pushed the playtime back several hours, he wanted to cut the day short because he was tired and instead wanted to reschedule a 4th day just for home circuit. Hudson was also on his side and was quite vocal as well.
We're already gonna film like separately for like the trophy shit, then why not just do them on the same day?
I'm not gonna agree with it no matter what.
As you heard, I was not pleased with this idea and it turned into a decent argument.
Yeah, I don't want to kill the vibe. It's just like, from my perspective, it's fucking hard.
The rest of the boys were more neutral, but all sort of leaning on the we're too tired side. Long story short, a solution was not found immediately, but we all eventually calmed down, updated our apps, started our screen recordings, all while Lucas checked his hair and Trey kept sipping those Smirnoffs until we were finally ready for one of the most bizarre games in the series. On the surface, this game looks to be a simplified, dumbed down version of Mario Kart, which it is, but it's easily one of the most complex with how much new and different stuff it brings. The game's name, Tour, centers around the idea of the races all taking place in different cities, like a tour. Also, every 2 weeks since the launch of the game until September of 2023, there were new in-game events going on called Tours, which each have a theme, a content spotlight, and sometimes new courses, carts, drivers, items, and various cosmetics. First, with the courses. Like I said with the tour idea, most of the original maps here are themed after big cities, but most of the over 100 courses are comprised of older, remastered tracks from every mainline title. If that wasn't enough courses, most tracks have the normal version, but also a reverse version, which is just the track backwards, then also a trick version, which is the normal plus ramps for additional tricks, and then also a reverse trick version. Some of the older maps even have a remix version, which uses the map's same look and feel, but with a brand new layout. Counting all those variants, there are exactly 541 courses. How insane is that? Next, with the karts. With every new title, we of course get new sick looking karts, and this is no different. I've compiled some of my favorites here. A lot do return from the previous titles, but many are brand new. Overall, it's a respectable variety. When it comes to items, as you would expect, there's a ton. New and old. Special items even return here, similar to the ones in Double Dash, where certain characters have access to exclusive items. The new items include the Bubble, a force field item reminiscent of the Magic Ball in DX. Then there's the Ice Flower, an item similar to the past Fire Flower, but freezes opponents instead. The Hammer, a Tomahawk-style projectile. The Dash Ring, thrown circles that give a speed boost to whoever goes through it. There's the Super Bell, a 3-times shockwave sender. The Capsule, a bouncy pill projectile. And then the Mushroom Cannon, Banana Barrels, and Coin Box, which each spray their respective item. There's also 3 new Bob-omb variants, the Double Bob-omb, the Giga Bob-omb, and the Bob-omb Cannon. Now, what's really worth talking about here is the beefy character roster. The roster that contains 265 characters, with the new inclusions being Hammer, Boomerang, Fire and Ice Bros, Charging Chuck, Dixie Kong, Nabbit, Captain Toad, King Bob-omb, Poochie, and Monty Mole. And to my surprise is the return of Donkey Kong Jr., and he's pixelated. How awesome is that? There's also a ton of color variations and costumes. There's just so many options. For brevity's sake, here on screen are a bunch more cool aspects of Mario Kart Tour. There's just not enough time to get into everything. Here's also all the more hard to explain quickly aspects of the game, mostly relating to the confusing progression system and slightly manipulative currency pay-to-win system in the game. I know it's a lot, but here you go. Honestly, the only thing you really need to know is this is a Mario Kart controlled by your finger, or gyroscope if you choose, where you race against only 7 other racers on simple, wide courses that contain a ton of invisible walls. That's really it. Now that you're sufficiently knowledgeable on the title, let's get back to the competition. In order to play local multiplayer, I started a lobby with a passcode. Once joined, everyone's usernames were exposed. Rogan went as the default player, me as my often used gamertag Earlober, Tanner as Tanner++, and Hudson as the surprisingly allowed Big Hooters. Now, if this game wasn't already controversial enough, when picking characters, everyone had their main as an option, except for me.
Do you even have the right character, Jeffrey?
You have Dry Bowser. Right, Dry Bowser has like the best ability.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Jeffrey's already at an advantage because he's using Dry Bowser and
Yeah,
big
guess
shit.
which
You're gonna have like
I don't have
advantage.
Bowser unlocked.
I gotta unlock him then.
Bro, it's a lot of pay to win.
I know.
Once the crowd accepted my close enough Koopa cousin character, it was time for the warm-up, which took place for the second time on Maple Treeway, the first map in the Cat Peach Cup, only chosen because we were unaware of how the game worked and selected a cup at random, with 6 races set so we could play all 5 in a row. But as I later realized, with the short Grand Prix Cups, the last 2 courses actually took place on the Baby Rosalina Cup, as if it mattered. Right away, we noticed a few of Tor's weird qualities, like there being 2 item slots, every item can be held behind you, aka Rogan's wet dream. The bots you race against can be variants of the ones you choose, like here, Later Hosen Luigi, which you can imagine gets confusing. Each race only has 2 laps, and you're able to either play portrait mode or landscape with different control options as well. Our inexperience led us to know none of this, which wasn't a huge deal besides the fact Hudson and Rogue chose landscape and Tanner and I portrait, which for recording reasons was not ideal. Anyway, the race began with Tanner not feeling the controls.
This is so whack.
It's pretty smooth, actually. I don't want the button drift. I feel like this is pretty clean.
Sometimes you'll be like, the sky's blue, and John will be like, nah, it's green.
I'm surprised how smooth it is.
What's it comparable to?
Probably like one of the DS games, maybe.
My fresh shaved balls.
Too real.
Overall, the race wasn't too notable, with us still being a little salty from the argument. The race mostly consisted of Rogan and Hudson up front and Tanner and I in the back, with me struggling more than him.
Whoa, when you go over that cutscene, it's not actually a cutscene. You can get hit with items. Bro, I'm dead last.
You're like, this game's smooth.
I know, yes.
The race finished up with Rogue first, Hudson second, Tanner third, and me, technically a DNF 8th. It was then time for the Grand Prix, starting with the trick version of DK Summit from the Wii. In order to break the still lingering tension, Trey sparked up a combo relating to the recently released Yay documentary.
Jeremy, did you know the Most Def scene was like really inspiring?
Yeah, that scene, like, where Connie gets really into the lines.
We don't have to talk about it here, but...
entertains the side combo so quick.
Because I'm playing like dog shit right now.
With these races being only 2 laps, they were quick. The end of lap 2 had Tanner looking like he had the win, until Rogan successfully landed a red, officially killing that possibility. After that, Rogue then finished with the first instead, leaving Hudson, Tanner, and I to fight against the many bots also in the snowy halfpipe. Hudson then dropped this odd statement, despite having the best item in the game.
There's no way I can even catch up now.
Bruh. That last second handout led to Hudson in third, only because...
Oh no, Toad passed me right at the end!
All that was left was Tanner and I, who also got passed several times, leading to him in 6th and me in another 8th. The first non-warm-up 8th since 11 games ago with Tanner's 3rd race on Super Mario Kart.
In 8th place, I got past my position.
I got
6th?
You act like that doesn't happen to you every game.
This one's weird, bro.
Bro, I was first into the last 100 meters and Rogue hit me with a shell.
I'm sorry.
This game's performance, combined with the previous one as well, had us all nervous about Rogue.
Rogan's playing for next.
I know. Rogan's on virgin mode out here with the stats.
Rogan's on
nervous. I know, yeah.
Race 2 of the GP had us on an old familiar face.
Let's just do this.
Dude, are we sure? No.
Yoshi's Circuit is not a crowd favorite because of its insane amount of corners, but we were happy because at a quick glance, we thought they simplified the layout.
Oh, it's this map, bruh. This map with iOS. Do you see
Oh,
that?
this map.
Oh, they simplified it. It's way short.
I don't
Yeah, this one looks like an 1/8 of the turns that's in the double dash one.
Yeah.
Bruh, they curved him down.
On lap 1, while drifting through the tunnel, was when it hit me that Double Dash's special items were back.
You know there's the giant Bowser shells in this game?
Mm-hmm.
From Double Dash?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's everything about this game.
I know, yeah. Rogan's a contributor to the wiki.
Rogan's a Patreon.
Lap 2 had Julian giving his 2 cents.
Jeff, you were at Shank City over
Yeah, it's dog water at this game.
Jeff grew up there.
When nearing the finish, Rogan pulled off a successful green on Hudson. Then, like in race 1, Hudson dropped this strange comment despite having, again, great final stretch items.
Rogan's about to win because he just hit me right at the very end.
That shell shutdown led to Hudson grabbing the first just barely before Rogue, who followed him up in second. Tanner then finished with a third, then me right behind him in an alright but overly clowned fourth.
Jeffrey was in Shawshank Redemption.
Shawshank Corruption.
It was then time for race 3 on the trick version of Luigi's Mansion from the DS. This time we were joined by one of the craziest character variants in the game, Pastry Chef Shy Guy. The race started off like race 1, with Trey being way off topic.
It's actually this liminal space pick I took.
Most Trey sense I ever heard.
While racing through the ramp-filled rendition of one of our most nostalgic maps, Lucas was still thinking about that earlier comment made regarding my hometown.
I think I sent some equipment from work to Shanksville. Like literally. There's a town called Shanksville.
Where? The USA?
Yeah, I want to say it's Virginia. Shanksville in the Virgin State. Yikes. Pennsylvania. Population of 237 people in Shanksville. Damn.
They're all related to Jeff.
I know, yeah.
They're his family. It's a closed society.
Lap 2 had us discussing Rogue's rather suspicious gamer tag.
Player, bro.
What? Yeah, true. I'm scared to use your real name.
Yeah, dude, he's just trying to be unassuming.
Low profile rogue.
Yeah, true. I was about to say, fits the character.
He's gone rogue.
When entering the swamp for a second time, Tanner witnessed how truly on rails Tor's driving can be.
But I just got abducted into
Into Shanksville? You just met Jeff's family?
Okay. Soon after Tanner's abduction, the crowd was hit with a lightning, which slowed the group down before the finish, except for me, who used a mega mushroom at the perfect time, causing my size to neutral out. That combined with rather clean driving had me looking like a first place, until Hudson, like he did several times previously, used an item near the finish.
I'm taking Matt Ellis from Yosh over here. Just
I'm
pass me.
getting passed
Just pass me.
and now I'm getting
Well, yeah,
first
you
place.
hit me with the freaking.
Yeah, you hit me with the.
I got third.
As you can see, Hudson ended up with the first, with Rogan in a slimy third, me in an undeserved fourth, and Tanner right behind me in fifth.
Jeff, what do you
I was at first, but now
Okay,
fourth.
well, fourth.
Let's do a replay of the Hudson red shell. Every Mario Kart 8 highlight was Yoshi hitting someone with the red shell.
Literally.
Yeah, you were fourth?
Fourth, yes.
Not first, that was like what used to be, right?
Just mark it as one, and I'll remember to change it to fourth later.
The final race then took place on almost another repeat map, but this is Ghost Valley 1 and it's the Trick remixed version. To round out the final batch of new bots, this time we're joined by the dopest character in the entire game, Gold King Baba. The race started off with Rogue doing his normal bullshit,
Rogue will hold any item behind him, even if it's a good one.
followed by Tanner reminding Hudson he still hasn't forgotten.
Okay, you, Peach.
Yeah. Let's pay back.
Any item, even if it's a good one.
Bro, do I need to list them out?
Nah.
The bombs in DS.
Fair enough.
On lap 2, while I was getting some payback on Rogue and Hudson, again, Julian and Trey kept up their harassment.
Well, that's the
You, dude.
It put you to second, bro. Calm down.
Jeffrey, you've never even been in second tonight.
The race was one of the quickest yet, with the positions ending with Hudson and Tanner in a photo finish second and third, followed by Rogan in fourth, and me, again, not doing well at all, with a sixth. Now it's time to look at the scoreboard. Here are all the positions for Mario Kart Tour. As you can see, my performance was the worst yet of anyone's up to this point. Tanner as well did not perform too hot, with him grabbing several low places. When it comes to the others, this was a rather mid performance from Rogan, who rarely snags anything below third. And for Hudson, he technically did the best, but 2/3 is nothing to write home about. With these Game 12 scores in the books, it's looking pretty good for Rogan going into the final game. But with Tanner and Hudson being roughly 20 points apart and not too far away from first, I don't think they should be counted out just yet. Almost immediately after the race, the vibes were better, with the group finally coming to a decision.
I'm down to say
If the vote's not, I mean, I don't want to go against the vote. It's just, it's a nightmare to say that.
I just want to play something better than this.
It's literally the last ones. Bang it out. We good.
That's what I'm saying. Well,
Bang Bros.
We got it.
All that was left was to hear the scores to get an idea where everyone stood.
3-1-1-3. Rogan got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 8, 4, 4, 6, right?
Bruh, yeah.
Question number 1 was regarding the group's thoughts on their performances and the game in general.
It went okay. I wish I did better, but I'm happy with the results.
I might have a shot because like nobody has really played it, but it was just an L. Got bad placements.
We just finished with Mario Kart Tour, a game that you debatably have the most experience on. Describe your performance.
I did good. I had like, I think 2 first places, so.
How would you describe it?
Weird, loosey-goosey. Considering there's literally no buttons, like you just feel so disconnected from like actually doing what you want your character to do.
Do you fall off a lot?
You don't fall off at all.
I mean, it's like a mobile game, so it's not. It's also like definitely like depending on what character you have, you're gonna win. Like some of the characters have like different abilities that are like way better than others. But I don't know. It's okay for a mobile game. It's just not great compared to the other ones, you know.
I was surprised on how smooth it worked. It almost looked as good as the TV. Like watching you guys' phones.
There's been a lot of rumors of you playing Tour more than normal. Some would say practicing. Don't you think you're a little old for playing mobile games?
No, old people play like Candy Crush and shit, rather addicted to that shit. I don't know, dude. Old people are always playing like those Bejeweled games or whatever. it's keeping my brain active.
The group was then asked again about the continued collusion surrounding Lucas, Rogan, and Trey.
There's been a lot of back alley deals, handshakes, whispers on the sides, neck smooches. There's been connections made with a trilogy or a team, an alliance of Rogan, this newcomer Trey, and Lucas. What is Trey's role in this? We don't know who he is, we don't know what he's doing, but all we know is he's connected to those two.
I mean, I don't know, Trey, he's been passed around, you know, we've all made some deals in this tournament, you know?
You want to speak on that?
Nope.
I've been asking every player, and they've been analyzing you out there, and all they have to say is dicey on the numbers.
I told you to stop bringing that shit up, man. My numbers are clean.
Lucas has a certain twinkle in his eye when he looks at Rogue, especially when he gets those first place finishes. I think Lucas really likes that.
People say your persona, your character of the silent, some call you reserved Rogan. You want to speak on that?
I mean, I don't really have much to say.
When switching locations, we had to bring the scoreboard outside, and it's raining outside. Lucas brought up, the board might get wet, the scores might be scratched. Do you think he wants to rewrite history, rewrite the scores?
See, that's where the timelines don't mix up, because if that would be the case, that would be bad for Rogan, because he's already in the lead. So I think this might be like some sort of red herring to try and throw us off, which Lucas is a smart guy, so I wouldn't put it past him, but we're on his ass.
You want to play back the scene right before we left and it was raining outside? You made a comment about the scoreboard?
Yeah, as a scorekeeper, and I have been doing my job well and accurately, I was concerned for the scoreboard given the weather outside. It's a bit rainy. I just wanted to throw it out. You know, if I was trying to fudge the numbers, would I be bringing attention to something that I would be doing that could be fudging the numbers? Like, what's the logic here? I'm sorry, I'm not following. This has been a narrative that's gone the whole time, and I think it's gone a little bit too far.
You kept bringing it up and kept bringing it up about this rain, about the lost potential points, about the reworking the entire tournament. Everyone kept saying, Lucas, why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it up?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Am I the person who can't keep numbers straight or the mastermind that's working behind the scenes? I'm having trouble following.
You're on camera saying, actually I don't have that on camera.
Thoughts were then shared regarding the final IRL title, Home Circuit.
Mario Kart Home Circuit, the final game, is the only one that's in real life, hence being the only one that really matters. So if Jeffrey does well in this, do you think he deserves the trophy?
Easily. Yeah, in my book, since this is in real life, nobody's ever touched this game, this means way more than any tournament, any game. It means more.
Do you think this is going to be close going into the final game?
Well, I did think that, but Mario Kart Tour kind of f***ed everything up.
You know, I don't know. I think this one's anyone's game. It's not like, it's different because, you know, they're real cars. I just tried it and it's not as easy as it looks. I think anyone could win this one, to be honest with you.
There's rumors of a potential animal being an issue during the race. You want to speak on that?
No, she's locked up.
As we speak right now, there is practice going on for the final game, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. Do you think this is fair? Do you think this gives them an advantage?
Concerning, but I think I'm going to stick to my job and just keep the scores.
There are so few rules set up for this tournament, yet every single one of them has been broken. Just before this interview, there was mad practice going on for the last game.
We were playtesting.
Because of Rogan's continued non-confrontational answers, I pressed him a bit.
When you view Jeffrey's gameplay, what are the first 3 words that come to mind?
Trash, low, skill.
When I asked that same question about your gameplay, everyone had the same 3 words. Slimy, illegal, and dicey. Do you think that accurately fits your gameplay?
I don't know about illegal, I don't know about slimy, but dicey, yeah, sometimes.
Hudson's been having some pretty rough words for you during his interviews. What do you think of him as a person, not connecting to Mario Kart at all?
Trash,
who got the real grilling was me, who had the entire group in the room to deal with during the interview.
Jeffrey, how does it feel to be the villain of this tournament?
I wouldn't say villain, I'd say unsung hero. Hudson, you started at the top and you're debatably at the bottom.
What do you mean debatably? You're definitively at the bottom, Jeffrey.
I think people underestimate the production element that goes into it. My mind's somewhere else, and gameplay is the last thing I'm worried about.
You don't think that's an excuse?
That shows really clearly.
So this tournament was your idea. Do you regret doing it since you're in last place?
I don't regret it.
A lot?
I don't know how I would define a lot. I don't regret it. I think I've proven some points. The whole intention behind this was to show the slime that goes in behind the scenes. The reasons why I don't win, you know? It's non-gameplay related reasons. It's personality issues, it's communication issues, it's money deals, it's some illegal shit. I mean, when it comes down to gameplay, it's obvious who's supposed to be winning, but I mean, I'll let the gameplay speak for itself.
Some would say, since you're the host and the administrator of this tournament, a lot of these rules and things you're talking about being broken and different situations that you feel like have played out unfairly for you. Some might say that these were kind of preconceived excuses because you were anticipating a bad outcome for yourself.
No, when it boils down to it, I don't want to be first place in a tournament where I'm hosting it. It looked bad, and then I thought about it, it's like, if I don't come in last, then every person below me is going to be like, take the video down, I'm embarrassed. And I'm like, I'll take the L, I'll take fourth, just so I don't have to have all my friends hitting me up, you know.
So what you're saying is that the tournament lacked competitive integrity because you weren't giving it your full effort the whole time.
Interesting allegation.
Plus, how do you explain all the times you lose outside of the tournament?
I think a big reason behind my lack of success that many people aren't really analyzing is I don't use Bowser. His stats are crazy. His weight is all unbalanced. His carts are some of the worst in the game.
But that was your idea to pick the same character for every game. Do you regret that decision? Or?
There's not much I could do. There's only so many options for characters that are in every game. But I just want to have it let known that changing the character would have been a different situation.
The only one who truly understood my master plan was my tried and true cameraman.
Many are confused of Jeffrey's poor performance, but others view it as a way of boosting his friends up, giving them a chance in the spotlight. Would you agree with that assessment?
That's exactly the way I see it. When we're playing off camera, it's first after first after first. So it's very admirable that he would let his friends come and do better than him in his own YouTube videos. So you gotta respect it.
If you could use one word to describe Jeffrey and the way that he supports his friends, what would that be?
Noble. It's gotta be noble.
With that brings the time you've all been waiting for. The final game of the 13-game Mario Kart Championship. Say goodbye to the apartment that you've become so accustomed to because it's time to set up at Tanner's and finish what we started. The time has finally come. You've waited hours and hours to see this competition come to an end. I now present to you the final title in the 13-game Mario Kart Championship. Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is not only one of the coolest, most unique Mario Kart titles, but one of the coolest, most unique games of all time. Instead of the standard format of a Mario Kart game, the people over at Valan Studios made one of the most innovative video game experiences ever. If you're not familiar with this game, Home Circuit is a title where, instead of buying a game, you purchase one of two real-life remote-controlled cars themed after Mario and Luigi that are each equipped with a camera that allows for Mario Kart racing in a setting of your choice. The game provides you with cardboard gates and directional arrows that are meant to be set up anywhere you want, in any way you want. Then, using the mounted camera, you scan each of the 4 gates, which then creates a course you get to race within, either with friends or against bots. Now at first, this premise might seem cheesy and super gimmicky, but it works way better than you'd expect. Surprisingly, most aspects of a Mario Kart game are present here. The ability to use items, the ability to change your CC speed, and the ability to race within Grand Prix cups. Most items work as they do in the normal game, usually just by temporarily speeding you up or down, and or displaying some on-screen effect. The way the items feel, combined with your digital character running into walls or carts, combined with augmented reality style visuals for the gates, combined with just how well the RC cars work on most most surfaces leads to a very immersive real-life Mario Kart experience. The items present here are all ones we've seen, with the most notable one being the Chain Chomp, which makes its return from 9 games ago in Double Dash. A few things worth noting is there are several playable characters, but we only played as variants of Mario and Luigi because the others are only available in a different mode. The available carts in this game work the same as the characters, with them just being skin switches. There also isn't any customization here like the previous games, unless you count the varied horn options. Like I said with the speed choices, our normal 150cc is here, as well as 200cc and mirror mode, but we didn't have any of that unlocked, so we had to go with 100cc's. You wouldn't think so, but yes, there are GP cups here. How they work is the gates receive a unique in-game look combined with a filter applied to your screen, along with occasional in-game background objects and hazards. We didn't end up racing within the themed GP cups though. Instead, we did several custom races which you can choose to be just plain. Like I mentioned with the bots, here the racer count is only 5. 4 of which can be players, with the last optional slot being one of the various Koopalings. Overall, Mario Kart Home Circuit is a one-of-a-kind game that, despite being way more work to set up and play than the other titles, we couldn't not include it in the championship. Going in, I was the only one with a fair amount of experience, so while I was busy setting up, the others toyed around with the game a bit to get a feel for it. When ready for the warm-up, we threw together a nice and easy circle layout to start. Rogan was then put in charge of inputting the course's design. The way that's done is once you have the 4 required gates in positions you like, you alert Lakitu that you're ready to paint the course, meaning you slowly scan each gate in order, which then locks in the track's design. That design is then shown via a mini-map in the corner, which is such a sick feature. Rogan then had to choose the lap count, which instead of the traditional 3, because of our limited space of the room leading to small quick laps, we decided 5 laps would be better. Once locked in, our setup was Tanner, Rogan, and Hudson playing off 3 switches in handheld mode, and me recording gameplay on my laptop using the Elgato playback feed for my screen, using only one Joy-Con. Before we started, Julian and Trey were assigned to camera duty, and Lucas's sole job was to pick up and fix any cart that got stuck on the track during the races. Phew. With all that said, it was warm-up time. After positioning ourselves in the starting spots, the race commenced. Right away, the slime was, wait. I'm gonna cut to the chase here. We scrapped all of these races. Now, I know, this is a championship first, but this set of races was sloppy. Nothing was going right. The course designs were lame, the camera work wasn't great, the group was too distracted, we stupidly chose the GP mode for a race, so the annoying filters were on, but most of all, we only had one screen recording, and it was abruptly stopped after the first official race. Plus, there was a bunch of race redos because of the game's most annoying aspect. When you miss a scan, you're instantly last. That happened quite a bit, especially with Lucas not 100% understanding how the scanning feature works, thus placing us too close or too far away from the gates, leading to a bunch of laps to not count. Don't get me wrong, some crazy moments occurred, some cool shots were captured, fun was definitely had. We could have even made it work with what we had recorded, but we gotta end this thing off with a bang, and only recording just one race ain't it. So once the Grand Prix finished around 3 a.m. and we all went home, even without doing any interviews, it was only then when I discovered the mid-race recording cutoff. Text conversations were then had regarding what to do about it, and we realized there was only one way to make sure this championship got the ending it deserves. Over 8 weeks later, April 29th was the day agreed on by everyone where we would finish this thing. Though this time, at a bright and early 10 a.m. With us all back at Tanner's place, refreshed and ready to race, it wouldn't be Home Circuit that we'd redo first. No. For this championship's second curveball, we ended up redoing Tour as well. Now this is bound to be an even more controversial decision because the Tour races weren't half bad, but we figured with the vibes being a little shaky post-argument enjoyment, and more importantly, 2 of us having played portrait mode and the other 2 landscape, we decided let's run that title back as well. It took a little convincing for Rogan and especially Hudson, whose scores were decent the first time around, but we all eventually agreed we gotta end this thing right. We wanted that clean split screen look. So consider the old tour scores scrapped, gone, no longer counting. Instead, enjoy a little bonus Grand Prix, if you will, again on Mario Kart Tour. This time with the screens the same and the good vibes retained. Before we begin, I need to make this clear. That is Hudson. He just got a little trim since the last filming. And also, I'm sad to say, Trey was unable to make it for the remainder of the championship because of scheduling reasons. So if you're only here for more of his sweet shit talk, I'm sorry, but his time here is done. With that said, time for today's first redo. Like we did the first time, we chose the 6 race option in order to crank out the 1 warm-up and then 4 GP races all in one fell swoop. Though again, not in one cup, with the first 3 races taking place in the Dixie Kong Cup and the last 2 taking place in the PTSD-inducing Bowser Cup. Right away, the crowd was back on their bullshit. First with Hudson threatening me.
Sugar, what'd you do if I just spent $50 right now and bought all the best characters in this?
Footage. Honestly, I prefer you doing it.
Next with Tanner attempting one last rule break.
Dude, that's what I need. Armor days.
No, you need to stick the peach, Brett.
Dude, what does it matter at this point?
And last with Rogue pulling that I'm nervous shtick.
I don't think I'll win this one.
Shut the fuck up.
Go again,
The cameraman who did make it to the final day was Julian, who was a little confused on what his role would be before home circuit.
Am I supposed to be doing something?
Looking good.
Okay.
While on the topic, we were already brewing up crazy final course designs.
I don't know, I want something really spicy towards the end. Do you have a slide out there? Can we bust that shit off and then bring it in here?
Yeah, I don't think it's even attached.
We weren't even getting traction on like
Well,
grained wood.
we don't even need to have it on a ramp. We just have it flat on the ground, 2 ramps up it, and then you get off of it.
That could be interesting. Yeah.
It's really pretty long, I think.
Yeah, I don't
We have to like probably move the table.
It could be the main centerpiece, like, so good. We bring a slide in here.
You clean it beforehand.
Finally, it was time for the warm-up, which for a 3rd time was on Maple Tree Way. Again, because we just chose a cup at random that happened to again have Maple first. Anyway, the race immediately started with Tanner forgetting why I had to choose a different character.
First, like, I Bowser and you're getting on my ass about switching between
Hey, bitch, it's the closest thing to Bowser I got on lock.
You're an asshole.
The race carried on like any other until the first mysterious mobile mishap occurred. When nearing the entrance to the Wiggler Circle, Tanner was holding a red with the intention of barrel stuffing Rogue, which he pulled off.
Oh, hit him with the Rogue.
Despite that, Rogue had 0 response, maybe because on his screen there was no barrel stuffing at all. Tanner was barely even in his view. This occurrence is likely just a latency glitch, but interesting nonetheless. Even though the new tour vibes were undoubtedly better, the group was still a little on edge.
Okay. You for that one, Jeffrey?
Bitch ass. I like that they show who did it, so I know who to go for. So we just reload her.
Keep my name out your mouth.
As we entered lap 2, Tanuki Mario hit me and Tanner with a little bomb collateral. Despite it being a feature of the game, the group had enough of Rogue's excuses.
Bro, you gonna stop pulling items up there, bro?
It just is automatic, but I don't know what this is.
Stop it.
While cruising at bullet speed, I needed to comment on Tanner's name.
See a Tanner plus plus. What is a plus plus?
Dude, I'm bored.
Trying to think of something clever. Tanner plus you suck.
That was, yeah, I think that's the one.
When on the final stretch, Rogan and Hudson were neck and neck. Rogan, with the hopes of slowing down Hudson, threw a green, but shanked it, or at least he thought.
What? Dude, that bounced off the wall and hit me.
With that, had Rogan first, then Hudson following him up in second.
That was a lucky ass shot, bro.
You threw it and it missed.
missed, and then it bounced off the wall and came back and hit me, bro.
I was about to snag the third until this time it was Tanner cruising by me, almost as payback for when I did a similar last-minute pass on him back on the Wii, on the same map. That move let Tanner have third instead, with me fourth, but just barely. The first race of the Grand Prix finally took place on a Tour original map, the reverse version of Amsterdam Drift. The race started off immediately with fingers getting pointed.
Next round on the road?
On what one?
I saw that shit, bro.
I didn't do anything.
That's typical. Plus plus.
Right as we were landing our paraglides is where the second mysterious mobile mishap occurred. Just as our wheels touched the ground, Rogue tossed a green my way that clearly missed its target, but on my screen, it was a direct hit. His view later updated to the successful shell, but regardless, these glitches are getting a little annoying. Shortly after, Rogue pulled the same move I did on Luigi's Mansion with the perfectly timed Mega Mushroom.
Of course, Rogue avoided that lightning.
Then, despite giving Rogan continual shit for it, Hudson pulled this slime move.
Is that a backwards red, Big Hooters?
It was surprisingly only then when the first Tor Blue Shell was used on one of us, and who other would it be than the Blue Shell Magnet himself. After a pretty crazy three-way item interaction occurred between Tanner, Hudson, and Rogan was when the third Triple M took place. With my newly acquired star, I was aiming for old plus ahead of me, and I did eventually hit my target. But to him, my reaction was probably confusing because on his screen, no such star stun occurred. From his view, he evaded me before I even had the chance. Like I said, these screen discrepancies are getting a little old. With all of us super tight and the lap coming to an end, came maybe the closest, most controversial finish of the championship yet. Now that was probably hard to tell what just happened, so let me break it down. On my screen, it looked like I had the W, but last second, Tanner did successfully pass me. Tanner's screen also matches that. On Rogue's screen though, while in star mode, he hits me, then makes the pass for second. Hudson's screen as well supports that. From my perspective, I can believe Rogue passed me last second out of view, but I can guarantee no star stun occurred. That's for sure. With that now being the fourth mysterious mobile mishap, the legitimacy of these tour races needs to be called into question. Don't worry, we're not redoing it again. The official positions were Tanner first, Rogan second, me third, and Hudson in a salty fourth.
Wait, who got last? Hudson?
Yeah.
You got last. That's what I like.
I got no good items.
I'm rooting against Brown actively.
Dude,
For the last place, bitch. Okay.
Bitch, you're about to.
You're not even in the competition.
Jeff got third and Hudson got eighth.
That's
fourth. When he said last, I was like, gee.
Oh, Jesus. Rogan's on the split second. Got past me.
Well, because he got a bullet and a star at the end, and he yeeted past everyone. I literally watched you bullet past me, bro.
Race 2 of the GP took place on another mouthful, the Reverse Remix, second version of the SNES Rainbow Road, making this the first time at any version of the iconic colorful course, and boy is it a weird one.
Dude, they got mushrooms in space?
The race started off with me giving Tanner a little banana payback.
Oh, Thomas fell for the banana on the rainbow trick?
But my success was short-lived.
Yeah, on the rainbow trick.
Oh, that's off the map. Jesus, I thought it was gonna yank me on with an invisible wall. Shank like my name's Jankum out here.
Creative.
After that saw the continuation of Rogan and Hudson's Red Shell rivalry.
Why they give me 2 points and they give Rogue like 80 red shells?
This is the hard one.
Did you just have 2 red shells?
Yeah, it's your favorite move.
I can't control it.
Lap 2 found me again with the right item at the right time.
Oh, that perfect timing with the lightning. See a
later on plus.
Even with this being our 8th race on tour, while bickering with Hudson, Tanner made a very late discovery.
Oh, I went shell for years. Anyone?
No, we don't need a blue shelter first, okay, guys? Listen.
Wait. Hudson knows that hold items.
It doesn't automatically.
The finish wrapped up with Tanner in 2nd after failing to red shell Hudson, who remained in 1st, followed by Rogan 3rd and me in a shaky 6th.
Dude, I hated that course. My God.
That one was kind of shitty.
I actually managed to fall off.
How is that even possible?
When you were in the air, people ever do that.
Race 3 took place on a straight-up remake of the championship's first ever course, the SNES's Choco Island 1. Off the bat, the race was a hectic one. With a banana prepared, Tanner attempted a drive and drop on Rogue, but instead nailed Big Hooters, who was basically asking for it with his kart choice.
What the f*** for that one?
Once he regained his composure, Hudson tried a close-up red shell on me, but again, my killer timing paid off. Then, shortly after entering lap 2, Tanner again tried to banana Rogue, but again missed his target, with me taking the L this time. If the race wasn't sweaty enough already, with the finish near, Rogue was looking to pull a first, until Tanner hit him with a red, allowing not only him to pass, but Hooters as well, who, at the time, tossed a green shell backwards, which was barely dodged by me. Back up front, at the same time Hudson was throwing a Yoshi egg at Tanner, Rogue was throwing a red at him. The egg was blocked, but the shell wasn't. It didn't matter to him though, because after somehow I got hit with Hudson's previously dodged green, I successfully whipped a big Bowser / red shell combo at Rogan and both hit their target, which allowed Hudson to finish 2nd after Tanner's 1st. Rogue did end up with a 3rd, with me right behind him in 4th. While totaling the scores, Rogan was asked why he didn't pass Hudson, to which he answered with a quick excuse.
I accidentally pulled down the little thing on my screen like that.
With that extremely intense finish over with, there was just one race left. While loading into the 4th and final course, we were hit with this scary screen.
Rainbow Road again?
We can skip it.
Oh, should we play through it?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a different. Oh, yeah, it's different. It's a different Rainbow Road. This is gonna cause an upset.
That is correct. This is technically no repeat. Instead, this is the trick version of the SNES's OG Rainbow Road. With all that clear, we floored it. Before we wrap this Grand Prix up, it's time for the 5th and final mysterious mobile mishap, which was witnessed by Rogan.
Who just fell off?
One of the bots, I guess.
One of the bots fell.
Rogan's right. From his perspective, somebody definitely fell off, but it wasn't any bot. As you can see, that was Hooters. But, as you can guess, on his screen, nope. Did not happen. He was actually 1st. This glitch was rather harmless. Just know when playing Tour, everything isn't always as it seems. The race carried on with me putting people in their place.
Jeff, sit down.
I even attempted to double down on Brown, but he phased right through my bomb. With this being the tightest, most ramp-filled course yet, Lucas made this apt comparison.
I know, boom, boom.
It's like you're doing tricks and Tony Hawk and some shit.
Right as the final leg was coming up, Hudson slimed me.
What?
But it didn't matter because I came right back to just barely snag the first over him.
Let's go!
My first since 5 games ago on GP2, and that was just time-based. Regardless, a first is a first, with indeed Hudson grabbing 2nd, followed by Rogan and also a very close 3rd, and Tanner in a fat 7th, sandwiched between 2 Peach variants. Now it's time to look at the scoreboard again for Mario Kart Tour. As you can see, Tanner and I definitely performed better this time around, with us both snagging some first places. Rogan and Hudson again did alright, but technically each scored lower than their first time with the game. But as you can see with the totals, with only 1 game remaining, Rogan is still holding a hefty lead, one that would require an abysmal performance to not be first. At this rate, we all know where I stand, but who will end in second is the real question. With those races complete, we finally felt we did the title justice, with these being some of the most fun, most insane, most photo finish races yet. Before we moved on to Day 4's highly anticipated second game redo, it was time to go back into Tanner's bedroom for round 2. The group was first asked what they thought the reasons for a 4th day were.
Some logistical problems, some improvements.
Because Jeffrey just doesn't like losing and he just wants every chance to like come back and win. Saying we gotta restart games, redo games to try and get some more points to make himself not look as bad at Mario Kart, but it's not gonna work.
Day 4 has kind of brought aggressive side to you. Angry that your title might be taken away?
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jeff didn't like that he was so far behind in 4th, so we had to reshoot some games we already played.
Because your dumbass doesn't understand how to set up shit properly and you lost the recording and stuff.
2 reasons. We had some recording difficulties with Mario Kart Home Circuit, the RC car game. Thought that was most important to get on footage, so we're mostly here for reshoots for that. And Tour, we didn't have a consensus of whether we were playing portrait or landscape, so it was half and half, so we figured we might as well do that again too. Even though Rogan is extremely ahead in points, he's been shown to be a little nervous for Day 4. Do you think this shows his lack of self-esteem?
Yes, it does. Thanks, Jeff.
Actually, I think it's the opposite. I think he's so far ahead that he honestly wants you 3 to think that you have a chance, but you don't.
Questions were then asked regarding our second round performances on the mobile Mario Kart.
Do you still think you have that first place secured?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty far ahead, even if I don't do as good.
Then explain the 3 third places on Tour.
I don't know, it's a game made for little babies, and it's just not my favorite ever.
It was going good until the 4th race, sabotage.
I think I did a little bit better. I got like a lot of second places, so it wasn't that bad. Considering I was just watching Jeff's screen, it was a mixed bag, as the placements will show.
Thought it was a little slime that we had to do 2 rainbow roads, and I think Jeff went from 6th on the first one to 1st on the second one, so I'm not sure what went on there. I think maybe paid a couple developers.
Jeff, I have the scorecard here, and I see a 6th place by your name.
All I gotta say is it's not a 7th. What were your thoughts on Jeffrey winning that 4th race?
I was pretty surprised. You know, usually he's so bad. I thought that there would be no way that he'd get first. Maybe like an 8th place finish every race is what I would expect from Jeffrey, but...
You want to explain the performance on the first race? I see a 4th place.
No comment.
Tanner clocked a 7th place on the 4th race. Debatably the worst in the entire tournament. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if we judge him too hard. It's a little kid game, you know? It's the baby version.
Some would say Jeff is the most slept on player, and if we had a couple more races, he'd probably work his way to 1st. Would you agree with that assessment?
What games could we play? What more games? There's no more.
What if I told you that you got 8th place at some point during the tournament?
That's false. The lowest position has been a 7th, received by Jeffrey and Tanner.
No, Tanner got an 8.
He did? What game?
Super Mario Kart.
Tanner...
I thought you got an 8 on something else too, but...
doubt it.
Discussion was then had around Hudson's interesting gamer tag.
Yeah, Big Hooter's really weird, like trying to throw us off, trying to get us in a different mental state.
You know, Big Hooters, bruh. Do I need to say more? Like, what's wrong with Big Hooters?
You know, I thought being in 2022, we'd leave a lot of that stuff behind, but it just proves we have a lot of room to go. But, you know, it's pretty funny.
Again, even though a feature of the game, the crowd was still not having it with Rogan and his incessant item holding.
What are your thoughts on Rogan finding a way to hold an item even on a mobile game?
That's what I'm saying, like he's always got some sneaky tactic. Hold an item, bruh, I can't with him.
Holder's gonna hold, and I think the onus is on the rest of the players to meet him at that ability, or, you know, do what they've been doing and lose.
I mean, like, Rogue's always gonna find a way to hold an item behind him. He's always gonna get 3 red shells at least, okay? And then he's gonna just cruise past you on a last lap. It's guaranteed, basically, every time.
Would you or would you not say that holding an item behind you is a technical aspect of Mario Kart?
All I gotta say is there's one player, I'm not gonna name names, but he'll figure out a way to hold any item. I saw him holding a blue shell, I saw him holding a bullet. Like, he figures out the craziest strategies, and it's not commendable in my opinion. I think you're sweating too hard. I mean, this is casual here.
Would you classify this as slime tactics?
Oh, it's beyond slime tactics. It's degenerate tactics.
Like Ellen?
Though the biggest perpetrator, Tanner again had to bring up my forced character choice.
Jeff's getting on me for switching characters, and here he is with a totally different character. Like,
Is or is not Dry Bowser part of the Bowser family?
I think Bowser's like a platinum tier character in Tor, and I'm playing like Peach, who you get with the game. Like, I don't know how many hours he put in to get Dry Bowser, but is Dry Bowser even canon?
Discussion was then had regarding the scores and how they could be impacted by the reshoots.
There's talk of Hudson and Tanner switching position in the leaderboards with these reshoots. Do you think that could cause an upset?
Yeah, and I think they'll both never let you live it down, so.
Yeah, like I'm hoping that Rogue does really bad so I can, crawl my way back up out of this pit that I'm in right now and maybe get a first, but I don't think I'm even close to him.
You have one more game. I didn't say if you're gunning for first, you're gunning for second or third.
Well, I'm probably gonna get second then, because I did better than Tanner in Tor, so I don't know. Unless he does really well in the next one.
Hudson is quoted as, says he's gunning for first on Mario Kart Day 4. Is that a laughable statement? Is he even close in the leaderboards?
Not really. As long as I don't get last place every time, I'm good.
Ever since the results of Day 3 with your outstanding lead, Hudson's had only negative words for you. Do you think this has forever altered your friendship?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I really just wanted the trophy. I didn't really care about anything else. That's okay though. You do what you gotta do.
Lastly, the group shared their thoughts on returning to the real-life RC title home circuit.
There's talk of a substantial ramp. Do you think that could lead to issues?
Maybe for some people, but I'm used to there.
I'm excited. It's probably one of the most unique ones out of all the ones we've done so far, so I think it's gonna be fun.
Jeff has the most experience with home circuit out of any player. We're about to redo it. Do you think he's got the chance of bringing back his score, maybe snagging the third?
See, I'm not sure about that because we're at Tanner's place and I was here first and he was sweeping the floors and greasing the floors, so I think that's to get at you.
Interesting. You're the lead designer behind the courses for home circuit. Do you have any surprises in store?
For sure, we got some things cooked up. It's gonna be crazy.
With that said, you know what time it is. Now, for real this time, welcome to the 13th and final game of 2022's biggest event, the 13-game Mario Kart Championship. Watch as the group revisits the Wixie Cup, this time with better courses, better equipment, better vibes, better ingredients, better pizza, box ramp. For this go at home circuit, we went all out. Check out this setup. Instead of the single screen recording like before, we rounded up 3 more laptops and 3 more Elgato capture cards in order to pull off that clean split screen look on this title as well. This required quite a bit of effort, but we had to do it because very few people have ever pulled it off before. Like I did on attempt 1, everyone just played off the recording playback screens, except for me, who was dealing with strange lag, so I had to controversially use an additional monitor, much to Rogue's disdain.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a benefit there. I'm playing on a 6-inch screen right here. It's kind of
Controller setups were a bit different this time around, with Hudson and Tanner on loose Joy-Cons, Rogan on a Pro controller, and me rocking a Joy-Con controller. Now you might be wondering how everyone did the first time around on home circuit. Well, here's our first attempt scores. As you can see, no one did all that great, especially me with some real abysmal positions. Remember, these don't count for anything, but they give you an idea of how everyone is at the game. Also, as you can see with the totals, Rogan would have pulled away with the win, with Hudson second, Tanner third, and me fourth, but also know that these now defunct totals included our first attempts at Tor as well, so don't think too much into them. These right here are the scores we went into this redo with. Same positioning, but different point gaps. Now, before we begin, know that we again played 100cc. We again all chose different skins, with Rogan as Snow Luigi, me as Pumpkin Mario, Hudson as Knight Mario, and Tanner as Builder Luigi with the Big Scoop vehicle chosen. And again, Julian was on camera duty, and Lucas was again essentially playing the Lakitu role, except this time only assisting if a critical crash occurred. Also know that here, Rogan is Rogan, I'm again Earlober, Hudson is Hudson, and Tanner is again Scott, because we again forgot to change the name. Speaking of mistakes, some of these races will be 5 laps long, others 3, only because Rogan accidentally clicked the wrong thing while creating the courses. With all that said, time for the warm-up. For each of the courses we designed, they were all rough variations of ovals, but each with unique qualities. For the warm-up though, we kept it simple. Once Lemmy joined us and we rammed our way into the starting positions, the final warm-up commenced. While making our first pass under Gate 1, Tanner and I were up close and personal.
Yikes, guys.
Then again, 1 gate later.
You f***ing itch!
Bitch. Once we all got our bearings, we quickly realized how much more pleasant it is racing with the daylight, which allowed for clearer courses and better scans, therefore less need for any Lucas intervention. That doesn't mean we were expert drivers or anything. This first race was for sure a clunky one. While entering lap 4, the 2 Luigis, Rogan and Tanner, were tight, constantly switching places.
Luigi 1 is sweating, oh my god.
With me not too far behind. The 5th and final lap had Rogan trying out the chain chomp item for the first time, causing this to happen.
Oh no!
Last to first, bitch.
After I squeezed past them, Lemmy was the only racer left to deal with. I knew that if I wanted to pass him, I'd have to use the potentially off-railing bullet I just received. But unlike the chain chomp, the item worked as desired, allowing me to snag the first, followed by Lemmy behind me in second. The Luigi twins eventually caught back up, with Rogue snagging a very sloppy third and Tanner 4th. You've probably been wondering where Hudson's been this whole time. Well, according to him,
it's not letting me turn at all. I think something's stuck in the wheel or some shit.
Yeah, it's physically something.
It's not letting me turn.
Yeah, we got a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
That's a new thing for my car.
I don't know if it's just lagging or if it's the cart.
No, I watched it physically and it looked weird.
Or just bad player.
That's what I'm thinking.
Bro, get the hell out of here, bro.
Before Hudson even technically finished the race, Lucas played pit crew for a while and eventually got Hudson's cart back in order.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, I can actually drive now.
Thanks, Lucas.
Allowing him to finish with a very late 5th. Throughout the entire race, Tanner kept mentioning what he called...
No, wait, I can't get the first place curse. The first place, you don't get hit with the curse. You can't get hit with the first place.
Oh, dude, the bull.
If you get first in practice, you're doing horrible on the rest of them.
Even with all that superstition, I wasn't worried. So once Hudson quit vlogging and Lucas quit hitting a jig on the racetrack, it was time for the first official race. For race 1, we decided to stick with the basic warm-up map design because time was of the essence with all the laptops and carts running off fast depleting batteries. Nevertheless, the race began with this time Ludwig joining us. Right away, the race was playing out like the previous one with a Gate 1 pileup off the bat.
Yo, bro, we got a kamikaze Luigi over here.
Lap 2 had Tanner pulling a Hudson when making that same tricky tabletop turn.
Yo!
Lap 3 was when things really started to get crazy. With his cart now fully operational, Hudson found himself neck and neck with Rogue leading the pack. But that was until I made my move.
Ooh, Mario, that was sick.
With me now in front, I was dealing with non-stop harassment. First with a blue shell, then with a lightning. All the while, Rogue thought Hudson figured out a shortcut.
Oh no, you can go over the table.
But in actuality, he was just again stuck in that same spot on the table. Tanner later discovered the actual way to cut the turn short. With the race coming to a close, Rogan and I were battling it out for firsts, until this brutal choke occurred.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
Oh. No way! Oh my god! Oh my god!
That big crash not only allowed me to snag yet another first, I know, crazy right? But also allowed Hudson time to sneak right by and snag the 3rd place after Ludwig. Once Tanner, with the help of Lucas, corrected himself post-crash, he dashed to the finish, to where he was sadly beaten by Rogue. But because of Rogue's poor alignment, he missed the final scan, allowing Tanner to grab 4th instead. The scan shank required Rogue to complete an additional lap, which he was not pleased about.
Are you kidding me? That was such it didn't scan. This is
Once he finally snagged the 5th, Rogue continued his complaining.
I think we should do a rerun. Dude, that was so stupid. I like passed somebody right at the last minute, but it didn't scan and it didn't count. Yeah, I want to redo that one anyway.
I remember not.
At this point with the game, we realized that items here are really no big deal. The obstacles combined with just staying on the track are the only real difficulties, as made obvious by the bots performing so well.
Dude, why did Ludwig get second?
Because Ludwig doesn't have to worry about hitting any obstacle.
It was then time to design race 2, where we ended up going with again another oblong oval, but this time with a coffee table overhang and the return of the controversial shoe minefield that was first used on our first home circuit Grand Prix.
Alright, Jeff, chill.
One shoe.
That's 2.
To top off the new design, I wanted to add something a little dangerous.
Water damage.
While Rogue was scanning the new layout, I unsuccessfully tried to get Hudson's attention.
Brown. Millie.
What?
Millie Bobby Brown.
Before we got going, I needed to make sure everyone's recordings were working properly.
You at the full screen.
What do you mean you the full screen?
Yeah, you're literally playing on a TV right now, Jeff.
I keep this shit on.
You have a...
No, the only reason...
You have the Cinemark 4D screen.
Jeffrey's in an IMAX theater over here and we're playing on this shitty ass.
Oh, we're in another.
Afterwards, I just started spitballing design ideas.
Pizza box is gonna be the finale. I want to do something spicy, so start thinking third. Some sort of element. Do a spinning table, like a Lazy Susan that we can go on.
A Lazy Susan?
A treadmill.
This is getting too much.
Do we have a treadmill? Yeah, Jeff, it's over here.
Yeah, we're gonna
use a treadmill for this, right? Like, you just ride on the
Okay, so...
With us all at the starting line, all that was left was to assume the ready positions.
Ready? I guess I'm the only one not ready.
Okay.
Yeah, bruh. Damn.
It got way worse.
Yo, Yarch!
Christ.
Stop.
I'm trying to get in the f***ing sweet spot.
Bro, stop. You keep pushing him out.
Yo, you motherfucker!
So funny because Mario with a pumpkin head on. Every time he collides, he lurches forward.
You keep pushing him out of his back.
Yo, you keep pushing me. You gotta go sideways, bro.
As if the process wasn't already taking long enough, Rogue still wasn't content.
Okay, I'll go in front then.
There we go. We're all ready. Rogan? Oh, that's so so much hypocrite, bitch. This is turning into a 5-hour affair because Rogan wants his
I
first.
can't get the spot.
This was while Lucas was busting another move on the racetrack.
Dude, the jiggle is real.
Okay, there we go.
Right now.
It was looking kind of flat. What?
Finally, once our boy Roy dropped in, the race finally began. Immediately after we hit the gas, Rogue was the first to fall victim to the Nike Blazer barricade. Then, in classic home circuit fashion, lap 1 contained a first corner crash involving Tanner and I, all because...
Whoa, that shoe! The bot went through it, Brett.
Bitch! Mario yard sucker.
Right as we entered lap 2, Rogue pulled this insane maneuver on me.
Whoa! Luigi's on some spit out shit.
When checking in on the others, Tanner, who because of this Nike dunk disaster and this later gate gaff on his 3rd lap, actually managed to get lapped by Hudson, who was currently on his 4th lap. Slightly behind Hudson was me, and Rogue, who also found himself in a dunk dilemma, allowing me to make a needle thread pass.
Whoa!
No, don't push on me!
Crazy!
The 5th and final lap had Hudson dealing with a blue shell, causing him to slow to a stop, causing Tanner, who was still a lap behind, to run right into him.
The Marios are top problems. Like, I see no beef with Luigi's ever.
Hudson did manage to maintain the lead though and snag the 1st place, followed by me in 2nd, Roy in 3rd, Rogue in 4th, and Tanner, well, after a few more embarrassing bonks, finally grabbed 5th.
I'm sitting out for the interview.
After the race, I started throwing out even more design ideas.
Lucas, do you think you could, like, you just sit over the course, we go into your legs or something? That adds an element. Like a human element? Or just go like this, like, the whole time? Like this?
When designing race 3, we decided to flip the direction and the table and add a few more decorations, including some plants, a glow lamp, and some of those classic eye dogs. All this decorating occurred while some sus side combos were being had between Hudson and Rogue.
What are you doing?
Get the recording going and shove this down my pants.
take a dick pic with the Mario Kart. You know, like my dick with this.
Before we finished the design, I announced my craziest idea yet.
Dude, should we put a puddle on the ground? That'd be kind of
Puddle?
sick. Let me get Tanner's permission.
I don't even know if it show up on camera.
I think it's a bad idea.
Awesome.
Water plus
half a cup.
RC cars. Yeah.
Okay, Tanner approved the water for the final race.
This is not. No, I don't want to put my thing in water.
Dude, they're waterproof.
They're totally gonna be fine. Only the tires gonna be running.
Yeah.
What about some olive oil?
Some olive oil slick.
All that was left was to help Lucas find his spot.
Okay, Lucas, figure out where you're gonna be standing. Something like this.
You
just
overestimate
stand
my
in that
core
position
strength.
for
Are you gonna get
40
3 minutes of core strength like that in me?
Lucas, do this for one of them.
That is really hard, Lucas.
Yeah. Lucas, do you think you can do like a plank where you're like doing one of these joints?
Like, one of these?
Yeah.
I think this is the move. The vanilla.
That ain't vanilla, bro.
It ain't anymore.
Just like suck your own dick, basically.
Oh my god.
I'm ready to be taken.
With this being our 4th home circuit race, Tanner knew he needed to step up his game.
Give me a head, Lucas.
Race 3 then finally began, alongside Larry this time, and right away Hudson found himself in, essentially, a Luigi sandwich, all while taking a trip under a squatting Lucas, all while I was busy stuck in an arrow sign. Who also was posted up as part of the course was Julian, who was chilling behind a plywood wall. When finishing lap 1, Tanner and I both received chain chomps. I accidentally tossed mine, but Tanner, who majorly missed a gate scan, successfully used his for some extra speed while backtracking. Me and the 2 others up front were all pretty close to one another, until Rogue and Hudson both got caught on gate 3.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Allowing me to zoom right past them. That move led to me taking my 3rd first place, which was about to be followed up by Larry until Rogue pulled out a clutch bullet, allowing him to snag the 2nd instead. Hudson, though, he couldn't pass Larry in time and ended in 4th. Tanner did surprisingly catch back up after his major gate shank, but not enough to get anything other than the last place 5th. Let's just say this wasn't the comeback he was looking for.
You have to.
Dude, look at that.
I'm sitting out of this interview.
That's so
Tanner was so
good.
distraught at his performance. He fled the premises.
He fell through his knees outside.
The time has finally come for the championship's final race. The race where everyone had design ideas.
Do you have any food coloring? Black food coloring can make us like oil.
Get like some candles or something. Get like light some candles and like.
Should we throw this powder on the ground like a little like sand trap?
Powder.
With this being the final race, we knew we had to go hard. Number 1, the pizza box ramp idea had to return. That was a given. We also made a tunnel using a painting, then an overhang using a blanket, and to top it off,
Let's do a cooked over.
Oh, I'm down for an egg.
Cooked egg.
Crack an egg on the ground.
Dude, who owns all these cars?
Jeff is completely lost.
Before I committed to the egg, I had to win over Rogue, who owned one of the carts.
Jeff, we're not cracking an egg.
Rogue, if your thing is permanently damaged, I'll get you a new cart.
I don't want egg on my thing.
It's just gonna be on the tires. If you don't want it, I won't do it. But I'm just saying, I'll wash your cart. It'll be clean.
Okay.
The egg with the cracked shell right here is gonna be mine.
With his permission, I gave the egg a few tosses and eventually got what I thought was a pretty sick looking IRL obstacle. All that was left was to bring my puddle idea back up with Rogan.
We're throwing a cup of water down. We're still doing that. A cup of water.
Right here, right before this turn.
I do not want to use water on this.
Join sand somewhere. If you want
I think we should get real oil.
Oh, the only way this.
No, I don't want to do the oil.
I do not want to. Oh my god.
No, we might.
Without his permission this time, I committed to pouring the puddle, but instead of just water, I wanted to end off this championship with some literal slime this time.
You're cleaning all this shit.
I will.
You're leaving it like that?
Yeah.
I said you should fix it. You should fix it before you even pour it.
That's what it looks like.
Like somebody had with diarrhea on the floor.
It's sludging up, bro. Oh, dude, this might stay.
With that final touch added, we were very happy with the end result.
Dude, this is an art installation, quite literally.
Yeah, we're going all out for the final.
We really leveled it up.
Bro, we are pushing P right now, right?
It was then time to race, this time with Wendy on the craziest home circuit course ever concocted. The race started with Rogue repeating his Race 2 beginning bonk.
I was getting f***ed right off the bat.
The other guys and I had a strong start though and made it to the first lap unscathed until
Oh shit!
at that same exact time, I wasn't the only one falling for the new slime surprises.
Yeah, he slid straight to the. Oh, back into the egg too.
My slime slide may or may not have been intentional, but Rogan's appeared to be legit, and it really caused him to quite literally slip out. Those two mistakes of Rogue's caused him and Tanner as well to almost get lapped by Hudson just while on their second lap. Hudson, though, alongside me, was on the third and final lap, which ended up being quite a crazy one. While still being on their second lap, Rogue and Tanner collided with one another. That collision not only slowed them both down, but Hudson as well. That holdup allowed me to catch up to Hudson for the final stretch. All that was left was for us two Marios to make our way up the pizza box ramp one more time and finish out the race.
Damn. You, Jeffrey.
As you can see, while the two Luigis passed us to enter their final lap, Lucas freed us up, which allowed Hudson to grab the second because Wendy already finished first, and then me third after him. That left only Rogue and Tanner, and both were about to make that same final pizza box jump, when at the entrance, both got caught. But eventually Rogue freed himself, therefore taking the lead and grabbing fourth. All that left for Tanner was yet another fifth place. When taking our victory laps, I had to try out what the egg felt like.
All in the egg. All in the egg.
Tanner as well wanted to have a little fun. As you can see, the egg and the slime were very successful, alongside the pizza box ramp, which altogether provided a very fun final race to end the championship off on.
Rogue, I appreciate you letting me go in the sludge and the egg, even though you didn't want to.
As long as you clean my shirt.
Now it's time to look at the final scoreboard. As you can see, this was quite a good performance for me. My best yet, actually. This is actually only the second time, first being GP2, where I received the most points out of anyone on the game. I'd say this performance is proof of Tanner's quote-unquote curse not existing. Now, on the surface, it might look a tad dicey that I did significantly better on Tour and Home Circuit the second time around, but I promise you, my true intentions were just to gather better footage, and I think we accomplished that. For the others, you can see Hudson, not bad. Rogue and Tanner though, yikes. But I know what you really want to see. The final point totals. Drum roll please. Bam. As you can see, Rogue did walk away with the W with 612 total points, followed by Hudson in second with 574, Tanner in third with 551, and me in fourth, just barely creeping past 500 with 501. Despite my last place position, you know what they say. It only really matters who does best in the end. After we collected all the recordings, cleaned up all the aftermath, and reassembled Tanner's living room, it was then time to gather everyone up this time for the final. The group first shared thoughts regarding Home Circuit and their performances on it.
What were your thoughts on the obstacles on Home Circuit?
Very good. Very, spiced it up a lot.
I thought the sludge was a great addition. Whoever thought about the egg was great. I wish Jeffrey cleaned it up a little faster when we were done though.
It's kind of weird that Jeff took it back and cooked it.
Or we could salvage that egg, low-key.
Why did you do that?
Picking up for lunch.
True. You know, he's been very tight about the production budget. I think I heard him say, nothing gets wasted on set, and he glooped it up.
He hasn't washed his hands for sure.
Yeah.
He's gross, yeah.
Tanner, you want to explain that lackluster performance on Mario Kart Home Circuit?
Yeah, I can explain it perfectly. Everyone came together before the race, and we decided that we wanted Jeff to, have a moment because he hasn't shown up for any of the other races, so we decided to let him get some wins in. Just thought it was fitting. He's been really down, kind of, going off the deep end.
I threw Jeff a bone today. Kind of wanted to make him feel good. I'm getting a phone call. One sec.
From his cart dealer.
That's Dale Earnhardt's pit group.
Right. That's Trey calling off the screen right now. We haven't totaled up the final results. Do you think it's possible you surpassed Hudson?
Judging by the Home Circuit races, probably not. But I'm above Jeff, so it's like, Slime always loses.
The guys then talked on all the collusion, corruption, and cuckery that occurred throughout the championship.
You've been on record speaking slight praise of Jeff towards the end of the tournament, saying
I was
slept
coerced.
on.
I was coerced. I was bribing cars.
Interesting with bribing allegations and coercion.
I'm not in the tournament.
Lucas loves to bring up the bribing, you know. Get the heat off.
I've been nothing but I've had a target painted on me for the collusion because you can't find a way to wrap around the head that maybe you just haven't performed well.
How long-winded was that question? What would you say if I said I analyzed some of the previous games and there's some possible disqualifications?
I would say, what are they?
Let me think on that.
There's a lot of file transfers that were going on today, and a lot of eyes that were on the laptops on which these files were translated and transferred. A couple folder names that might raise some eyebrows. XXX.
Tentacion.
Do not open. There's been a lengthy discussion about your tactics. Nothing necessarily illegal or anything that would be outlawed, but something that other players haven't hesitated to call scummy, grimy, gloopy. A lot of discussion around the item holding. Do you have anything to say?
I followed the rules that were initiated at the beginning of the tournament. Holding an item is an active mechanic of Mario Kart games, and you don't play to not be slimy, you play to win the game.
No, I think my performance technically was really good actually.
By what technical metric?
Corner turning,
okay.
item usage at the correct time, analysis of the maps, shortcuts, handling of my vehicles.
I'm sorry, did you say shortcuts?
Yeah, intended shortcuts, unlike many other players.
You're dipping your toes in disqualification territory.
That's
That was a bit of
right.
a self-report.
No, if you look at mine, mine's clean as a whistle. How much money did you receive from bribes?
I've received no money for bribes at all.
Other favors of the sexual variety?
I signed an NDA, but yes.
Next, each person was asked not only about their scores and performances, but about each other's as well.
If I had to go one by one, breaking everyone's performance down, I've been rooting for Rogue from the start. In the beginning I did. As the tournament went on, the gameplay got more and more questionably legal at times. He's just not fun to play with. Hudson, the only word that comes to my mind is embarrassing. Starts off first, and then it's just like bottom tier. It was honestly embarrassing to share a racetrack with him. And Tanner, the most mediocre, forgettable gameplay. I mean, where is he at the leaderboards? We don't know. We don't know.
I think Hudson did, pretty well for not being like super into Mario Kart. I think he did pretty good. Tanner did good, and Jeffrey was terrible the whole time.
Interesting. Do the numbers support that?
Yes. You're like 8 points behind Tanner, who's pretty right.
It's a wide gap.
I can't believe the concern was you winning your own tournament at any point.
Yeah.
Hudson, you've been known as the past is prime.
You've said that to me every single interview. Every single interview, you've said that same question to me, and it's never been true. I'm in second place, bro. You're in fourth.
You were on record recently saying you were gunning for first, and now you're a secured third place. What are your thoughts on being so tone deaf with your score the entire tournament?
Just so passive aggressive, like just attacking him. Like it's not even a question.
When analyzing Hudson's gameplay from the start, would you deem it respectable?
I would. I think
he's so mad right now.
Who do you think had the overall slimiest, least respectable gameplay of this entire tournament?
Entire tournament? First comes to mind, I hate to say it, but Rogue. I can't with the item trailing. You hold the item. What do you mean with slime? It's like racing.
It's tactical games.
It's like you don't want to actually race, so it's like you throw some shit behind your car. And I'm saying any game he can do it, he's pressing every button to figure it out. Insert clip of the prehistoric Mario Kart.
The previous results were analyzed, and you're the only person in the tournament to get an 8th place. You want to explain that?
8th place? What are you talking about?
In a previous game, you got an 8th place.
Cap.
This is according to Rogan.
I said Jeffrey also got an 8th place because he did.
7th. The lowest I've gotten is a 7th.
They were so blank to get that. Seven.
Okay,
I would never get an 8th.
Hey Jeff, that was in the old stats, but
You motherfucker. This kid with a screenshot.
Camera.
What the Why'd you have that so quick?
And finally, everyone was asked to give their closing thoughts.
so. We're at the end of the line. Things are getting wrapped up. Kids are going home from school. The cattle are coming home. The shepherd is bringing the sheep back to the farm. The sun is setting on this tournament journey. Closing thoughts, opinions, hot takes. We want to hear what you think.
It was a great time. I don't know when we started, but I think it's like 3 months later, so.
It certainly feels like that. If
Right.
it hasn't literally been that long.
But The tournament was great. I think I chose Tanner to win right off the bat.
Wasn't the worst choice.
Yeah, you could have picked worse, like Jeffrey. Yeah.
Rogan, we've done 13 games throughout 4 days, countless hours. How do you think you did overall, start to finish?
I'm pretty happy with how I did. I mean, obviously I could have done better in some parts.
Dude.
And
typical, am I right?
What do you think your performance in the tournament as a whole?
I'm pretty unsatisfied with it, but I'm glad that I was a part of it.
Even though the numbers don't support it, you say essentially you're the best racer. What do you mean by that?
It's one thing to race digitally with buttons, but when we get on the actual track, it'll be a different story.
I've kept a level-headed. I haven't trash talked. I've
You want to put an asterisk there or something?
Do you want to like not blatantly lie? No, there's behind the scenes. There's been some interviews where an anonymous third party has been stirring up some insane drama, but I'm just sitting out there getting interviewed every so often, playing a clean game, commending my teammates, tapping them on the back, shaking their hands. But in terms of politeness and well-manneredness, number one.
No secret that you and Hudson pretty close coming into the tournament.
Yeah.
Do you think the dynamic's been strained at all as you guys have turned from friends to fierce competitors?
You and Rogan started best of friends, constantly complimenting each other.
Oh,
no
yeah,
trash
I
talk.
hate that guy now. I hate that guy now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I feel like I don't see the same person I saw at the beginning of the tournament. He's really turned his back on me. He's calling me slimy. He's kind of, you know, thinking the way like Jeffrey does about things now. And
you want to elaborate on that?
Oh, that's hard.
Would you say that? Would you say that he's been Jeff pilled?
Yes, he's been very Jeff pilled, unbased and Jeff pilled.
Hudson, you went into this tournament with the biggest cock in the world, and
True.
For your confidence couldn't have been higher, and now it's more subdued with every game.
Yeah, my cock was massive. I was rocking like a 13-inch baby arm dong, and then, you know, I think once I got to the second day and Rogue was hitting all these crazy, you know, mock bike drifts and shit, and he was going virgin mode, and, you know, my dick shrunk like 18 times, bro. So
your dick size is what has caused the rift between you and Rogan.
Yeah, and he only cares about my cock size, so.
There was lip-on-lip action at the end of each day, and now you guys won't even look at each
I
other.
mean, that's just how bros celebrate, you know? You finish a race, you do well, you give your boy a kiss on the lips, you say, good job. Maybe a pat on the ass, you know? I'm just comfortable in my sexuality, what can I say?
I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, either cheat or lose.
Was the hard place Brown's dick?
It was hard at the beginning and it was soft as shit at the end, but do you think you served as a good, unbiased third party, stick to the numbers guy?
Yeah, I kept my duties as an official in this this tournament separate from my personal biases the best I could.
You seem to have picked favorites from the start. Did your chosen favorite win the tournament?
We're dealing with 6 people here, you know, 4 competitors. Some people are just better people than other people, and I think
you want to elaborate on that?
To ignore that would be dishonest. I do like certain people better than others, but
name names and the ones you don't like.
How did it feel to be Jeffrey's bitch boy running around doing all his errands?
Bad. Man, you know how much I'm getting paid for this?
Are you worried, Rogan, that people are gonna think you're a massive virgin because you're so good at Mario Kart?
No, I actually, you know, get all the ladies. I just tell them, hey, I want a Mario Kart tournament.
Just flash the trophy and
that does hold some weight, yeah.
That's right. I'm gonna make it into a chain wear it around my neck at all times.
Overall, when looking back at the 13 games, I think I maintained what I said from the beginning of the interviews. Most overall great player. I don't take the major L's and I don't take sometimes the major dubs.
Most consistently average, we could say.
Consistently averagely good.
What are you calling last place average?
Yeah, you're in 4th place. How's that averagely good?
I'm just saying,
Sure.
look at the numbers,
Sure.
the consistency of my points.
So you would say with confidence that if we took the average placement and divided it by the number of games played, that your position would change, or do you think you'd remain firmly in 4th?
I don't know, you're rambling, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I'm just not making any sense, I'm sorry, right?
Roughly, I stayed the same point in the race. I think consistency better than
winning.
You know, winning's a loose definition. I mean,
Even
it can be interpreted different ways.
Even if
People
you're
will,
consistently last.
people will remember the gameplay. They won't remember the positions.
Oh, okay.
People will remember the tactics. They won't remember.
Is that why they give the person who wins the trophy to remember it, and not the people who lost?
Are you still talking?
Jeff, 4th place, bro. Come on.
We need answers.
We're all just disappointed.
Do you want me to explain this 4th place?
You're gonna lie, so.
No, let's hear what you have to say.
My friends, all dear to me.
Instead of more of that bullshit, here's something a little more interesting to end off on. Before we finish up today, I thought it might be neat to go over some interesting stats relating to all the data collected throughout the 13 games. These 10 number-based stats will come from the 13 games warm-ups and Grand Prix on the scoreboard, therefore not including our first attempts on tour and home circuit. Of course, you can do the math yourself with us playing one warm-up and 4 races for each game. That comes out to 65 total races, but you can't forget how the GP games worked, with the individual Grand Prix and the race position requirements. Including those redos brings the actual total to 122 races. When it comes to the total amount of laps, the math isn't as simple as you might think. Most games are the standard 3, but with Super Mario Kart's 5, Tour's 2, home circuit's lap differences, and again all the GP redos and their lap differences as well, the official total amount of laps comes to, believe it or not, 399 laps. A big one you've probably been wondering is how many firsts, seconds, thirds, etc. did each person earn? Well, here's the breakdown. I received 3 sevenths, 4 sixths, 3 fifths, 15 fourths, 12 thirds, 8 seconds, and 7 firsts. Tanner received 1 eighth, 1 seventh, 1 sixth, 4 fifths, 13 fourths, 5 thirds, 17 seconds, and 10 firsts. Hudson received 1 sixth, 2 fifths, 12 fourths, 11 thirds, 14 seconds, and 12 firsts. And finally, Rogan received 4 fifths, 6 fourths, 14 thirds, 8 seconds, and a whopping 20 first places. In order to see each player's point consistency, here are a few charts, starting with Tanner, whose success you can see came in waves. Next with me, who had generally poor scores with a few peaks here and there. Next with Hudson, who you can see definitely scored higher, even snagging a perfect 60. And lastly, Rogan, who on average performed quite well with several peaks, including 2 perfect 60s. When overlaid, you can see how everyone paired up to one another and how consistent each player kept throughout the 13 games. Quickly, here are 2 more charts showing point distribution and when and where players passed each other in points. Overall, a little nerdy, but interesting nonetheless. Now for these next couple stats, I painstakingly went back and watched all the non-GP games, player by player, at 1.5 speed to collect these numbers I really think you'll find interesting. Starting with... Now, I think we all know the answer to this question, but was Rogan truly the ultimate blue shell magnet? Well, when looking at the numbers, in order of least to greatest, Tanner was only hit with 4, followed by me with just 5, next with Hudson with 6, and lastly, of course, with Rogan with a whopping 14 blue shell hits. Next stat I kept track of was how many times the group was hit with lightning, because it seemed like quite a bit. The answer is 38 total shocks, with the most taking place on 64 and Super Circuit with 7 and 8 bolts respectively. Now, the point behind keeping track of total red shells thrown is to prove whether or not Hudson is the biggest abuser of them. Now, we aren't talking successful hits, just how many were thrown by each player. Again, least to greatest, starting with, well, Hudson. He might have been the best with reds, but he did in fact throw the least with 58 thrown total. Next with me with 67 thrown, then with Rogan with 78 reds thrown, and finally with the most thrown being Tanner with 93 total reds. This stat isn't to prove any point, more just for fun. While keeping track of who slipped on the most bananas, Rogan came in last with only 10 slips, next with me having slipped on 14, then with Hudson having slipped on 15, and again with another first is Tanner, who slipped on the most with a total of 20 bananas. Now, the amount of total map fall-offs was mostly to prove if Tanner truly lived up to his L-Taker name. And when looking at the numbers, coming in at the least was Hudson with only 13 map fall-offs, next with Rogan with only 15, then with Tanner, yikes, with 22 map fall-offs, which still isn't too hot. Then lastly me with, prepare yourself, 31 total map fall-offs. Damn it. Lastly, I think we all know why this number was kept track of, to determine if Rogan held the most items or not. Not every game has the ability to hold, and even though we memed about it, I'm not counting Tor. When looking at the numbers, coming in with the least was Tanner with 0. I surprisingly did not notice a single item hold with him. Next, with me with only 1, yeah, also not a big holder. But with Hudson, he is, with total 50 items held. And then lastly, as you would expect, Rogan with the most, with 81 total items held. Let that soak in. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the conclusion of the first ever all-encompassing 13-game Mario Kart Championship. This 4-day-long, semi-serious competition started as a joke, but it eventually blew up into this friendship-altering, slime-filled, surprisingly intense and fun event. It goes without saying, but this entire thing was unscripted. All the insane finishes, the crazy item interactions, and all the funny blunders were real and just happened to occur on camera. With that said, I want to make it clear, everyone here is playing into a character. Don't take all the trash talk too seriously. We're all still very good friends. Just when everyone gets competitive like this, the combos get spicy. After home circuit finished, the guys all went their separate ways, but we did have to meet up one more time for the much anticipated award ceremony, where not only would the winner receive the solid gold Mario Kart trophy, but at the same time be crowned the best overall Mario Kart racer. With that said, time to award the trophy.
It's that time. We've reached the end of the 13-game Mario Kart Championship, and it's now time to award Rogan the solid gold Mario Kart trophy. Even if the win's a bit on the dicey side, regardless, the numbers don't lie, a win's a win. But, before you accept, is there anything you want to say to the supporters, the naysayers out there?
I'd like to thank my biggest supporters, people who believe in
Bro,
me from the beginning.
save it. Now that this digital racing is behind us, how about we get to the real racetrack and see who the true kart racer really is? Let's go. Turns out, fat rip on this one. I guess we'll never know. 0 dramatic pause on that.
Yeah, what the hell?
There's talk of a potential Smash tournament in the future. Are you interested?
Yes.